We mentioned earlier that Ye Chen and his group were preparing to enter Jinshan City. However, apart from a dozen or so zombies scattered on the road, there seemed to be no signs of any other living creatures around. This scene made Xu Biao feel a little uneasy. After all, only an extremely powerful threat could cause such a dead silence within a 10-mile radius. So, what kind of crisis will Ye Chen and others face? Hello everyone, welcome back to my channel. Next, let's move on to the second part of Apocalypse Incoming. I awakened space and nano talents and built the strongest robot legion. When Ye Chen and his team first entered Jinshan City, they did not go directly into the city, but turned into a villa area on the outskirts of the city. They chose this place because the population here is sparse, and the villa area has complete living facilities, which is suitable for their temporary stay. The moment you enter the villa area, you will see a retro city gate-style gate that is 4 meters high, thick, and solid. Without any hesitation, Ye Chen immediately ordered Xu Biao to close the door and took out two 7.62mm CS/LR 4 high-precision sniper rifles equipped with night vision sights and silencers from the car, and handed the guns to Xu Biao and Bai Qianfei. Go find 2 commanding heights and be ready to cooperate with me in cleaning up the community. Ye Chen gave orders calmly, his tone steady and unquestionable. Xu Biao and Bai Qianfei nodded immediately and disappeared into the night. At the same time, Ye Chen arranged for Xiaoqing to stay beside the car, ready to provide support at any time. This time, Xiaoqing did not argue and silently followed the order. To ensure safety, Ye Chen also dispatched stupid drones and spider robots for reconnaissance, then activated the armor mode and showed the dazzling laser sword. Clear the community in an hour, leaving no zombies behind. Before he finished speaking, Ye Chen had already rushed into the depths of the community like the wind. With the perfect cooperation of the 2 snipers, Ye Chen killed 204 zombies single-handedly, and the entire villa area instantly became their territory. After the battle, Xiaoqing volunteered to recover the crystal core, while Ye Chen chose the largest 4-story villa in the center of the villa area as the team's temporary base. This villa not only covers a large area, but also has 3 floors underground. What's more surprising is that Ye Chen also found a huge wine cellar underground. As the commanding height of the entire villa area, this villa is obviously the best choice. Xu Biao originally wanted to take the first shift in the attic, but Ye Chen smiled and handed him a tablet. Xu Biao took it and looked at it, and instantly understood Ye Chen's arrangement. It turned out that Ye Chen had already set up a 3-dimensional monitoring system, consisting of drones at the highest point and spider robots patrolling everywhere. In this way, there is no need for special personnel to stand guard, and safety can be ensured by taking turns to watch the monitoring screen. This system greatly saves manpower and allows team members to get enough rest. After Xiaoqing returned to the villa, he immediately began to check the kitchen and found that the facilities were still functioning normally. So Xiaoqing asked Ye Chen for some ingredients and seasonings and prepared a sumptuous dinner: braised prawns, stir-fried kidneys, steamed sea bass, and spicy fried blackfish. The table was filled with all kinds of delicious food. The aroma wafted in the air, and everyone couldn't help but feast on it. Even the 2 children, Nyo and Guo, were specially taken care of. Although they had small appetites, Xiaoqing still carefully prepared children's meals for them. How is Nyo doing lately? Ye Chen took the opportunity to help add more dishes and called Xiaoqing into the kitchen and asked casually. Xiaoqing was startled when he heard this. Then he sighed. The situation is still stable, but the medicine is almost used up. I plan to go to the city to look for it after dinner. Ye Chen frowned and suggested, "Why don't we go tomorrow? I'll go with you after everyone is rested." Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, so don't be impatient. Xiaoqing nodded and smiled to express his gratitude. Although he was worried, he didn't say much for the time being. Afterwards, the 2 chatted about some things about team development. Ye Chen said that in a doomsday environment, the size of their small team was obviously not enough. If they wanted to survive in a world with increasingly complex mutations, they had to build a stronger team. Xiaoqing also agreed with this and said that they must grow stronger. By the time the 2 brought the newly prepared dishes to the table, the original dishes had already been eaten up. Xu Biao smiled and said, "I'm sorry, I was really hungry and couldn't control myself for a moment." "It's okay. Only when you are full can you have the energy to work." Ye Chen smiled and served Xu Biao a bowl of rice. "Come on, eat as much as you want." Everyone laughed when they heard this, and the atmosphere instantly became much more relaxed. However, at this moment, Xiaoqing's expression suddenly changed, and he frowned and shouted, "Who is it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Biao drew his gun and rushed out. Ye Chen followed closely behind him, fully covered in armor, nervously scanning the surroundings. However, the surroundings of the villa were as quiet as usual, without even the slightest movement. They walked around the villa, but found nothing. Ye Chen took out his tablet and activated the monitoring system to check, but the drones and spider robots were patrolling in the air and on the ground, and there was nothing unusual. Ye Chen frowned in confusion and said softly, "Did Brother Xiao see it wrong?" Xu Biao shook his head and said, "Old Xiao has been a soldier for 20 years. His intuition is not wrong. There must be something nearby, but we just haven't found it yet." The two returned to the villa reluctantly, but the feeling of uneasiness still lingered. They looked back every 3 steps and looked around vigilantly. But even so, they still didn't notice that in the darkness 50 meters away from them, a pair of eyes were staring at them. As soon as Ye Chen returned to the villa, he immediately took off his armor and asked Xiao Qing, "What did you see?" "We looked around and found nothing." At this time, Xiao Qing was still flipping through the surveillance footage, muttering to himself, "Impossible. I just saw it. It was right outside the window. I definitely wasn't seeing things." A chill rose quietly, enveloping the entire villa. Ye Chen followed Xiao Qing's gaze and looked out the window, which was only 10 meters away from their dining table. He knew very well that at such a close distance, Xiao Qing could not have made a mistake. So Ye Chen immediately turned to Zhao Xuefei and said, "Xuefei, try to sense it. I have a feeling that thing must still be nearby." Zhao Xuefei nodded slightly, closed her eyes, and activated her telepathic ability. Now she has reached level 4, and her perception range has expanded to 60 meters. Sure enough, not long after, Zhao Xuefei opened her eyes and whispered, "At 9 o'clock, behind a big tree 50 meters away, there is a human being, and it's a woman." This news stunned everyone, and Ye Chen and Xiao Qing were even more shocked. It must have taken them no more than 4 seconds from discovering the target to rushing out of the room, but in just 4 seconds, the woman could actually run 50 meters away. Could it be that she also possessed some kind of teleportation-like ability? After hearing this, Ye Chen did not rush to chase, but walked to the window and observed carefully. He turned back to look at the dining table, and suddenly a bold idea came to his mind. "Everyone, don't worry about her for now, and go back to rest. Xuefei, keep an eye on her movements." Ye Chen said calmly and winked at a few people. Everyone understood what he meant, and after clearing the dishes, they went back to their rooms to rest, leaving Zhao Xuefei to continue monitoring. Then, Ye Chen and Xiao Qing returned to the kitchen and cooked 6 dishes, 3 meat dishes and 3 vegetable dishes, and also stewed a pot of soup. Then, Ye Chen extinguished the candle and quietly disappeared into the darkness. About 10 minutes later, a pair of blue eyes appeared outside the window again, cold and lifeless. The woman carefully observed the room, and after confirming that there was no movement, she quickly pried open the window, slipped into the room, and hid behind a wall. At this moment, the aroma of the delicious food on the table tempted her taste buds. Although she tried her best to restrain herself, her saliva still flowed out uncontrollably, and she had to wipe the corners of her mouth. With great patience, she confirmed again that there was nothing unusual around her. 5 minutes later, she quickly rushed to the table. However, she did not rush to eat, but took out a silver needle and skillfully checked whether the food was poisonous. After confirming it was safe, the woman finally began to wolf down her dinner. However, when she was halfway through eating, she suddenly stopped, her cold eyes staring straight ahead. In the dark, Ye Chen smiled helplessly and said, "Hey, this is not my fault. I have tried my best to keep quiet. I wanted to wait for you to finish eating before showing up, but I didn't expect that you would find me anyway." The woman put down the food in her hand and slowly raised her right hand, in which was a dagger flashing with cold light. Ye Chen still looked relaxed and at ease. In his battle armor, his night vision function allowed him to see everything clearly. So, he slowly raised his hands to indicate that he had no hostility. "Don't be impulsive. I don't want to be your enemy. We can talk," Ye Chen said in a calm tone. The woman frowned slightly, thought for a moment, and then continued to eat with her head down. Seeing this, Ye Chen laughed, took out a bottle of Coke from his arms, slowly stood up and walked to the table. "Don't choke, drink something." The woman looked up at him and motioned for him to hand over the Coke. Ye Chen slowly placed the Coke on the table. The woman took it and took a sip. The stimulation of the carbonated drink made her burp loudly. Ye Chen smiled and took out a few more napkins and handed them over. The woman looked at him suspiciously, but finally took the napkins and wiped her mouth. At this point, the woman finally began to communicate, but in a somewhat unusual way. She used sign language to quickly communicate. This made Ye Chen a little confused. He frowned, completely confused about what the other party meant, and thought to himself, "She can't speak? Then how can we communicate?" Just when Ye Chen was getting anxious and at a loss, a brisk voice came from the stairs. What she meant was that the meal will not be in vain. If you have any requirements, she can help you fulfill them, including killing people. The speaker was Zhao Xuefei, who had sneaked out. The woman looked at Zhao Xuefei in surprise, her heart full of doubts. She didn't believe that this person could understand her sign language, but the other party said it exactly. Just as she was beginning to have doubts, Zhao Xuefei's voice suddenly rang in her mind. "Don't be afraid, we have no ill intentions. We won't hurt you, and please don't hurt us either." Zhao Xuefei's telepathy was as gentle as a trickle of water, which surprised the woman, but she did not feel any resistance. So, Zhao Xuefei continued to communicate with her through telepathy. After a conversation, she learned that the woman's name was Ning, 19 years old, and a student at a martial arts university in Jinshan City. When the apocalypse happened, she happened to be a guest at a classmate's house nearby. Ning didn't want to be their enemy, and was even willing to join Ye Chen's team. This news made Ye Chen very happy. He immediately lit the candles and invited her to sit down and have a deep conversation with everyone. As the conversation deepened, Ye Chen learned that Ning had mutated on the first day of the apocalypse and gained an extremely rare shadow ability. At present, Ning has mastered 3 skills. The first is dark concealment, which allows her to completely hide herself in the darkness, so that even her breath cannot be detected. The second one is shadow spear escape, which allows you to transform into a black shadow and sneak quickly. The third skill, mirror image, can use the shadow to temporarily create an imaginary person with half of one's own strength. Ye Chen was full of curiosity about Ning, but he had a vague feeling that this woman did not tell him everything honestly. Zhao Xuefei's telepathy also sensed that Ning was deliberately concealing something important. Although Zhao Xuefei's ability was not enough to find out her specific secrets, it was certain that Ning had no ill will towards them. Out of caution, Ye Chen decided to keep some key information about the team, and with the help of Zhao Xuefei, ensure that the trust between the two sides is gradually established. He quickly agreed to Nie Ying's proposal to join the team, hoping that her abilities could help the team. However, Ye Chen and the others did not know that on a tall building 3 kilometers away, another pair of cold eyes were staring at them through the darkness. These strange eyes were the real reason why Xu Biao felt uneasy. After Ning joined the team, Ye Chen decided to hold a small welcome party for her. Although the days of the end of the world were difficult, it was rare for everyone to get together to relax, so they opened a few bottles of vintage wine. Although Ning was still wary of these people, she couldn't help but smile for the first time in a long time when she saw the lively scene in front of her. We're leaning on the sofa, talking in low voices, each with a can of beer. Xiao Qin glanced at Ning next to Zhao Xuefei and said in a low voice, "Do you think that mysterious girl who has been staring at us is her? Did this girl stare at us as soon as she entered the city?" Ye Chen shook his head gently. "I don't think it's possible. Ning said that she has been staying here since the end of the world and has never gone out. Moreover, she should have been attracted by our dinner. It is impossible for her to target us from the beginning." Xu Biao nodded after hearing this. "Xiao Yi is right. I still feel like I'm being watched, which means our enemy is someone else, and it may not just be her." Ye Chen frowned, pondered for a moment, and shook the beer in his hand. Brother Zhuang's loss of contact is likely related to this mysterious enemy. We are conspicuous in the open, so it would be best if we have someone who can support us in the dark. After Ye Chen finished speaking, he turned to look at Ning. At this moment, Ning also turned to look at him, and their eyes met briefly. Ye Chen smiled and raised the beer in his hand to signal her. Ning did not respond, but turned her head and smiled at Zhao Xuefei. The moment of relaxation soon ended, and after a brief chat, everyone started to pack up. Considering the threat of the mysterious man, Ye Chen decided to implement a double-duty system, with each person taking turns to guard the night. Although the distinction between day and night had long been lost on Blue Star, sleeping too long could easily lead to lack of energy, so Ye Chen strictly controlled everyone's rest time. After a short rest, Ye Chen woke everyone up and distributed a batch of crystal cores. After countless battles, the team had accumulated enough crystal cores, but because they were busy surviving and fighting, everyone did not have much time to improve their ability levels. Ye Chen requires each member to upgrade one level in the shortest possible time, while whether Xu Biao and Xu Tsung can awaken their special powers is up to fate. Ye Chen's ability level has reached the peak of level 4. He estimated that if he absorbed the 7-color crystal core for another 2 nights, he would be able to break through to level 5. However, while absorbing the 7-color crystal core, he must always be on guard against those pursuers. Ye Chen has realized that these monsters have some ability to sense the energy of the colorful crystal core, so he has never dared to absorb it at will. However, the situation is urgent now, and upgrading is imperative, so Ye Chen can only take a gamble. They will leave this place in 2 days, and he believes that the pursuers will not be able to find them so quickly. After making up his mind, Ye Chen returned to the room and took out the 7-color crystal core. The powerful energy quickly spread throughout the villa, and everyone who absorbed the crystal core felt that the energy in their bodies was accelerating. Ning even broke through to level 4 in just half an hour, which made her even more convinced that joining this team was the right choice. At the same time, in a small town 100 miles away, Qin Lingfan was suddenly awakened from his dream by Yu Chongye. Yu Chongye said excitedly, "My queen, there is good news." The pursuers suddenly became agitated just now, as if they discovered something, and several of them have already chased out. When Qin Lingfan heard this, he immediately jumped up from the bed with a cold light flashing in his eyes. "Great! Release half of the pursuers immediately, prepare the car, and set off with me." Yu Chongye frowned slightly and quickly reminded, "Your Majesty, there is a helicopter in the city. Wouldn't it be faster to take a helicopter?" Qin Lingfan's face instantly turned cold, and he looked at him with cold eyes. "Are you looking for death? There are countless mutated birds in the surrounding mountains. Taking a helicopter is simply a way to die." Yu Chongye's face turned pale with fright, and he quickly admitted his mistake and said, "Your Majesty, I was wrong. I'm going to prepare a vehicle right now." After saying that, he hurriedly ran out. After Yu Chongye left, Qin Lingfan took out his communicator and thought about it for a moment, but suddenly threw it away. She decided to break away from Adam and start acting independently. Back in Jinshan City, Ye Chen was promoted to level 5 faster than expected. However, being promoted to level 5 did not bring new skills, but Ye Chen's energy reserves increased significantly. The space warehouse expanded by 1/3, and the nano-level black matter also increased by half. Now, Ye Chen is fully capable of creating another set of smart battle armors, or 2 sets of combat armors. In addition to these changes, Ye Chen also felt that his physical fitness had greatly improved, with his strength, physical recovery, and agility all increasing to 3 times that of an ordinary person. This increase in strength brought him a great sense of satisfaction. Ye Chen understood that the new humans after level 5 were true superhumans, and the striking effect of level 5 superpowers was twice as strong as before. Just as Ye Chen was immersed in the joy of his increased strength, there was a sudden knock on the door. Ye Chen quickly covered the colorful crystal core with a blanket, but did not completely isolate its energy, wanting other members to continue to use its energy to upgrade. After a simple treatment, he put on his sweatshirt and shouted to the door, "Come in." The door was gently pushed open, and it was Ning who came in. She glanced around the room, and her eyes fell on the quilt on Ye Chen's bed. Ye Chen noticed her gaze, but did not immediately start the conversation. He stood up and asked, "What's the matter?" Upon hearing this, Ning immediately began to use sign language. Ye Chen looked at it, frowned, and suddenly patted his head. "Hey, I almost forgot. Wait for me 5 minutes, it will be ready soon." Upon hearing this, Ning stopped signing and stood there waiting patiently. Ye Chen turned around and took out a pair of AI glasses from the space warehouse and quickly made simple modifications using nanotechnology. After finishing, Ye Chen put on his glasses, smiled at Ning, and said, "Okay, now we can communicate." Ning witnessed Ye Chen's series of operations and felt a little confused, so she asked directly in sign language, "What did you just do?" The AI glasses immediately recognized Ning's sign language and converted it into voice synchronously, transmitting it to Ye Chen's Bluetooth headset. Ye Chen waved his hand and replied with a smile, "Nothing, just a simple modification of the glasses." Ye Chen then asked, "What do you want to see me for?" Ning didn't bother about the glasses anymore and directly expressed her purpose using sign language. With the help of AI glasses, Ye Chen was able to understand what she meant in real time. "I heard that you were planning to go into the city to find a partner, but I want to advise you to cancel this plan. There are very scary things in the city." Hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but frown, vaguely realizing that Ning must know something. So, Ye Chen invited her to sit down and handed her a can of Coke. "Tell me slowly." Ning took the Coke but did not open it. Instead, she continued in sign language very seriously. "The reason why I stay here is because there are very scary creatures in the city. They can observe distant places. Even when we are in here, they can all be seen." When Ye Chen heard this, his face instantly became solemn. "What are they? Will they come to attack us?" Niang shook her head and replied in sign language. "I don't know if they will take the initiative to attack, but they will definitely target us. They came once before, and I used my powers to avoid it, but I couldn't see clearly. What they look like is that they are very fast." These words made Ye Chen fall into deep thought. There are all kinds of strange mutated creatures in the Doomsday, and there are also many fast ones. Without more clues, it is really difficult to determine what they are. Do they have any distinctive features? Ye Chen continued to ask. Niang thought about it carefully and answered in sign language. When they lock onto their prey, people will feel an invisible sense of oppression. Ye Chen rolled his eyes, feeling somewhat helpless. This description was too vague and contained no substantive information. However, he still patiently continued to ask, "Besides this?" Niang shook her head. "I didn't even hear the sound." Ye Chen had an even greater headache. There were too many mutated creatures in the Doomsday, and what he had encountered in his previous life was just a drop in the bucket. It was impossible to analyze any valuable information based on these clues alone. Helplessly, Ye Chen could only smile and say to Niang, "Thank you for your advice, but we still have to go find our missing companions." Seeing Ye Chen was so stubborn, Niang didn't say anything more. She just glanced at the bulge on the bed and asked in sign language, "What is that? I can't feel any energy." Ye Chen smiled and replied, "This is the core energy source of our team. With it, we can upgrade faster and become stronger." He did not hide it completely, but he did not reveal too many details either. Niang nodded and continued to ask in sign language, "That missing companion is very important to you, right?" Ye Chen looked at her firmly, his tone strong and powerful. "Every companion is important. We will never abandon any team member. Even if it takes a great risk, we must find him back." When Niang heard this, she was touched, and her opinion of this team also changed quietly. Niang was silent for a moment and finally said in sign language, "Call me when you leave." After expressing her feelings, Niang picked up the Coke, turned around, and left Ye Chen's room. Looking at Niang's back, Ye Chen's mouth curled up slightly, and he silently said in his heart, "It seems that the person Xue Fei recognized is really good. It really saves me a lot of trouble to have her around." Then, Ye Chen continued to absorb the energy of the seven-color crystal core until he felt that his body could no longer bear more energy. He decided to give the crystal core to Shaoqing for temporary safekeeping and went to the garage to carry out the next step of technological research. First, he comprehensively upgraded his AI armor. He removed some thermal weapon systems and added laser weapons and advanced power systems. For example, the armor added laser beams, laser shields, and energy jet systems. Laser beams can be fired like bullets, but their destructive power far exceeds that of ordinary bullets. The laser shield can expand the laser into a shield that is 170 centimeters long and 120 centimeters wide, capable of withstanding energy attacks below level 5 and most physical attacks. With this configuration, the armor's defense is raised to a higher level. The energy jet system can convert the energy of the fire crystal core into kinetic energy. The devices are distributed on the hands, feet, and back of the armor, with a total of 24 jet nozzles, providing powerful propulsion, allowing Ye Chen to take off and land freely at any time. After this series of upgrades, Ye Chen's armor has truly become a set of Iron Man-level equipment. Not only that, Ye Chen also applied laser technology to other equipment of the team. He transformed the weapon system and performance of the Type 09 infantry fighting vehicle, and designed and built a new set of wearable equipment for Niang. After 4 hours of hard work, Ye Chen finally completed this carefully crafted equipment. Ye Chen immediately asked Zhao Xuefei to find Niang. When Niang walked into the garage and saw this brand new equipment, she was stunned, her eyes full of surprise and disbelief. "This? Is it really for me?" Niang's voice was full of surprise and uncertainty. Niang was stunned for a moment. Looking at the equipment in front of her, her heart was full of waves. She didn't expect Ye Chen to design a whole set of equipment for her so quickly. The half-body wearable equipment in front of her seemed to be tailor-made for Niang. The whole set of equipment included a metal vest to be worn outside and mechanical support skeletons for both arms and legs. The leg-powered bones are equipped with 6 rows of microjets, which enable the user to achieve 5 minutes of lift or airborne capability, which is a great advantage for a fast-moving fighter like her. Ning observed carefully, and the two ejection devices on the arms also made her eyes light up. The device can eject alloy wires up to 20 meters long, with a diameter of only 4 millimeters, but it can withstand 2 tons of gravity. It is a reusable equipment. The alloy wire is connected to a swastika-shaped claw hook, which has extremely strong penetrating power, just as strong as armor-piercing bullets. Once the hook penetrates the target, it will unfold into a swastika shape, firmly stuck, and automatically retract when it is retrieved. In addition, there are 13 alloy cold weapons hidden in the equipment, including short swords, daggers, claw knives, tiger knives, bayonets, and other melee weapons, which are convenient for Ning to use at any time in close combat. The equipment also comes with a helmet equipped with an AI intelligent guidance system and an antivirus system, which covers almost all of Ying's combat needs. Looking at the equipment, Ning hugged Ye Chen excitedly. This sudden hug made Ye Chen feel awkward and flustered. Should I push him away? It didn't seem appropriate. So, Ye Chen relaxed a little and silently enjoyed this brief warm moment. After Ning calmed down, the two finally separated. Ying's cheeks were slightly red, and she was obviously a little shy. Ye Chen quickly spoke up to break the awkwardness. This is the equipment I designed specifically for you. Because you are a shadow-type mutant, close combat and surprise attacks should be your main combat methods. This set of equipment can better adapt to the combat needs of complex terrain. After listening to this, Ning clapped excitedly again, as happy as a little child. Seeing her reaction, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. Although she was usually calm and mysterious, she was still a young girl after all. Afterwards, Ye Chen taught Ning how to put on the equipment and asked her to do simple adaptation training in the house. After adapting, Ning ran outside impatiently, obviously eager to test the performance of the new equipment. Ye Chen did not stop her, thinking that this was a good idea. Just after Ning left, Xiao Qing ran over with excitement on his face, showing off his muscles and asking proudly, "Brother, do you think I'm awesome?" Ye Chen looked at him showing off and couldn't help but said with a dark face, "I won't watch it." Xiao Qing was originally very excited, but Ye Chen's words "I won't watch" choked him. But Ye Chen also reacted quickly, pointing at Ye Chen and laughing. "Good boy. You dare to make fun of your brother Xiao. Don't look, I'm not a cow." Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. He felt the surging energy fluctuations in Xiao Qing's body and nodded. "You have reached level 5, right? Do you feel like you have changed your body?" Xiao Qing nodded excitedly. "Yes. It's like a complete transformation. Brother, have you also made a breakthrough?" The two of them felt each other's changes and couldn't help but feel happy. Xiao Qing excitedly went forward and gave Ye Chen a bear hug, but Ye Chen immediately dodged like a loach. "Calm down. We are brothers. Don't be so gay." Xiao Qing was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. He patted his chest happily and said with a smug look on his face, "I now feel that the captain of the Avengers is just like this." Ye Chen smiled and nodded. "Yes, your current situation is basically the same as his. But you are happier because you also have a mecha." After saying that, Ye Chen threw the newly upgraded metal vest to Xiao Qing. Xiao Qing took the vest and felt its softness. He couldn't help but exclaimed in surprise, "Soft? This bulletproof vest is turned into soft metal." Ye Chen nodded and explained, "Yes, I changed it to a soft metal body. With our current reaction speed and physical fitness, ordinary firearms are no longer a threat to us. Therefore, the current equipment is more about comfort." Xiao Qing couldn't wait to put on the new vest and said excitedly, "Then I'll go out and try it. Call me if you need anything." After saying that, Xiao Qing turned around and rushed out of the villa. Afterwards, Ye Chen brought other equipment and props back to the villa. This time, he upgraded Zhao Xuefei's spirit helmet and gave her a special metal egg, a life-saving prop in an emergency. Metal egg was only the size of an egg, and it contained a powerful protective device. Although Zhao Xuefei was curious, Ye Chen told her not to use it unless necessary. She had no choice but to carefully put it in her pocket. Then, Ye Chen went to Bai Qianfei's room. He brought her a set of equipment similar to Nie Ying's, but focused on fast movement. In addition to the alloy wire and claw hook, a folding glider and a jet pulley were also installed on the exoskeleton so that Bai Qianfei could evacuate quickly after completing the sniper mission. In addition, the equipment also comes with a color-changing soft metal cloak that can automatically change color according to the surrounding environment to achieve a stealth effect. Although Bai Qianfei was very happy, she did not go out to try out the new equipment immediately, but continued to concentrate on studying sniping techniques. When Ye Chen was about to leave by Qinfei's room, he happened to meet Xu Biao, who had just gone out. The two walked to the kitchen together and found Su Tsung cooking instant noodles there. Seeing Ye Chen and Xu Biao coming in, Su Tsung quickly greeted them warmly. "Brother Yi, Uncle Su, would you like some instant noodles?" Xu Biao waved his hand, walked to the bar, and picked up a can of beer. "No, I just want to have a drink." Ye Chen also smiled and waved his hand to refuse. "I'm not hungry either. Su Tsung, you eat first. I just want to talk to you about something." Su Tsung and Xu Biao paused when they heard this, and vaguely guessed what Ye Chen was going to talk about. Their expressions were a little nervous, and Ye Chen decided to take the initiative to break the deadlock. "Su Tsung, let's talk about you first," Ye Chen asked. "You have absorbed the crystal core for 2 days. Do you feel any changes in your body?" When Su Tsung heard Ye Chen's question, he seemed extremely nervous, and his hand holding the bowl of instant noodles began to tremble. Brother Yi, I will work harder in the future. I have been studying new programming, and I have also designed a new firewall for Shadiao. I am really useful. Please don't chase me away, okay? I can eat less. I have a small appetite." As Su Tsung spoke, his emotions became more and more agitated, and tears flowed uncontrollably. Ye Chen was stunned when he saw this. He had only asked about the situation of absorbing the crystal core, but he did not expect Su Tsung to react so violently. Ye Chen quickly stepped forward to comfort him. "Su Tsung, you misunderstood. I never said you were useless, let alone said I would drive you away. I just wanted to know your progress." However, before Ye Chen could finish his words, Xu Biao slammed the beer can in his hand on the table and said in a deep voice, "So you just wanted to leave, right? That's right, now that Xiaobai is here, a rough guy like me is redundant. Don't worry, I will leave on my own when I find the jackal." After hearing this, Ye Chen couldn't hold it in any longer. The behavior of these two people today was too abnormal. Ye Chen slammed the table loudly and shouted, "Enough! What happened to you today? I never told anyone to leave. I asked you to absorb more crystal cores to help you become stronger. In the future world, ordinary people will have a hard time living. Only by evolving can they have a chance to survive. But even if you can't evolve, you are still my partners. We are a team and a family." Ye Chen's voice was full of emotion, trying to dispel the two's concerns. After hearing this, Xu Biao and Su Tsung were a little surprised, but their expressions were still depressed. Xu Biao smiled bitterly and said, "Brother, there's no need to comfort us. We all know that people like us who haven't awakened our abilities will sooner or later become a burden to everyone else. It's okay if you want us to leave. We know it in our hearts." Then, Xu Biao continued, "Those crystal cores are of no use to us. Su Tsung and I have been sucking them for 2 days, but there is no change at all." Su Tsung lowered his head, tears continued to fall into the instant noodles, and he kept muttering, "I'm sorry." Ye Chen felt very helpless, but he also noticed that their performance seemed to be wrong, but he couldn't tell what went wrong for the time being. So Ye Chen sighed and said, "Okay, you guys don't need to participate in the operation today. Stay in the villa and provide backup for Xiaoqing." After saying that, Ye Chen turned and walked upstairs, still thinking about the abnormal behavior of these two people. Ye Chen had just reached the second floor when Zhao Xuefei half stuck out of the room and asked in confusion, "What's wrong? What are you guys arguing about downstairs?" Ye Chen walked over, gently pushed Zhao Xuefei back into the room, closed the door, and asked seriously, "Have you felt any mental disturbance recently?" Zhao Xuefei frowned and thought for a while, then slowly said, Maybe there is, maybe not, I'm not sure myself. It's like there's a voice mumbling in my head, but I can't remember what it said." Ye Chen's heart tightened immediately. "Mental interference?" He continued to ask. "What did the voice say? Did you hear it clearly?" Zhao Xuefei said impatiently, "I can't explain it. It's just a very vague feeling, intermittent, as if nothing was said. Don't you have this feeling?" After hearing this, Ye Chen frowned even more. He had never encountered such a situation in his previous life. Could this be some kind of mental attack? If so, it means that the enemy they are facing now is most likely a being that can manipulate mental energy. Seeing Ye Chen frowning, Zhao Xuefei waved her hand impatiently. "Oh, forget it if you don't understand. It's really annoying. Get out, and don't disturb my rest." Ye Chen walked out of the room helplessly. Zhao Xuefei seemed a little abnormal today. He took a deep breath and smiled bitterly in his heart. The whole team seemed to be in a state of anxiety and tension. About an hour later, Xiaoqing excitedly knocked on Ye Chen's door and asked with a smile as soon as they met, "When are we leaving?" Ye Chen frowned slightly hesitated for a moment and said, I still think it's better for you to stay. Xiao Qing's face instantly turned cold when he heard this, and his tone was somewhat dissatisfied. What do you mean? You always ask me to stay at home to guard the house, but I'm an assaulter. Besides, Nyonyo's condition can't be delayed any longer. Before he finished speaking, Zhao Xuefei's voice suddenly came from outside. Not good. Brother Xiao, come here quickly. Ye Chen and Xiao Qing immediately ran towards the direction where the sound came from. They rushed into Xiao Qing's room and saw Nyonyo and Guoguo lying on the bed, their bodies shaking constantly. Xiao Qing was so frightened that his face turned pale, his hands were shaking, and he shouted anxiously, Nyonyo, don't scare Daddy. Nyonyo, open your eyes and look at Daddy. Zhao Xuefei quickly explained, Don't worry, Brother Xiao, I have used telepathy to check, and the two children are just frightened, and their lives are not in danger. Xiao Qing was slightly relieved when he heard this, but Ye Chen fell into deep thought. He asked in a low voice, Frightened? But is there anything scary here? Zhao Xuefei rolled her eyes at him and said unhappily, Are you doubting my diagnosis? If you don't believe me, go check it out yourself. It's really annoying. Ye Chen didn't expect Zhao Xuefei to react so strongly and was speechless for a moment. Seeing this, Xiao Qing hurriedly tried to smooth things over. Okay, don't argue at this time. The child is important. Let's not be angry. At this moment, Sha Jiao's voice suddenly rang through the communicator. Report to my dear father. 1 minute ago, I intercepted a short-frequency signal. After hearing Sha Jiao's report, Ye Chen was surprised. Without hesitation, he turned around and ran towards the garage. Bai Qianfei just came out of the room, saw Ye Chen in a hurry, and immediately followed him. After the two entered the minibus, they quickly walked to the co-pilot seat. At this time, Sha Jiao had already displayed the intercepted information on the screen. A stupid mechanical voice sounded in the car. Dad, this is the intercepted short message. A fuzzy audio clip was displayed on the screen, and only a few key phrases were left after processing. Eyes on high. They observe, very scared. Don't rescue. Ye Chen and Bai Qianfei looked at each other. Bai Qianfei frowned and said, From the sound of his voice, it sounds like Brother Zhuangzhong's. But he is obviously very scared now. Ye Chen nodded and responded, It seems that he is in great danger. We must enter the city as soon as possible to find out the situation. You must be especially careful when choosing an ambush point. There may be unknown threats in high places. Bai Qianfei nodded, then turned back to her room to prepare. Ye Chen picked up the communicator and calmly gave orders to the team. Everyone, pay attention. Sha Jiao has intercepted a message that seems to be from the jackal. Bai Qianfei, Ning, and I will go to the city to investigate the situation. The rest of you stay where you are. The infantry fighting vehicle is for you to use. After issuing the order, Ye Chen directed Sha Jiao to send UAV number 2 into the air. The two drones quickly took off and flew towards the city at a speed of 80 kilometers per hour. Not long after, Xiao Qing's call request came from the communicator, but Ye Chen guessed what he would say and did not answer it. The minibus started and slowly drove out of the garage. Bai Qianfei and Ning also quickly got on the bus. Along the way, Sha Jiao's drone explored the way ahead and helped them avoid 2 large waves of zombies. As the car drove into the city, the road became more and more congested. When it reached the second ring road, the road was completely impassable, and Ye Chen had no choice but to park the car in front of an office building. There were only a dozen or so zombies wandering around. After parking the car, Ye Chen said to Bai Qianfei, I'll leave the car to you. We'll start searching within 3 kilometers around this office building. Bai Qianfei nodded and replied, Leave the remote support to me. After Ye Chen and Ning got off the car, they quickly crossed the road. Just as they crossed the road, Ning suddenly blocked Ye Chen's way and said in sign language, It's too slow to walk with you. Let's split up and meet here in 2 hours. After that, she turned into a black shadow and quickly disappeared into the night. Ye Chen was so angry that he almost shouted, Shadow Department is so great? Are you so unreasonable? Although he was a little annoyed, Ye Chen quickly entered the battle armor mode. As the battle armor started, Ye Chen's sense of security increased greatly, and the mask began to display the real-time footage taken by the drone. However, the area seemed dead silent, with almost no movement except for a few scattered zombies. The city fell into an eerie silence. Ye Chen couldn't help but feel a chill on his back, his heartbeat quickened, and the feeling of being stared at became stronger and stronger. The danger seemed to be just around the corner, but Ye Chen remained calm and did not look back. Years of combat experience had taught him that looking back would only expose his weaknesses. So, Ye Chen quietly turned on the camouflage camera on the back of the armor, specifically to check the situation behind him. Through the night vision screen on the mask, Ye Chen found that there were only a few scattered zombies wandering behind him, and there was nothing unusual. But the sense of crisis still existed, as if a pair of eyes were staring at him in the dark. Damn it, where is it? Ye Chen felt annoyed and couldn't help but mutter to himself. Sha Jiao immediately detected his voice. Dad, what are you asking about? According to the data analysis of the rear camera, there is no potential danger within 300 meters behind you. Although Ye Chen felt a little relieved after hearing this, the feeling of being watched still did not disappear. He knew that there must be something watching him in secret. Perhaps this was the mysterious watcher mentioned by Xu Biao and Ning. The more he thought about it, the more confused he became. Ye Chen quickened his pace, trying to shake off the feeling of oppression. Suddenly, Sha Jiao's voice sounded again. Dad, I detected that your heart rate has doubled. Are you afraid of something? Ye Chen ordered impatiently. Turn off the stereoscopic assistance function and only keep the danger warning. Sha Jiao's quick response. Ye Chen flashed into a small alley nearby. At the same time, Bai Qianfei had climbed to the roof of the office building. She held a sniper rifle and observed her surroundings through the scope. But at this moment, Bai Qianfei was under great pressure. She could clearly feel that a pair of mysterious eyes were watching her secretly. Her breathing became more and more rapid, and cold sweat broke out on her hands unconsciously. That thing, is it nearby? Bai Qianfei's lips began to tremble slightly, but she did not choose to escape. Instead, she slowly squatted down and put on a camouflage cloak. The cloak quickly blends in with the surroundings as the environment changes, and has an excellent stealth effect. After completing the disguise, Bai Qianfei took a deep breath, slowly lowered his body, and began to move forward. With the help of her new camouflage equipment, Bai Qianfei quietly climbed to the rooftop and hid in a corner. She carefully poked her head out and looked around. There was silence all around with only the occasional sound of the wind. Bai Qianfei turned on the night vision goggles and carefully observed the area. Only after confirming that there was no unusual movement on the rooftop did he breathe a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Bai Qianfei whispered into the communicator. Ye Chen, I'm in position. On the other side, Ye Chen was carefully moving through the dim alley. Hearing Bai Qianfei's report, he whispered, got it, and continued to move forward. There were only a few wandering zombies in the alley. After Ye Chen easily dealt with them, his eyes were always focused on the holographic panel. Sha Jiao was using a drone to continuously call the solemn communication channel over the city, but received no response. After walking out of the alley, Ye Chen came to another street. There were more zombies on this street, roughly estimated to be several hundred. Thanks to the armor shielding his breath, the zombies did not notice his presence. Ye Chen walked along the edge of the street in silence. As he walked further, Ye Chen discovered a strange phenomenon. There were many small supermarkets and snack shops on this street, but the supplies inside showed no signs of having been touched. Logically speaking, the disaster has lasted for so many days that these supplies should have been looted by the survivors. But this place remains unchanged. Despite the large number of zombies, supplies can be easily obtained by using the tactic of making a feint to the east and attacking in the west to lure the zombies away. Ye Chen began to feel doubtful, but his hands were not idle as he continued to clear out the shops along the way. Just when Ye Chen cleared out the last store, the feeling of being targeted came over him again. Ye Chen quickly hid in the store, disguised himself, and ordered Sha Jiao to activate the drone's thermal sensing function to search. Any living thing has heat. Even zombies or mutant plants have a weak heat source. However, when Ye Chen checked the data on the holographic panel, he found nothing abnormal within 3 kilometers. The only heat source was the zombies, and there were no mutant plants. He was very confused and thought to himself, why is there not even a single mutant plant here? And where are the survivors? Not a single one was found. As Sha Jiao expanded the scanning range, Ye Chen's doubts grew. There should have been millions of survivors in this city, but thermal scans showed no survivors in either the city center or the surrounding areas. This is impossible. Ye Chen felt a chill in his heart. A municipality with a population of more than 13 million people didn't even have a single survivor? This was totally illogical. Ye Chen asked Sha Jiao to continue to expand the scanning range, but soon got feedback from Sha Jiao. It is beyond the command range and cannot be expanded further. The scanning range of 15 kilometers is not small, but Ye Chen found that he was the only one alive. This discovery made his back cold. Where did the survivors in the city go? Did they escape? Or were they all killed? Cold sweat began to appear on his back. Ye Chen tried hard to control himself and quickly activated the drying function of the armor, trying to calm himself down. However, just when Ye Chen felt a little more comfortable, the feeling of being stared at came back again. Could it be that they found me through their scent? Ye Chen quickly turned off the armor's exhaust function and ordered Xu Biao to scan the area where he was again. However, the result was the same as before, and no abnormalities were found. Just when Ye Chen was puzzled, a message suddenly flashed on the panel, which was sent by Qianfei. I seem to be targeted by something, but the scan didn't find any enemy. What should I do? Bai Qianfei said. Seeing this message, Ye Chen frowned immediately. He didn't even dare to use verbal communication. It seemed that Bai Qianfei was in the same situation as him. He quickly replied, "Keep quiet and wait and see." The message was sent. Nie Ying's message came in. Because Ning couldn't speak, she could only communicate in words. I searched 4 streets and 7 buildings, but found nothing. Do you have any new clues? Ye Chen saw the message and quickly replied. Xiao Bai and I both feel like we're being watched. Don't you feel the same way? 5 minutes passed without any reply from Ning. Just when Ye Chen was getting anxious, he finally received a response. I just circled around you and didn't find anything suspicious. I'm going to check over to Bai Qianfei now, be careful. After reading Nie Ying's reply, Ye Chen was stunned. This guy's efficiency was really amazing. Do shadow-type psychics have a bonus effect in the dark? Ye Chen teased secretly, and suddenly he heard Xu Biao's mechanical voice. Report to my dear father. Xu Biao has found a suspicious heat source. The coordinates have been sent, and the drone has dropped the spider robot. Chapter 74 finally found. Ye Chen moved forward quickly according to the coordinates sent by Xu Biao. A few minutes later, Ning sent a message to report the situation. She said she had searched around Xiaobai, but no suspicious signs were found. So she is now heading quickly to the coordinate point to meet him. Ye Chen was very surprised after reading this information. So he quickly started communicating with Bai Qianfei using voice. After a brief exchange, Ye Chen was sure that the other party felt the same as he did. It's just that she felt more fearful and had more uneasiness in her heart. At this time, Ye Chen began to think about the essence of the problem. What exactly made them feel afraid? Could it be the creature staring at them? But they haven't done anything substantial. Can just staring make people feel threatened? If this is true, then the opponent is most likely using a mental attack. Thinking of this, Ye Chen hurriedly contacted Zhao Xuefei. It took several minutes for the communication request to be answered. What's wrong? Zhao Xuefei's tone was very impatient, which immediately made Ye Chen feel irritated. So his tone immediately became very serious. Have you had enough of the fuss? We are cooperating in this operation. I don't have time to indulge your big lady temper. Ye Chen is also very scary when he gets angry. Zhao Xuefei immediately felt greatly wronged. Inside the villa, Zhao Xuefei was so angry that she hung up the phone directly. Then she quickly packed her luggage. Who else will stop spinning after Blue Star leaves? Now you're begging me for help. I've known for a long time that you all underestimated me. Don't treat me as a vase. After muttering these words angrily, she actually picked up her suitcase and walked out. At this time, Su Tsong was holding a locked door in the living room. His eyes were filled with fear. Tears flowed down my cheeks uncontrollably. Don't abandon me. Please don't abandon me. I am still useful. I can also upgrade the firewall. As he spoke, he raised his notebook to cover his head and sobbed silently. On the other side, Xu Biao was already drunk and talking nonsense in the kitchen. He cursed as he searched for some wine. Fuck. What's so great about it? It's just some superpowers. What are you all so proud of? You didn't even prepare new equipment for me. I don't give a damn. At worst, we could just break up. As he spoke, Xu Biao slammed his fist on the table, causing cracks to appear on the marble table. Xu Jiao silently observed everything through the spider robot. It doesn't understand the human emotional world, but the results of computational analysis tell it. Now the status of the team members is very wrong. At the same time, Ye Chen had arrived at the coordinate location provided by Xu Jiao. Drones had already conducted thermal scans of the area in advance, but there were nothing but scattered zombies on the ground. There was no sign of any other living creatures. So Ye Chen quickly contacted Xu Jiao. Xu Jiao, Dad has arrived at the place you said. But there's no one here. Where did the signal come from? Xu Jiao gave feedback immediately after hearing Ye Chen's call. Reporting to my dear father, the source of the short-frequency signal is about 100 meters around the coordinates. However, the exact location cannot be accurately calculated due to interference from unknown magnetic fields. When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately frowned. The range of 100 meters nearby is not large, but the environment in front of us is very complicated. There are residential buildings, shopping malls, groups of zombies, and a zombie lord who is suspected to be level 5 wandering around. If the person sending the signal is truly solemn, then his car must be nearby. It's better to find a car than a person. Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately began to give orders to Xu Biao. Change the search strategy and implement infantry fighting vehicle positioning search. Can you search for its vehicle location? When Xu Biao heard this, he immediately responded, "Report to my dear father. This method was tried by the idiot at the beginning. But because the vehicle's positioning system was not matched to the main network. So when there is no external network connection, Xu Biao cannot search for the vehicle's location information." When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately felt overwhelmed. Why did this guy cut off the internet? When Ye Chen was still worrying, Nie Ying's message alert suddenly flashed. After opening the message, Ye Chen was immediately surprised. A military vehicle was found in the underground garage. There seems to be a survivor inside. Is this our companion? After reading it, Ye Chen immediately replied to the message asking about the location of the garage. Then he quickly turned around and ran towards Niang. But what he didn't notice was that on a building 100 meters away, a pair of cold and indifferent eyes are watching everything silently. Coincidentally, this time it was photographed by a spider robot hidden not far away. A few minutes later, Ye Chen appeared in an underground garage full of sewage. This is the second-floor underground garage in a residential area. At this moment, Niang was squatting on the roof of a luxury car and observing the front. Ye Chen waded through more than a meter-deep sewage and slowly approached her. At the same time, he was communicating with Niang through messages. "How's it going? What's the situation now?" Niang quickly typed text on the soft keyboard on her left arm with her right hand. This communication system was specially designed by Ye Chen for it. Without language communication, we can only make up for it with words. Fortunately, Nie Ying's hands are very flexible, and she can operate the keyboard with one hand. I made some tentative contact, but the people inside were too nervous. In order not to irritate the other party, I didn't dare to try it a second time. Ye Chen frowned tightly when he heard this. Zhuangzhong was not such a timid and cowardly person before. What on earth did he go through during this period of time? Why did you become so timid? What secrets are hidden in this dead city? We can only know everything after meeting Zhuangzhong in person. After thinking about this, Ye Chen signaled Nie Ying to be on guard around. He himself walked quickly towards the infantry fighting vehicle. After approaching the infantry fighting vehicle, Ye Chen immediately reached out and patted the door and shouted, "Brother Zhuang, is that where you are? I'm Ye Chen. We're here to pick you up." Ye Chen's metal palms clanged against the car door. There was total silence in the infantry fighting vehicle, as if there was no living person inside. But at this time, Ye Chen's thermal sensing scanning system also gave a prompt. There is clearly someone curled up in the back seat of this car. Seeing that the other party did not respond, Ye Chen raised his hand and continued to bang on the door. "Brother Zhuang, I'm Ye Chen. Can you hear me? Open the door quickly. Let's go." Before Ye Chen could finish his words, the armor's AI system suddenly sounded an alarm. "Alert! We've been locked down. Danger!" At the same time, Nie Ying's eyes were filled with shock. But she didn't even have time to send a message to warn others. She could only anxiously hope that Ye Chen would get out of the way quickly. Chapter 75. Team's Killer Weapon. After Nie Ying realized the danger, she had no time to stop Ye Chen. By the time Xu Biao reminded him that he was in danger, the automatic weapon system on the infantry fighting vehicle had already locked on and opened fire. Countless bullets hit the armor with a ping-pong sound. Countless sparks were extremely dazzling in the darkness. The powerful firepower output directly knocked Ye Chen back more than 10 steps. But unfortunately, these ordinary thermal weapons are not enough to destroy the armor's defense. The next second, Ye Chen suddenly disappeared from where he was. After a scan, the automatic firepower system locked onto Niang. Then the roar of the machine gun was heard again. Niang was so scared that she turned into a black shadow and ran away to hide. Ye Chen teleported into the infantry fighting vehicle and saw Zhuangzhong huddled together. He was in a very bad condition at the moment, and his bloodshot eyes looked like he hadn't slept for a long time. After seeing Ye Chen, Zhuangzhong immediately pulled out his pistol and was about to shoot. Ye Chen, however, took the initiative and disarmed him, then slapped him hard in the face. Zhuangzhong calmed down immediately after being slapped, but his spirit was still quite bad and he looked very nervous and scared. "I'm being watched. I'm being watched. It's looking at me. It's always looking at me. It's on the roof of the opposite building, right? High up. We have no way to retreat. I can't kill it at all." Having said that, Zhuangzhong nervously began to feel around his body. At this time, Ye Chen saw a cigarette butts all over the ground. I guess he has been using cigarettes to relieve his tension. Seeing this situation, Ye Chen directly took out a pack of cigarettes from the space warehouse. Zhuangzhong saw it, snatched it away, opened it, lit one, and put it in his mouth. After taking 3 puffs of smoke, the pain in his body slowly eased. Seeing that Zhuangzhong had finally calmed down, Ye Chen quickly contacted Xu Biao. "Stupid, send the drone to conduct a detailed inspection of the nearby buildings. We must find the guy hiding in the dark for Dad." Xu Biao mechanically replied yes, and then said something else. "Reporting to my dear father, ZB-11 just sent a piece of reconnaissance data. A suspicious, unknown organism was found on the roof at 9 o'clock in your location." Ye Chen was very excited when he heard this, and immediately asked Xu Biao to transfer the surveillance video. Soon Xu Biao transmitted the video over. Ye Chen immediately took out his tablet and watched it carefully. The straight-line distance between the shooting location and the target was 15.25 meters. The target was hiding in a dark place on the rooftop, and his figure and appearance could not be seen clearly. But those icy cold eyes are unforgettable. What kind of eyes are those? The god of death from hell, the Shura from the demon world, the indifference and murderous intent in their eyes are nothing more than this. Although only a pair of eyes were captured in the photo, Ye Chen's hair stood on end with shock. What on earth is this? Ye Chen muttered to himself as he handed the tablet to Zhuangzhong to look at. Zhuangzhong just took a glance and was so frightened that he dropped the cigarette in his hand. "Yes, that's it. I can't kill him. No matter what I do, I can't kill him. It just kept staring at me. It's been staring at me. It won't let me go. I can't kill you. I really can't kill you." As he spoke, he bent down tremblingly, picked up the cigarette, and continued to smoke hard. Seeing this, Ye Chen probably guessed something. This mysterious guy uses psychic attacks to scare people. In other words, fear is just a means of mental attack. It may also amplify negative emotions in people's hearts, such as jealousy, suspicion, anger, disgust, etc. Thinking of this, Ye Chen recalled the abnormal behavior of other people in the villa. It turned out that everyone was under mental attack from the beginning. Even Zhao Xuefei from the mental department was not spared. But he, Xiao Qing, and Nie Ying were only slightly affected. There may be 2 reasons for this. First of all, he and Xiao Qing have reached level 5. This level is a dividing point for superhumans. Humans who exceed this level have evolved to a higher stage, both physically and mentally. At this stage, superhumans are already very difficult to be restrained by normal mental abuse. Secondly, Nie Ying's supernatural attribute is shadow-related. Shadow abilities are a branch of dark attributes. All passive talents of dark powers are immune to negative effects. That's why she was not affected by the mysterious creature's spirit. After thinking about these things, Ye Chen immediately thought of a way to deal with it. So he immediately called Zhao Xuefei again. But this time, no matter how he called, there was no response from the other party. In a hurry, Ye Chen could only take care of Xiao Qing, who stayed behind. Xiao Qing answered the call quickly, but now he was busy taking care of the children on the 2nd floor. "Ye Chen, did you find the medicine? Nyo has a high fever again. This little guo doesn't seem to be in good condition either." When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately frowned. Why is there one crisis after another? Why did the child get sick at this time? Helplessly, Ye Chen could only give a simple explanation. "I did come across 2 pharmacies when I was collecting supplies just now. Look for yourself after I get back. There should be something Nyo needs." When Xiao Qing heard this, he interrupted hurriedly. "General pharmacies don't have this kind of special anti-cancer medicine. You need to go to a big hospital, to the big pharmacy in the hospital." When Ye Chen heard this, he quickly replied, "Okay," and then he asked back urgently, "Is Zhao Xuefei here? I urgently need her help now." When Xiao Qing heard this, he was stunned. Then he asked with a little confusion, "You didn't contact her directly? She should be in the room, right?" After hearing this, Ye Chen sighed softly and replied, "I tried, but no one responded. Go and have a look now. Whether you can break the impasse depends on her." When Xiao Qing heard this, he immediately said, "Wait a moment." Then he quickly left the room and went out to find Zhao Xuefei. But her room was empty at this time. Only the frightened Su Tsong and the drunk Xu Biao were left in the villa. Did Zhao Xuefei leave? Thinking of this, Xiao Qing quickly replied using the communicator. "Sister Xuefei seems to have left. I looked everywhere in the villa, but I didn't see anyone. When Ye Chen heard this, his heart skipped a beat. It seems that this mysterious creature has a great influence on Zhao Xuefei's spirit. Otherwise, Zhao Xuefei would never abandon the team. It's really annoying. I've lost my trump card to deal with this thing. Wait, a killer move? It seems the team has more than one killer weapon. Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly looked up and sent a message to Ning. 9 o'clock rooftop. Kill it. 1 second after the message was sent, Ning's reply came. Receive. Then Ning, who was hiding behind the pillar, disappeared into the darkness again and turned into a shadow. Chapter 76, Strange Call. Ning turned into a black shadow and quickly blended into the night. Then she moved towards the target in shadow form. Rush out of the ground, rush into the building, and rush to the roof. But when she reached the rooftop, she was stunned. Ning slowly took on human form and looked around in confusion. Then, she lowered her head and quickly sent a message to Ye Chen to confirm. No suspicious targets were found. Are you sure it's here? In the underground garage, Ye Chen was stunned when he saw this message in the car. No. How is this possible? Ning's speed is obviously fast enough. She sets out from the time she receives the message until the time her reply arrives. Less than 10 seconds had passed. What creature can disappear under multiple surveillance? At least Ye Chen couldn't imagine that such a thing existed. Therefore, Ye Chen could only reply to her and go and investigate the surrounding area again. After reading the message, Ning immediately turned into a shadow and disappeared again. At this time, Ye Chen was playing back the surveillance video on a tablet in the infantry fighting vehicle. But he looked back and forth more than a dozen times and didn't see anything moving on the roof of the building. How could it disappear out of thin air? Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but think of a possibility. Dark mutant creature. Their attributes are the same as Ning's. They are all dark mutant beasts or mutant plants. The abilities of the dark mutant creatures are very strange. Some can turn into shadows like Ning, while others are even more magical than her and can invade dreams. If this city is really occupied by a group of dark attribute mutant creatures, then Ye Chen really has no good way to solve the problem. Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly used the communicator to speak. The jackal has been found. Everyone gather at the meeting point. Xiaoying, go pick up Xiaobai. Brother Xiao, keep an eye on the people at home. We must not lose any of them again. After these words were spoken, responses from everyone quickly came through the communicator. Everything was going very smoothly, but just as he was about to bend down and help Zhuangzhong up, suddenly, a man's voice came from the communicator. Yes, I got it. The voice was very hoarse and sounded very weak. Not only Ye Chen, but everyone else in the team also heard this voice. Who is it? The first person who couldn't hold back was Xiao Qing, and soon his angry voice was heard. The communicator was filled with his hostility. Who are you? How did you get into our communication channel? What you up to? Xiao Qing roared 3 times in succession, but the other party did not respond. Ye Chen also noticed the weirdness of the situation at this time, so he quickly shouted loudly on the communicator. Everyone, execute the plan immediately. Everyone must remain vigilant. We may very well. He had just said this when suddenly a burst of interference came from the communicator. Immediately, everyone's communications were interrupted. Then a thick gray fog began to fill the entire city. The fog came quickly, was big and thick. In just a few minutes, the whole city was surrounded by fog. Xiaobai on the rooftop was the first to notice the fog coming. But no matter how she called out, no one responded. When she just removed her disguise and went downstairs, she suddenly felt a chill on her back. The feeling of being stared at reappeared with incredible clarity. Moreover, Bai Qianfei could clearly sense that the dangerous thing was right behind him. At this moment, her whole body stiffened, and her fingers couldn't help but tremble slightly. In the villa on the other side, Xiao Qing finally got Xu Biao and Su Tsung into the room. Then he turned around again and tried to block all the windows and doors. Xu Biao was already drunk and unconscious, while Su Tsung was curled up in fear. Seeing that the fog outside the villa was getting thicker and thicker, Xiao Qingxiang became extremely alert. But at this time, the 2 children burst into tears because of fear. With no other options, Xiao Qing could only walk to the bedside and start taking care of the child. At the same time, in the underground garage, Ye Chen fed Zhuangzhong 2 sleeping pills and watched him fall asleep quietly before walking to the driver's seat. After doing some simple checks, Ye Chen quickly started the vehicle. Then he stepped on the accelerator and drove the car out of the garage. But what he didn't notice was that Zhuangzhong, who was originally asleep, was slowly opening his eyes. Ye Chen drove the infantry fighting vehicle back onto the road, but the car was driving very slowly. The roars of zombies could be heard from all around, and there were always human figures swaying in the unclear fog. At this time, neither the drone nor the spider robot can work properly. Ye Chen became completely blind and could only drive the car back relying on his memory. "Save me! Come and save me! They are staring at this place! Hurry, come and save me!" Suddenly, the hoarse voice came from the communicator again. Ye Chen immediately stepped on the brakes, then picked up the intercom and shouted loudly. "Who are you? Where?" Ye Chen shouted 3 times in a row on the intercom. This time the other party finally responded. "Don't trust anyone. Run away quickly." When Ye Chen heard this, he was about to ask where the other party was. But Zhuangzhong suddenly took a dagger and rushed forward from behind. The sharp dagger pierced into the armor shell. Sparks flew when the metals collided, showing how hard the opponent attacked and how strong the force was. Ye Chen has never been lenient towards his enemies. I saw him suddenly stretch his right hand back and grab with his left hand. Then Zhuangzhong was pulled over by a powerful force. With a bang, Zhuangzhong's back hit the steering wheel heavily. Only then did Ye Chen see his blood-red eyes. "Kill you monsters! Give my brother back!" Having said that, Zhuangzhong rushed towards Ye Chen again with tears in his eyes. At this time, Ye Chen also understood the situation. This guy must have been affected by the mutant creatures again. So Ye Chen released a burst of electric current directly from his hands. The electric current shocked Zhuangzhong so much that he trembled all over. In less than 3 seconds, his whole body became as limp as noodles. But unfortunately, the electronic systems of the infantry fighting vehicle were also burned. Seeing this, Ye Chen sighed helplessly, then put his hands on the car to recover the nanomaterials. After doing all this, Ye Chen opened the car door and walked out. Then he took out a Manor off-road vehicle from the space warehouse. He first tied Zhuangzhong up like a dumpling and threw him into the back seat. Then he farted and sat in the driver's seat. After Ye Chen took out a bunch of digital products from the space, he slowly grasped the steering wheel with both hands. Then, as the nanomaterials in the body were released, changes were also found in the internal configuration of the vehicle. This is Ye Chen's nanofusion and mimicry skills activated. In just a few seconds, the interior of the Manor off-road vehicle changed drastically. The off-road vehicle had just been modified when a voice came from Ye Chen's communicator again. "Help me! Come and save me! The hospital! There's no surveillance! No! Or don't! Run away! Run away! It's watching you! It's always watching!" After hearing these words, Ye Chen responded immediately. But there was no response after 3 consecutive calls. The person just now seemed to have mentioned go to the hospital, so let's go over there and take a look. Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately started the car. But at the moment the night vision goggles were turned on, Ye Chen was stunned by the scene before him. "This is impossible." Chapter 77, Looting Hospital Supplies. Ye Chen modified the Manor off-road vehicle and started it. After turning on the night vision display, he immediately saw a surprising scene. About 10 meters in front of the vehicle, Zhao Xuefei was looking around in confusion. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately said in surprise, "Impossible. Why is she here?" After saying this, Ye Chen wanted to turn around, open the door, get out of the car, and call her. But as soon as his hand touched the handle, he froze. Because the mysterious man's words came back to his mind. Don't trust anyone. It was really unbelievable that Zhao Xuefei suddenly appeared here at this time. After thinking about this, Ye Chen stopped and held the steering wheel with both hands. Then he slowly started the car and drove forward. But then a strange scene happened. Zhao Xuefei was not walking fast in the fog ahead, but she always kept a distance of about 10 meters from the vehicle. Ye Chen wanted to speed up and catch up to see what was going on, but the car was driving fast and she was running fast too. By this time, Ye Chen had already realized the problem. The Zhao Xuefei he saw was most likely not real. Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately activated the armor's thermal scanner. Sure enough, according to the thermal imaging, there was no one 10 meters ahead. Damn it, this mist has a hallucinogenic effect. I almost got into trouble. It's really hard to guard against. After saying this, Ye Chen quickly took out a purifier. Then quickly integrate the purifier with the car air conditioner. After turning on the car's air conditioner, a lot of hallucinogenic gases in the car are purified. As the air became clear, Ye Chen's hallucinations slowly disappeared. He then took out a local paper map from the space. He had packed these in while he was raiding the shops on the street. After opening the map, Ye Chen quickly found his location. Then he found the first central hospital, the largest hospital in Jinshan City. That's where we're going. After saying this, Ye Chen stepped on the accelerator and drove away quickly. But what Ye Chen didn't notice was that the roar of his car didn't attract the zombies' attention at all. At this time, the zombies were still wandering aimlessly. Half an hour later, Ye Chen's SUV slowly stopped in front of the hospital entrance. At this time, the hospital was blocked by many vehicles. Many of the cars here are empty, but occasionally you will find zombies in a car. Seeing that the vehicle could not be seen, Ye Chen drove the car to the side and stopped. After confirming that Zhuangzhong was in a deep coma, he locked the car and walked directly to the hospital. At this time, Ye Chen still couldn't get in touch with Xu Biao, so he couldn't send the spider robot to explore the way first. In desperation, he could only grope his way forward with full vigilance. Ye Chen immediately discovered something was wrong after entering the hospital. There are 10 times more zombies here than in other places. Every step Ye Chen took forward had to almost stick close to the zombies. This shows that before the end of the world, many people had already gathered in the hospital. So why do these people come to the hospital? Ye Chen remembered very clearly that the mutant virus broke out suddenly around the world. The virus did not give humans any time to prepare, so the gathering here could not be due to a mutated virus. Could it be that before the end of the world, another sudden incident happened here? Because Ye Chen had been paying attention to news related to the end of the world, he did not pay attention to the local news about the Jinshan incident. But whatever happened here doesn't matter now. What Ye Chen was more concerned about at the moment was why the zombies here were so quiet. They all seemed to be immersed in something, so they had no time to care about me, an alien. Could it be the hallucinogenic mist? Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately took out an air pump and several balloons from the space. After simply collecting the gas, he took another step forward. 10 minutes later, Ye Chen passed through the crowded zombie crowd and finally found the hospital's pharmacy. The number of zombies here is still so large that Ye Chen even feels like he can't squeeze in. In desperation, Ye Chen could only take out his laser sword and slash as he walked. After a round of hacking and killing, Ye Chen finally successfully entered the pharmacy. He didn't bother to look at anything in detail. He just took whatever medicine he saw. In just 5 minutes, Ye Chen emptied out a 500 square meter pharmacy. After emptying the pharmacy, Ye Chen started walking towards the medical equipment room. He took away all the expensive medical equipment that could be found. However, this hospital is too big. Even if Ye Chen has the help of the space warehouse, he cannot empty the hospital in a short time. So after emptying out an entire laboratory, he gave up the idea of emptying the hospital. Then, Ye Chen quickly found the hospital's distribution room, because he knew that important institutions like hospitals must have backup power generation equipment. Sure enough, after Ye Chen walked into the distribution room, he soon saw the backup power generation equipment. Okay, let's brighten up here first. As he spoke, Ye Chen reached out and pressed the start button of the backup power supply. After a click, several generator sets started running at the same time. In less than 5 seconds, the entire hospital became bright again. But the scene was very strange because wherever the light shone, there were zombies. The irony is that these zombies are never afraid of the dark. After the hospital's lighting equipment was restarted, a cabinet in a laboratory suddenly moved. On the other side, Ye Chen had already walked to the broadcasting room with confidence. At this time, there were 4 zombies wearing nurse uniforms in the broadcasting room. After Ye Chen opened the door, he dealt with them all neatly and efficiently. Then he walked in quickly and turned on the broadcasting equipment. Then, all the loudspeakers in the hospital started to buzz at the same time. The noise was very harsh, and the zombies in the yard instantly became a little irritated. Ye Chen leaned back in his chair, crossed his legs, holding a microphone in his left hand and a cigarette in his right hand. Hello? Can you hear me? Knowing you're hiding here somewhere. But I'm really not in the mood to play cat and mouse. If you have the ability, come to the broadcasting room. No matter if you are an enemy or a friend. I will only wait for you for 20 minutes. Time start. After saying this, Ye Chen threw the microphone away, then raised his head and smoked a cigarette. Because he had turned the volume up to the maximum just now, almost all the zombies in the hospital were awakened. The irritable roars echoed throughout the hospital. But the zombies couldn't understand what Ye Chen was saying. Otherwise, the broadcasting room would have been surrounded by zombies by now. However, after Ye Chen finished speaking, the cabinet in the laboratory shook again. Then a man in a white coat with disheveled hair jumped out. After coming out, the man in the white coat kept muttering to himself. 20 minutes. Only 20 minutes. This guy is such a jerk. But he really came. Opportunity, the only chance. 20 minutes of opportunity. Bastard. Chapter 78 Neuroscientist. Inside the hospital broadcasting studio, Ye Chen took out a bag of melon seeds and a bottle of Coke from the space warehouse. He was eating melon seeds and drinking Coke. When he feels bored, he will pick up the microphone and urge him on. Hurry up, there are less than 5 minutes left. Why are you so slow? If it doesn't work, I'll leave early. Ye Chen was chattering here when suddenly a noise came from behind him. Then the baffle of the ventilation duct fell down. Then a man in a white coat jumped down from above in a panic. As soon as the man landed, he looked up at Ye Chen and yelled, Hurry! What a dead man! Don't you know how much talk there is about zombies out there? Keep urging me. Hey, there's Coke. As he said that, the man stood up and rushed over like a madman. Ye Chen smelled an extremely sour odor on this person. Seeing this, he immediately stood up and hid aside. Then I watched this man pick up the Coke on the table and drink it. After finishing a bottle of Coke, the man burped loudly. Cool. This feels so good. And melon seeds? I love you so much. As he spoke, the man picked up the melon seeds and started eating them quickly. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately moved aside in disgust. Are you the one who sent me the signal? Hearing this, the man in the white coat slowly turned his head and glanced at Ye Chen. What do you think? We are the only 2 living people in this city, right? Are all the others dead? Seeing that this person spoke so fluently, Ye Chen immediately became curious. You don't sound like that on the communicator. When the man heard this, he couldn't help laughing. Then the man stood up and gathered up his messy hair. Then he stretched out his right hand and spoke to Ye Chen very formally. Hello, my name is Shangwan Xuanmu. He is the postdoctoral chief physician of the psychiatry department of this hospital. Only then did Ye Chen realize that this person was actually a woman. Postdoctoral chief physician. This title sounds so awesome. Then she can definitely cure Nyo and Gua's illnesses. After Ye Chen exclaimed 3 times in succession, he quickly stepped forward and grabbed her hand. My name is Ye Chen, and now you are recruited by me. Shangwan Xuanmu was stunned when he heard the word requisition. Then she was so excited that tears almost came out. So, you have other companions? Are there any other living people in this city? Great, take me there. Ye Chen looked at this strange guy and didn't know what to say. Then he took her away from the hospital. When the 2 got on the SUV, Zhuangzhong was still unconscious. On the way back, Ye Chen took the opportunity to chat with Shangwan Xuanmu. Through chatting, Ye Chen finally found out what had happened here. It turned out that a strange infectious virus broke out in Jinshan City. This virus is highly contagious and can cause people to have strong hallucinations. When the condition is serious, the patient often engages in self-harm or harming others. As one of the top psychiatrists in the country, Shangwan Xuanmu naturally took on the responsibility of researching and treating the virus. It was for this reason that she was lucky enough to survive. Because he had to stay up late to do the experiment, Shangwan Xuanmu had someone isolate a living area in the laboratory and stockpile a large amount of food and daily necessities inside. When the apocalyptic virus broke out, she was still studying the previous virus diligently in the experiment. By the time she reacted, everyone else in the hospital had already turned into zombies. So in the following time, she could only start trying to survive on her own. She used ventilation ducts to move supplies from outside into the laboratory. Then I studied the virus while trying to call for help. But she soon despaired, as the entire city had turned into a dead city. As Shangwan Xuanmu's research deepened, he discovered an interesting phenomenon. That is, the mental virus has a certain inhibitory effect on the doomsday virus. This is somewhat similar to Ye Chen's previous guess. Shangwan Xuanmu then told Ye Chen that the gray mist in front of him was the evolved form of the psychotropic virus. It's just that the virus is now much less harmful than it was before. To put in professional terms, today's viruses are more suitable for coexisting with hosts. Later, Ye Chen asked again about the mysterious watcher. Shangwan Xuanmu said that she had had this feeling before, but had never seen it before. However, according to her professional analysis, this mysterious creature should be a psychotropic mutant. They're most likely the source of neurological viruses or a type of organism that the virus parasitizes. In short, there are many possibilities, and it is difficult to get the truth without doing research. But there is one thing Shangwan Xuanmu can be sure of: this kind of thing can stimulate and amplify people's negative emotions. When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately confirmed his thoughts. It seems that the abnormal behavior of the team members was caused by it. The 2 chatted as they drove forward, and soon returned to the villa area. At this time, the super minibus was already parked in the garage. When Xiaoqing saw the SUV, he was alert at first. But when he saw Ye Chen driving down, he immediately opened the door and went out to greet him. Seeing this, Ye Chen greeted Xiaoqing first, then turned around to look at the car and said, "Carry the people to the minibus. I'll tell everyone to pack their things. We must leave here as soon as possible to find Shuefei." After hearing this, Xiaoqing nodded vigorously, and then Ye Chen called Shangguan Xuemu to go into the villa together. After entering, Shangguan Xuemu examined the two children first at Ye Chen's request. After making sure that the child was not seriously injured, Ye Chen immediately asked her to get in the car with the child. Shangguan Xuemu nodded enthusiastically in agreement, and Ye Chen turned around to look for other team members. But when he saw the condition of Xu Biao and Xu Tsong, his head suddenly became bigger. This damn virus almost wiped out the team. Bai Qianfei was shaking with nervousness. Xu Tsong was crying uncontrollably. Xu Biao was vomiting and talking nonsense. And only Ning was watching the movie calmly. "You're back. Is everything going well?" When she had some time, Ning even greeted him using sign language. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen let out a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "Stop talking about this and get everyone on the minibus. We must leave this troubled place as soon as possible." Upon hearing this, Ning immediately turned off the tablet and began to assist Ye Chen in organizing the transfer. 10 minutes later, everyone was transferred to the minibus. As soon as Ye Chen packed up the SUV and got in, he heard the sound of a mechanical alarm. "Alert! Alert! 2 unknown life forms were found nearby. Alarm! Alarm! 10 unknown life forms were found nearby. The number of unknown life forms is increasing rapidly. Alarm! Alarm!" When Ye Chen and the others heard this warning, their hair stood on end in shock. Shangguan Xuemu immediately hid in the bathroom of the bedroom. Ye Chen and Xiaoqing looked at each other, then slowly nodded to each other. "If you can't do it, just do it. Okay, fucked up." After saying that, Xiaoqing quickly walked to the driver's seat, and Ye Chen sat down on the passenger seat. Set off. Chapter 79. Caught again. The super minibus drove out of the villa at high speed and rushed towards the gate of the community at a speed of 120 miles per hour. Immediately afterwards, a dozen pursuers rushed out of the gray fog and ran wildly after him, roaring. At the same time, in an open space 5 kilometers outside the city, Qin Lingfan sat in the helicopter with his chin in his hand. She picked up this helicopter along the way, and the pilot was one of her former subordinates. At this moment, she was staring at her laptop. The live broadcast on the screen was the scene of the pursuit of the minibus. A smile appeared on Qin Lingfan's lips, his face full of triumphant satisfaction. "Bad boy, let's see where you can run. You should know better than me how dangerous this city is. You have no choice but to go back the way you came. Come quickly. Let your sister teach you a lesson." As he spoke, Qin Lingfan's face revealed a hint of cruelty and danger. At this moment, she was already imagining how to dissect Ye Chen. The first stab of the knife would be between his legs, to avenge the last time he was treated frivolously. On the other side, inside the super minibus, Ye Chen has ordered Sha Jiao to open all the firepower of the vehicle. The sound of heavy machine guns and machine guns never stopped. Those pursuers who tried to get close to the minibus were all beaten to pieces and fell to the ground. But soon their bodies fire off the bullets, then quickly recover to join the hunt again. Inside the minibus, Xiaoqing shouted anxiously, "What should I do? There's no way we can kill all these things. Should we go back the way we came? Get out of the city first, and then find a way to get rid of them." At this time, Ye Chen was busy asking Sha Jiao to scan the paper map. He spoke only after Sha Jiao had scanned the map and converted it into data. "No, there are so many pursuers. There must be a trap set outside waiting for us to fall into it. We know that it is most convenient to return by the original route, but our opponents may also know that. So we have to do the opposite. Charge. Charge into the city. Go straight through." When Xiaoqing heard this, he immediately opened his eyes wide in nervousness. He turned to look at Ye Chen in disbelief and asked, "Are you really going to rush over? Didn't you say there was some neurovirus here? We're fine, but where's the kid?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen quickly took out a few military gas masks and threw them to Ning. "Put them all on. We can only fight once." He said the first half of the sentence to Ning and the second half to Xiaoqing. After hearing this, Xiaoqing took a deep breath. Then he stepped on the accelerator and roared loudly, "Fuck his grandma! Let's fight!" The minibus accelerated again and rushed directly into the thick fog. Upon seeing this, the pursuers immediately began to accelerate and chase the minibus towards the city center. Because the pursuers are biological products, they have no thoughts and no emotions. So, the neurological viruses here have no effect on them at all. Outside the city, Qin Lingfan saw this scene on the screen and laughed immediately. This bad boy is really interesting. Okay, then sister will wait and see. See if you can pull out my sister's five-finger mountain. After saying this, Qin Lingfan directly entered the instructions on his notebook. Then the remaining dozens of pursuers all started to move. They began to run wildly towards both sides of the city. At the same time, minibuses were still speeding madly in the city. The zombies on the road all looked lazy. Some people who were blocking the road were knocked away by the minibus. But these are not the worst things. The worst thing is the cars abandoned on the road. It was impossible to pass through areas with severe congestion, and Xiao Qing could only keep changing routes. Ye Chen was very anxious when he saw this situation, and his brain was working rapidly at this moment. Suddenly, Ye Chen came up with an idea that was barely a good one. So he quickly turned around and shouted at Xiao Qing, "Let me off at the next intersection." Xiao Qing and Ning were stunned when they heard this. Then Xiao Qing shouted angrily at Ye Chen, "Are you crazy? Can you survive if you go out on your own?" Yang also quickly sent a message to Ye Chen. "You can't handle it, so I'll go." After reading the message, Ye Chen immediately stood up and looked at Yang and said, "They're coming for me. It would be really useless if you went there." After saying this, Ye Chen turned around and entered a coordinate on the electronic map. "Let's meet at this coordinate point. Wait for me for 3 days. If I'm not back after 3 days, then go ahead and try your best to survive." After saying this, Ye Chen began to desperately take out supplies. These supplies include weapons and ammunition, but more are compressed biscuits, various canned foods, and drinking water. It didn't take long for the space in the car to be filled with supplies. Yang looked at the scene in front of her in surprise, as if she was looking at an alien. She really couldn't understand how this guy did it. Xiao Qing was also watching the scene in front of him, but his eyes had already turned red. Wait till death. Ye Chen was busy taking out things, and didn't hear Xiao Qing's words clearly. So he put down a bucket of pure water and turned around to ask, "What did you say?" Xiao Qing uttered 3 words with red eyes and bit his tongue. "I'll wait for you till death." Ye Chen was a little stunned when he heard this, because in the previous life, I often said this to Xiao Qing. A promise to wait till death is a promise that costs one's life. Ye Chen's eyes couldn't help but turn red, but soon he grinned. "Okay, wait for me." After saying this, Ye Chen turned and walked towards the car door. At this time, Yang also walked over quickly. She quickly expressed herself using sign language. "I'm more familiar with this place, so I'll go with you." After reading the translation, Ye Chen immediately smiled and said to her, "No, the team needs you more now. Trust me, I'll be back." Yang looked at Ye Chen's determined eyes and suddenly felt something touched in her heart. Is this what they call a sense of belonging? Ye Chen turned around, took a deep breath, and prepared to get off the car. But suddenly he seemed to remember something. So he quickly turned around and looked at Niang and said, "When I come back alive, can I hear the story you didn't tell me?" Niang was stunned when she heard this. She thought for a while before speaking in sign language. "Okay, as long as you can come back alive. Whatever story you want to hear, I'll tell you." After reading the translation, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. Then, he turned around and looked outside the door intently, activating his armor. "Brother Xiao, let's cooperate." Upon hearing this, Xiao Qing said okay loudly, and then made a sharp turn at the next intersection. When the vehicle turned a corner, the door suddenly opened, and then Ye Chen sprayed gunpowder from his hands and feet at the same time. With a whoosh, Ye Chen flew out of the minibus quickly. Then he began to completely mimic all his weapons. Laser beams swept out like rain, and the pursuers who were hit would be pierced immediately. After a wave of fierce attacks, Ye Chen landed and quickly ran in the opposite direction of the vehicle. Seeing this, the pursuers all chased after Ye Chen, and the people in the minibus finally got rid of all entanglements. In the open space outside the city, Qin Lingfan, sitting in a helicopter, saw this scene and immediately laughed. "I haven't seen him for a few days. This kid seems to be even more powerful. It seems that the power of Kaijing is indeed extraordinary. No, my sister can't wait any longer." After saying this, Qin Lingfan immediately ordered the pilot to take off. Then the helicopter slowly took off and flew quickly towards the city. Chapter 80 Extreme Fear. In the city of Tsuyama, filled with thick gray fog, Ye Chen used the complex buildings to constantly fight with his pursuers. Before he knew it, he had found himself near the first central hospital again. Without thinking too much, Ye Chen turned around and rushed into the hospital. Seeing this, more than 20 pursuers immediately followed and rushed in. However, after entering the hospital, they quickly lost sight of Ye Chen, because Ye Chen has completely isolated the energy of the colored crystal core. Then he returned to the broadcasting room, as if he were familiar with the route. Looking at the microphone in front of him, Ye Chen turned up the volume to maximum with a wicked smile. Then he pulled out a high-efficiency loudspeaker and began to calculate whether all the pursuers had come in. After waiting for about 5 minutes, Ye Chen suddenly turned on the loudspeaker and shouted, "Grandchildren, Grandpa is here!" A highly efficient loudspeaker coupled with a microphone with maximum volume. Don't even mention how sour and refreshing that taste is. Deafening roars emanated simultaneously from various broadcasting stations in the hospital. All the zombies who were immersed in their dreams were awakened instantly. They all raised their hands to cover their ears, and then looked around angrily. As for the pursuers, they were even more unlucky. Because their hearing is highly developed, they cannot tolerate this kind of stimulation. At this time, blood was oozing out of their ears, and they were rolling around with their heads and their hands in extreme pain. The pursuers were huge and were in a group of zombies, so they immediately became the zombies' target of attack. Although the level of the zombies here is not very high, and the recovery ability of the pursuers is also amazing. But after all, a large number of ants can kill an elephant. Thousands of zombies rushed towards their pursuers and soon submerged them all in the tide of zombies. Ye Chen, the instigator of all this, ran outside through the ventilation duct. After simply figuring out the direction, Ye Chen immediately ran towards the city center. At this time, Qin Lingfan had already flown into the sky above the edge of Jinshan City. She had seen everything on her laptop. She was extremely angry when she lost track of Ye Chen again. But at this moment, she suddenly felt that something was staring at her. So, Qin Lingfan looked down at the helicopter reflexively. The city below was covered in gray, and the thick fog made it impossible to see anything. But just as she was about to look away, a pair of big eyes suddenly opened in the direction of the city center. Those eyes were very huge, and the cold light and hostility flashing in them were very scary. Qin Lingfan just took a look and immediately broke out in a cold sweat. There is such a terrifying existence hidden in the fog. Quick, turn around! Qin Lingfan yelled at the pilot nervously. But at this time, the pilot was so scared that his whole body was stiff. His eyes were staring straight ahead, and his hands and feet were shaking unconsciously. "No, I don't want to die. No, I don't want to die." The pilot suddenly shouted loudly, and then the helicopter began to plummet. Seeing this, Qin Lingfan quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and then jumped out when the helicopter descended to a certain height. She is a light-type mutant, and the speed of light is extremely fast. After Qin Lingfan jumped with all her might, her whole body turned into a beam of white light. 0.0 and 1 second later, she appeared on the rooftop of a building 100 meters away. This is her ultimate skill after she upgraded to level 4, Blessing of Light. The energy consumption of this move is very huge, almost using up 2/3 of his energy. But its effect is very powerful. Within 3 seconds of using Blessing of Light, her body is completely in the form of light. At this moment, she is the light, and the light is her. She can use her near-light speed movement to attack opponents or move around. Although this skill only lasts for 3 seconds, light can run 899,377,374 meters. Who can react effectively at such a fast speed? So, during these 3 seconds, Qin Lingfan was invincible. However, she just used such a powerful move just to save her life. This shows how nervous Qin Lingfan was just now. Even though she was so powerful, she didn't have the courage to fight when facing those eyes. On the other side, Ye Chen once again took out his modified Mengsher off-road vehicle. Compared to consuming the energy of the armor, he still thinks it is more cost-effective to use transportation. After turning on the air purification system, Ye Chen no longer had any hallucinations. But the feeling of being stared at is still there, and it becomes stronger the closer I get to the city center. So much so that he suddenly stopped the car after driving more than 10 miles into the city. No, this kind of psychological pressure is too great. People's fear of the unknown is the most difficult negative emotion to overcome. Because of human ignorance, because we don't know what we will face in the darkness. Therefore, people's psychology will become fragile, and they will be prone to wild thoughts. Ye Chen stopped the car and breathed heavily. He had to convince himself to calm down, to convince himself to overcome his fear. That hand is a pair of eyes. There's actually nothing, just a pair of eyes that can stare at people. It's okay, it's okay. After saying this, Ye Chen reached out and grabbed the car, ready to leave again. But at this moment, a loud noise was heard from the front. This loud noise was definitely not the violent sound caused by an explosion. It was the dull sound of a huge object hitting the ground. Did something huge fall from the sky? Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but stretch his head and look forward. I saw the thick gray fog in front of me rolling rapidly, as if something had disrupted the airflow. After he waited for about 2 minutes, the loud noise came again. This time Ye Chen heard it very clearly. The loud noise came from right in front of him. Boom! As the sound came, the fog in front of him was swept into flow again. In the gaps where the fog was blown away, Ye Chen vaguely saw something. Isn't this possible? Ye Chen really felt that he was dazzled, or he was hallucinating again. Otherwise, how could such a thing exist in reality? I must have seen it wrong. I really don't believe it. As he spoke, Ye Chen started the car and slowly moved forward another 10 meters. 2 minutes later, the loud noise came again from the front. This time Ye Chen felt that it was closer, and the thing was less than 50 meters ahead. Then he stepped on the brakes and stared straight ahead with his eyes wide open. Sure enough, not long after, the gray mist was stirred up again, in the gap where the fog flew up and had not yet had time to close. Ye Chen clearly saw a huge shadow about 50 meters away. Then he opened his mouth in surprise, but his hands covered his mouth tightly as a reflex. At this moment, Ye Chen could only repeat it in his mind incredulously. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Chapter 81, Fatal Illusion. Ye Chen was stunned when he saw the scene in the gray mist. After confirming once again that he was not seeing things, his nerves were now extremely tense. About 50 meters ahead, I saw an extremely huge foot lying across the intersection. On top of the huge foot is an extremely thick human leg. Because the fog was too thick, Ye Chen couldn't see the scenery above his calves at all. But just by looking at this foot, one can guess that there must be a giant hundreds of meters tall in front. Could it be that a zombie mutated into Attack on Titan? Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but swallow hard. When he recovered and looked forward again, the huge foot had disappeared. Then a few minutes later, a roar was heard from further away. Is this the giant gone? Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly turned the steering wheel and turned to another road. But after he had walked along the new route for 10 minutes, the dull noise suddenly sounded again in front of him. Not long after, Ye Chen saw Bigfoot again at the intersection ahead. Seeing this situation, he could only change direction again and take another route. But the same situation occurred 3 times. And every time I encounter the same foot, the hair and moles on it have never changed. Wait, something is wrong. There are only 2 reasons why this could happen. One possibility is that the giant above can see himself and deliberately blocks his way forward at every intersection. The other possibility is that the giant is simply an imaginary phantom, an illusion that does not exist at all. Thinking of this, Ye Chen's heart slowly calmed down. At this moment, he was more inclined to the second idea, because a giant of this level was too mysterious. So Ye Chen turned on the thermal scanning mode and turned the car around and drove towards the city center. Sure enough, not long after driving forward, the huge foot appeared again. However, according to the thermal imager, there was nothing in front. Not only is there that giant foot, but even the most common zombies are missing. No thermal reaction? Ye Chen disabled the thermal sensing mode in disbelief. But the huge foot was still standing slightly at the intersection ahead. After turning the thermal sensing mode back on, the huge paw could no longer be seen. It was indeed an illusion. After Ye Chen understood the situation, he was no longer afraid. Humans are only afraid of the unknown. Once you understand the reason, you will become fearless. Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly accelerated and rushed forward. Soon the huge foot slowly rose up, but at this moment he no longer paid attention to it. Just step on the accelerator and rush forward. The off-road vehicle was driving faster and faster, and Ye Chen felt extremely relaxed at the moment. But just when the car reached that intersection, a very clear sense of crisis came over me. A voice in his head was shouting, "Jump out of the car!" Ye Chen didn't know why, but he immediately opened the car door after hearing the voice. After he jumped out of the SUV with all his might, the huge foot suddenly fell from the sky. Then the military Manchur off-road vehicle was stepped on and turned into a discus. If Ye Chen had hesitated for a moment just now, he would have completely merged with the car at this moment. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately rushed into the building next to him at full speed. Then the huge foot slowly rose up again and disappeared. Ye Chen hid behind a wall and gasped. The thrilling scene just now really left him with lingering fears. What the hell is going on? Isn't it an illusion? Can an illusion smash a car into pieces? Or is the broken-down car also an illusion? Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly and secretly leaned out and looked towards the intersection. The off-road vehicle has now turned into a pile of scrap metal as the explosion and burning caused by the squeezing are still continuing. In order to confirm the authenticity of the scene before his eyes, Ye Chen turned on the thermal imaging mode again. But this time he was shocked again, because the flames and the hot iron are real. This is all so incredible. Ye Chen quickly retracted his body and continued to hide behind the wall, gasping for breath. He could no longer distinguish what was real and what was an illusion. Or is it that everything in this fog is real or fake? Ye Chen had never heard of such a situation in his previous life. It may be that people who encounter such situations cannot get out alive. After taking 2 deep breaths, Ye Chen decided not to use any more means of transportation. So Ye Chen quickly retracted the nanomaterial, then quickly rushed across the road to the other side. Ye Chen wanted to use the buildings as cover and slowly cross the entire city. But he had walked less than 100 meters when the building in front of him was suddenly trampled into ruins by big feet. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately turned around and ran back. He ran more than 500 meters in one breath before stopping and hiding again. This time it's all over. It seems like the giant knows all my little thoughts. How can we get through then? You can't hide forever. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but start looking around. Only then did he realize that he was in a coffee shop. But what made Ye Chen feel strange was that there was no sign of dirt or mess here, as if it had been cleaned every day. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately became curious. So he began to walk around and check. But at this moment, a voice suddenly came from the door. "Hello, please take a seat. You're the first guest in so many days." After hearing these 2 sentences, Ye Chen froze. What kind of nonsense is this? Guest? It's the end of the world. How can there be any guests? Could it be that the zombies have learned to speak? With a very frightened expression, Ye Chen slowly turned around and looked towards the door. I saw a man wearing a down jacket, sunglasses, and holding a blind stick walking in. He was very familiar with the environment here and walked behind the bar naturally. He fumbled to take out a cup and prepared to pour water, while Ye Chen was scanning with the thermal imager. After the scan, Ye Chen was so shocked that he was almost speechless. This person is actually a real person. Just looking at his condition, he seems like a blind man and can't see anything at all. While Ye Chen was still standing there in a daze, the man holding the kettle spoke helplessly. "Sorry, I forgot the water is out here. I'm so sorry. You may have to make a wasted trip this year. But if you're not anxious, you can sit down and we can talk." As he spoke, the man walked out slowly with a blind stick. He seemed very polite and always smiled when he spoke. The man walked to a nearby small table and sat down, then motioned for Ye Chen to sit across from him. "Please take a seat. I have many questions for you. Why is the city so quiet lately? Is the meteor virus still going on? Is everyone at home keeping quiet? Then why didn't anyone stop me from going out? And why can't I get through on the phone?" Ye Chen was shocked again when he heard this. This person seemed to be living before the end of the world. Doesn't he know that we have entered the end of the world? How did a blind man survive in such a dangerous environment? After thinking about these questions, Ye Chen couldn't help but sit opposite him. "You really don't know anything? So when is your most recent memory?" Chapter 82, The Strange Blind Man. The blind man felt very strange when he heard Ye Chen's words. But he had encountered too many strange things recently and didn't care about what was happening in front of him anymore. So, he thought about it before speaking to Ye Chen. "My most recent memory is waking up at home 4 days ago. But when I woke up, everyone around me disappeared. I'm not sure if they were pulled away for quarantine or if they were all moved." Ye Chen was surprised to hear this. This man actually just woke up 4 days ago. He was lucky enough not to be turned into a zombie by the apocalyptic virus. After Ye Chen finished expressing his feelings, he immediately asked again, "Then you are in a coma? What caused you to faint?" The man's face turned a little embarrassed when he heard this. He took a deep breath before slowly replying, "It's that damn epidemic virus. All the infected people went crazy, and of course I went crazy too. So I was locked in my house by my friends, and then I passed out for some reason. I didn't wake up until 4 days ago, but I couldn't contact my friends. There are still a lot of supplies they left at home. Having said this, the man suddenly fell silent. Ye Chen knew that he was immersed in sad memories. He should have some guesses of his own. It's just that he doesn't want to accept reality. Thinking of this, Ye Chen asked tentatively again, "You really don't know what happened?" The man finally couldn't help himself when he heard this. He looked up with a little excitement and asked Ye Chen, "Are you asking me this, or am I asking you this? Can you answer my question first? This world. No, no, no. Why can't I get through on the phone? I wonder if Xiao Chen is okay. I really want to make sure she's safe." Seeing that the man was getting more and more excited, Ye Chen slowly stood up. He felt it necessary to make the man realize his current situation. So he walked straight up to the man and gently placed his hand on his shoulder. The man felt the metallic touch of Ye Chen's palm and immediately reached out to grab it in surprise. "Iron? Iron? Are you a robot? No, your voice is real. So are you a cyborg, or are you Iron Man?" The man was a little excited, and Ye Chen quickly pressed his shoulder gently and said, "The reality is a bit cruel, but I feel the need to tell you the truth." When the man heard this, his whole body trembled slightly. He was about to say something when Ye Chen spoke first. "It's the end of the world. You and I are the only two living people left in this city." When the man heard this, he froze in place. He was not as excited as Ye Chen had expected, but there was gradually more sadness on that haggard face. Then tears as big as beans fell one after another. The man reached out and slowly pushed Ye Chen away, then slowly stood up. He turned back to his bar and continued to work on his own. It was a while before the man spoke again. "Okay, thank you for your black humor. Please help yourself. I'm sorry I couldn't serve you." The man's tears kept flowing as he said these words. Ye Chen knew that he understood everything in his heart, but he just didn't want to accept it. If he was really left here, Ye Chen was worried that he would not survive for long. "Come with me. I can guarantee your safety." After hearing this, the man smiled bitterly and said, "No, I can do it myself. I still have to wait for Xiao Chen to come to work. I'll be waiting for her here. I'm sure I can." At this point, the man was already sobbing. Seeing this, Ye Chen took a deep breath, then took out a handful of primary crystal cores from the space warehouse and placed them on the table. "When you can't sleep, place these crystals on your forehead. Hopefully they can help you. Good luck." After saying this, Ye Chen turned around and walked straight towards the door. But when he was about to push the door open, a dull roar suddenly came from the distance. However, Ye Chen saw that the man in front of him didn't seem to care at all, so he couldn't help but ask, "Aren't you afraid?" Hearing this, the man slowly turned around and faced Ye Chen and asked back, "What are you afraid of?" Ye Chen turned his head curiously and looked in the direction where the sound came from. "That's the sound." The man tilted his head curiously and continued to ask, "That sound? I'm sorry, I didn't hear anything. Excuse me, is there any noise coming from there?" When Ye Chen heard this, he was stunned. Did he really not hear it? But the sound was so clear. Ye Chen's thoughts were a little confused at this time. First of all, he was sure that the man was definitely not deaf. He just has impaired vision and can't see anything, but he is definitely not deaf or dumb. The fact that he can communicate with himself normally is enough to prove the point. But he seemed to be unable to hear the dull and loud noise just now. That's a bit weird, although his appearance was a bit strange. But Ye Chen is now more concerned about his reaction to the loud noise. So he asked again, tentatively, "You really can't hear the noise outside?" The man felt very strange when he heard this. So he walked slowly to the door with his cane, then opened the glass door and stuck his head outside. Not long after, that dull and loud sound was heard again. But the man didn't show any shock at all. Even after he pulled his body back, he asked Ye Chen back, "Any noise?" "I'm sorry, I really didn't hear you." When Ye Chen heard this, he was stunned. He looked at the man in shock and stood face to face with him for 3 full minutes. "You really can't hear?" After hearing Ye Chen's words, the man just smiled slightly, then returned to the bar and continued his work. Ye Chen stared at the man's sunglasses and thought for a moment. Then he seemed to understand something. So he said thank you and pushed open the glass door and walked out. The man thought that Ye Chen left money at the bar. So I quickly grabbed him and prepared to chase him out and return him. But when he grabbed them, he found that they were a dozen irregularly shaped beads. At this time, he recalled Ye Chen's words, so he quietly picked up one and placed it on his forehead. At the same time, Ye Chen returned to the original intersection again. He first observed for a while to make sure that the huge foot still existed. Then he turned and began searching for abandoned cars. Soon he found a well-preserved Tesla in the parking lot of a nearby shopping mall. Then Ye Chen used nano powers to start fusion and transformation. The vehicle's autonomous driving capabilities were soon fully enhanced. After doing everything, Ye Chen drove the car to the intersection. After he set the destination on the computer screen, he closed his eyes tightly and pressed the autopilot button. Please fasten your seatbelts. The destination has been set. Let's go now. Chapter 83, the center of the city. The tracks modified by Ye Chen moved slowly forward at a speed of 40 miles per hour. This speed was specially designed by Ye Chen because he had heard that the brakes of this brand of car were not very good. The car moved forward slowly, and Ye Chen sat in the driver's seat with his eyes closed, doing self-tutoring. Calmly, be at ease and fearless. Get rid of distracting thoughts. Get rid of distracting thoughts. I don't know if it's a psychological effect or self-hypnosis. Soon Ye Chen's mind entered an air defense state. He didn't know whether the huge foot would fall down, and he didn't have time to think about whether it would fall down. At this moment, Ye Chen was very calm. He thought back to his miserable first half of life, thinking about how he had lived alone in an orphanage since childhood. At that time, there was always a Gundam boy who was older than him and bullied him. He always kicks himself with his big feet that don't like to wear shoes. The weak Ye Chen could only curl up on the ground and cry with his head in his hands. He has no parental care and no relatives to look after him. His parents, like Zhao Xuefei's parents, left forever due to an accident. But Zhao Xuefei was luckier than himself. She had an aunt to take care of her when she was a child, but her luck only lasted until she was 16. After her birthday that year, her aunt also died of meningitis. Two people with similar life experiences became good friends in college. Their relationship is not that of a couple, but more like that of good friends who share the same feelings. It's a pity that they met too late in their previous life. The two met in the 5th year after the apocalypse. There was a fight between the two camps for a barrel of pure water. If Zhao Xuefei hadn't recognized me first, at that time, he was turned into an idiot by the opponent's mental storm. After they met, they realized that they had both experienced too much pain. That's why Ye Chen decided to find her in advance in this life. I want to use everything I have to protect her and help her so that she won't have to go through such unbearable things again. But who knew that fate would play such a trick on us? He actually lost the other person again. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but shed a tear silently. Xuefei, I will definitely find you. Wait for me, I will. Before he could finish his words, he suddenly felt the car beneath him accelerate suddenly. Then he felt the car start to sway rapidly from side to side. Finally, with a bang, the car crashed heavily into a building. Because Ye Chen was protected by armor, this level of impact could not hurt him at all. But at this time, Trass had been smashed into a pile of scrap metal. Damn, it seems that the previous news was not fake. It's really freaking possible that the car would suddenly accelerate and the brakes would fail, Ye Chen said as he struggled out of the driver's seat. After getting out of the car, Ye Chen stood beside the car and listened carefully for a while. After making sure that he could not understand the dull noise, he slowly opened his eyes. Only then did Ye Chen realize that he was still in a gray mist. However, the roadside sign showed that he was already in the suburbs of the city. After seeing the road sign, Ye Chen immediately turned around and looked back. Behind him, he saw a city shrouded in gray fog. There are tall buildings everywhere, but there is no life at all. Am I coming out? Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but feel happy. It seems that the method he learned from the blind man is indeed feasible. It turns out that it's not just the ears that can help viruses deceive humans. A person's eyes may also experience changes due to viral infection. As for why the illusion he saw became reality, that was not something Ye Chen could understand at the moment. Fortunately, I have a trick up my sleeve. Having said that, Ye Chen turned around and took off the dashcam in the car. After stuffing the things into the space warehouse, Ye Chen immediately took out a miniature off-road vehicle and sat in it. The vehicle then underwent a nano fusion transformation and then drove away quickly after stepping on the accelerator. Ye Chen was not in a hurry to leave because he didn't know whether Xiao Qing and others had come out. So he looked around first, but couldn't find any clues about the minibus. Ye Chen could only stop the car and then carefully check the driving recorder. The dash cam starts recording from the moment Ye Chen starts the vehicle. The footage includes a self-tutoring, already nervous, and rapid breathing. But soon the sound of rapid breathing subsided. After about 5 minutes, the video starts to consist of only the trembling sound of cars driving. The picture shows an empty street in front and gray fog with no end in sight. There was no one on the empty street, only cars abandoned on the road. Trax was driving in autonomous mode, trying hard to avoid the vehicle in front of it. This boring scene lasted for about half an hour. Then, the video screen suddenly lit up. It's the kind of brightness that comes from suddenly seeing the sunlight. After a few seconds, the video began to return to normal. Other sounds began to appear in the video. There are birds singing, puppies barking, and even the gentle tinkling of wind chimes. However, the picture still showed empty streets and squares, without any humans, zombies, or animals in sight. Ye Chen couldn't figure it out. There was clearly nothing in the picture. But those sounds were as clear as if they were right next to the car. The car drove in this peaceful scene for about 10 minutes. Then it plunged into the gray mist again. The following scene started to become a bit boring again, with the same empty streets and abandoned vehicles. Half an hour later, the vehicle suddenly began to accelerate. Then there was a car crash, and then Ye Chen himself was shouting and cursing. After watching the video, Ye Chen was still confused. Why is there sunshine in the city center? Where do those sounds in there come from? The city center and its surroundings are like two completely different worlds. Why does this phenomenon occur? With these questions in mind, Ye Chen rewound the video and watched it again. This time he looked more carefully, but he still didn't find any other abnormalities. Ye Chen didn't give up, so he copied the video to his laptop. Then he used professional video software to analyze and study the video frame by frame. This time, Ye Chen indeed discovered some strange things. First of all, there is the glass on the building. The glass there doesn't look like anything at first glance, but when you zoom in you can vaguely see that there is something there. Because of the video pixels, Ye Chen could not see clearly what was behind the glass. So he started using other software to convert the video to high definition. After more than an hour of rendering and processing, the final 500 megabytes video became 2.5 G in size. After completing the high-definition processing, Ye Chen once again used the previous software to view it frame by frame. This time, Ye Chen finally saw clearly what was behind the glass. But this one glance almost frightened him, and he almost threw the notebook in his hand. There is actually, it's incredible. Thinking of what was behind the glass, Ye Chen even had the urge to turn back. Chapter 84. This guy's IQ is worrying. Ye Chen used professional software to improve the clarity of the dashcam video. Finally, I could see clearly what was hidden behind the glass on the building. All I saw behind the glass were calm faces. Yes, that very ordinary, very calm human face. Ye Chen saw it very clearly this time. Those were not zombies, but living people. Some of them were whispering, some were talking to each other, and some were just standing there watching. These actions are different, but the only thing that is unified is their expressions. Everyone's expression looked extremely calm, the kind of calm that was extremely cold and indifferent. After reading this, Ye Chen slowly leaned back on the chair. Three thoughts quickly flashed through his mind at this moment. Are Zhao Xuefei, Xiao Qing, and others among those people? Is the core of the entire city's secrets inside the building? Have those people already mastered the method of cracking the doomsday virus? Ye Chen's mind was a little confused now, and the desire to go back and find out what was going on was becoming stronger and stronger. But at this moment, a monster suddenly fell heavily in front of the off-road vehicle. The roof of the abandoned car under its feet was crushed out of shape. When Ye Chen heard the sound, he looked up and found that there was a large pursuer staring at him. Then the second, third, and fourth appeared. Seeing that he was about to be surrounded, Ye Chen quickly shifted gears, stepped on the accelerator, and reversed quickly. He wanted to fall into the fog, but three pursuers suddenly appeared in it. With no other options, Ye Chen could only change the forward gear, stepped on the accelerator, and rushed forward quickly. The pursuers in front saw this and wanted to stop him, but they were all dispersed by the laser gun that Ye Chen extended. After breaking out of the encirclement, Ye Chen drove quickly towards the distance without stopping. Most of the pursuers stayed behind to wait, but two of them followed quickly. After about 3 hours, Ye Chen finally took advantage of the complex terrain to shake off the pursuit. But at this time, he had no idea where he had driven the car. In desperation, Ye Chen found a place to park nearby. Because it is in the suburbs, there are not many zombies nearby. There were a few who wanted to take advantage of the situation, but they were all dealt with by Ye Chen with his laser sword. Then Ye Chen leaned against the car and took out the map to compare. After looking for a while, he realized that he had already left the scope of Jinshan City. After sighing heavily, he could only put away the map and get back in the car. He needed to find a landmark for reference, otherwise he wouldn't know which direction to go. But when he turned around and prepared to get in the car, suddenly a shadow flashed not far away. He didn't have time to see whether it was a human or a mutant beast, but he didn't have time to waste on this. After getting in the car, Ye Chen immediately drove forward, and the shadow followed him not far away. Ye Chen had already noticed something unusual in the rearview mirror, so he quickly designed a trap for that thing. The SUV drove forward for about 10 miles, and Ye Chen suddenly turned the car into a gas station on the side of the road. Fortunately, there is still plenty of gasoline and diesel here. So Ye Chen started to use the tools at the gas station to fill up the tank. In the gaps between his busy work, he did not forget to secretly observe the situation behind him. Sure enough, the thing really followed, so Ye Chen pretended to go into the house to search for supplies. Soon after he entered the room, the hiding guy slowly approached. Ye Chen deliberately left some unpacked food in the car. He believed it had a fatal attraction for living creatures. If it is a zombie or a mutant beast, it would be more tempting to transform into yourself. Ye Chen hid in the house patiently, not moving a muscle, and listened attentively to the noise outside. About 5 minutes later, the vehicle's sensing system suddenly sent a prompt. This means that the thing has entered the car. So Ye Chen immediately pressed the car lock button. With a clang, the door of the SUV closed quickly, and then all 4 doors were locked tightly. The things in the car panicked when they saw this and started running and bumping around everywhere. Ye Chen took out a bottle of purified water from the space warehouse and took a sip. Then he slowly walked out of the house holding the bottle. When he arrived at the car, he was stunned. It turns out that the person locked in the car is not a human, nor a mutant beast, but a... Repair the hook? Was that a dog that had been following me just now? When Ye Chen said this, the fat husky was glaring at him fiercely. The way it bared its teeth looked both fierce and silly, especially that pair of eyes full of wisdom. Ye Chen almost couldn't help but spit out the water he had just drunk. This idiot didn't mutate? What a lucky guy! Ye Chen said with emotion as he looked at the husky with shiny fur and a strong physique. But after hearing this idiot bared his teeth even more ferociously. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen took a machete from the space warehouse. You still dare to be mean to me, don't you? Okay, let's have dog meat hot pot tonight. As he spoke, Ye Chen shook the machete deliberately. The husky in the car seemed to understand human language. As soon as Ye Chen said the words "eat dog meat," it immediately put away its vicious face. Then he widened his eyes full of wisdom, stuck out his big bright red tongue, and barked. Meow! This idiot actually made a cat's meow at the right time. Ye Chen's eyes widened immediately when he saw this scene. Was that a cat meowing just now? Am I hallucinating again? Ye Chen shook his head in confusion. Then the husky in the car immediately grinned at him. The big bright red tongue swung to the side of his mouth, and a meow came out of his mouth again. This time Ye Chen was completely amused. This guy has a really strong sense of self-preservation. In this case, it is no coincidence that the guy is still alive today. Thinking of this, Ye Chen smiled and put the knife back. Then he took out the car keys and opened the door while muttering. Okay, it's not easy to live these days. Get lost now and stop bothering me. After saying this, the door of the SUV was opened. The husky's expression changed immediately when he saw this, and then he pounced directly at Ye Chen. However, the dog didn't bite the vital parts when it pounced on Ye Chen, but instead bit his right hand which had held the knife. But when its fangs hit the alloy metal hard, a melodious and sad dog barking sounded. The husky bit down hard, only scratching Ye Chen's arm armor. But its canine teeth were broken and sparks flew everywhere. At this moment, the dog was rolling on the ground with its front paws covering its mouth. Ye Chen stood there in a daze, looking down at this guy with suspicion. Are you grinding your teeth? When the husky heard this, he nodded in grievance. Then it continued to roll on the ground and wailed. Ye Chen was really at a loss whether to laugh or cry when he saw this. Although this husky has become a spirit, its nature is still very pure. It was lucky that it didn't die in a sneak attack just now. So Ye Chen said happily to the husky while taking the medicine. With your intelligence, you'd better not have any intention of harming others. Otherwise, if you kill yourself one day, it won't be worth it. When the husky heard this, he immediately turned his head to the side in anger, then continued to curl up and roll on the ground. Ye Chen didn't tolerate its bad habits, so he simply grabbed the dog's head and stuffed medicine into its mouth. Before the husky could react, he swallowed the anti-inflammatory and painkiller in one gulp. Kindness? It seems that the pain is not so severe after eating this thing. It doesn't hurt anymore? I'll bite you again. Ouch! It hurts! Chapter 85. Old Six becomes a spirit. The stupid husky didn't learn his lesson and took another bite when Ye Chen wasn't paying attention. As a result, the hard alloy armor hurt its canine teeth again. After a wail, the husky finally calmed down. Ye Chen looked at this idiot and felt both angry and ridiculous. But since this guy can understand human language, it means that they have the possibility of communication. So, Ye Chen reached out, picked up the husky, and said angrily, "Dog, you must face reality now. If you go against me, your white teeth will be lost sooner or later. And I really don't recommend having a meal like dog meat hot pot." Having said that, Ye Chen seriously began to take out kitchen utensils from the space warehouse. The husky's eyes widened upon seeing this. Then he stuck out his tongue flatteringly and moved to the side to pick up the kitchen utensils. The meaning was very clear, which was to tell Ye Chen not to make dog meat fruit hot pot all the time. Ye Chen looked at the fool and started laughing again. Should I praise you for being smart or stupid? When the husky heard this, he immediately stuck out his tongue and barked twice. That means to hint to Ye Chen that smart is the correct answer. Seeing that the dog had really become smart, Ye Chen immediately thought of adopting it. So Ye Chen reached out and gently touched Era's head and said, "Dog, follow me from now on. As long as you listen, you will be well fed." When the husky heard this, he looked disdainful. Even its dog mouth made a sound similar to cut. When Ye Chen saw the dog's reaction, he was so angry that the corners of his mouth twitched slightly. But he still knows more about huskies. They can't change their ways by beating them, and they may even become more rebellious the more you beat them. The only way to deal with these idiots is to bribe them with things they like. So, Ye Chen took out a piece of pig bone from the warehouse himself. When the husky saw the bone, his eyes immediately widened with wisdom. Then, it turned its head and ran quickly to the side, and then started a series of very showy moves. The husky actually set the pot, picked up the soup spoon, and then drooled at Ye Chen and called out twice to urge him. But what was very strange was that Ye Chen actually vaguely understood its cry. This idiot actually asked me to add water to the pot. This bastard actually wants to cook and eat the pig bones? Hey, don't you know that animals are not allowed to become spirits after the founding of the country? Ye Chen looked at the husky with a little surprise and said, after hearing this, the husky tilted its head and showed its signature silly expression. Half an hour later, Ye Chen and the husky, one a dog, had eaten a whole pot of braised pork ribs. After eating and drinking, the husky got into the car without Ye Chen asking. Ye Chen was in the driver's seat and Go Zi was in the passenger seat, and then they both burped at the same time in tacit understanding. Then, Ye Chen suddenly thought of a question. So he turned to look at the husky with a wise smile on his face and said, "Shall I give you a name? How about calling him idiot?" The husky, who was originally smiling, immediately turned gloomy. It's obvious that he really doesn't like this name. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately patted the dog's head impatiently and said, "There's still so much shit to do. Let's change it. What should I call you? Look at you. You're so arrogant like a prince." After saying this, Ye Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. "A proud prince? I have it. Why don't you just call me Sundara?" Ye Chen boasted to the husky, thinking he was doing very well. But after hearing what was said, the dog started growling in frustration. He looked so angry that Ye Chen almost burst out laughing. It seems that having a pet is not a bad thing. At least it can provide some emotional value. The man and the dog set out on a long journey together. Finally, Ye Chen formally gave the husky a nice name, Old Six, which means Old Six in Chinese, because he found that this dog's personality was really very dog-like. We had only been on the road for less than half an hour, and this idiot had already played 180 tricks on me. But how can a dog's intelligence surpass that of a human? Thus, under the ruthless suppression of Ye Chen's iron fist, Lao Lu was finally beaten. Since you can't beat him, just join him. The husky soon became Ye Chen's loyal lackey. But he soon realized that being the master's dog leg was really delicious. Not only does it have delicious food to eat every day now, but it also feels very safe with its owner. To be more precise, it feels really good to be able to rely on the power of others. Ever since Ye Chen had the company of this dog, he no longer felt lonely in his heart. The left coordinate that Ye Chen had previously set for the minibus was in an industrial park in a small town 100 kilometers away from Jinshan City. The reason for setting the coordinates here is to avoid the original densely populated towns. Secondly, he wanted to take a break in this industrial park and use the equipment there to do something big. The off-road vehicle sped towards the coordinate point without stopping. Ye Chen originally thought that Lao Lu was the biggest surprise of this journey. But who would have thought that something unexpected would happen again 40 kilometers away from the destination? Looking at the map, it is a city with an area of only more than 20 square kilometers. After entering the town, the car suddenly lost control and was forced to stop. The sudden braking almost threw Lao Lu, who was sitting in the passenger seat, out. This made it so angry that it barked several times in a certain direction. Ye Chen frowned slightly when he saw this. Then he turned to look in the direction of the barking dog and asked, "What's wrong? Is there anything over there?" When Lao Lu heard this, he immediately turned around and nodded in a flattering manner. Ye Chen simply reached out and patted the heavy dog's head. "The car has been forced to stop. What's the point of you saying that? What a hindsight guy." Lao Lu was used to being beaten by Ye Chen, and he was reluctant to use too much strength anyway. So old Lu just looked at Ye Chen resentfully, then shook his head outside in grievance. Ye Chen could see that this guy was preparing to go out and redeem himself for his crime. But he was really worried about this bastard's IQ. At first glance, this guy sometimes seems quite smart, like a demon that emerged after the founding of the People's Republic of China. But unfortunately, this evil spirit chose the wrong species. Animals like huskies, even if they become smart, often have low IQs. If it is allowed to hunt down the enemy, there is a 68.725% chance that it will be turned against the enemy. If that's the case, won't we have to deal with an extra dog when the fight breaks out? Moreover, Ye Chen still hasn't figured out what kind of abilities this old Lu has. In other words, this old man has never really demonstrated his strength. When Ye Chen thought of this, he suddenly had an adventurous idea in his mind. Instead of guessing all the time, why not give it a try now? If the IQ of this statement is really worrying, then it is better to deal with it sooner rather than later. After all, in this world of apocalypse, even the slightest uncertainty or negligence may lead to huge danger. So Ye Chen gently pressed the door opening button, and the passenger door opened with a click. Seeing this, Lao Lu immediately wagged his tail, then used his paw to push the handle away and ran out. Seeing this, Ye Chen slowly opened the car door and got out. He slowly took out a cigarette and lit it, his eyes following Lao Lu as he quickly disappeared into the distance. But he had just taken 2 puffs of the cigarette when Lao Lu came running towards him like the wind. Moreover, there seemed to be something else following him. Ye Chen narrowed his eyes suspiciously, turned on the night vision function, and observed carefully. After seeing clearly, he threw away the cigarette in surprise, turned around, and ran to the car. "Damn it. I just don't believe you, old man. Damn it, damn it." Chapter 86 Mutated Beetle. Ye Chen looked at the group of unknown creatures behind Lao Lu and cursed in his heart. He quickly ran into the SUV and reached out to open the passenger door. As soon as he opened the door, Lao Lu jumped in. Then it hooked its hind legs and closed the door. Then the next second, Ye Chen stepped on the accelerator to the bottom. The off-road vehicle made a deafening roar, and Lao Lu sat in the passenger seat with his tongue sticking out, waiting to run away. But the two of them sat and waited for 3 seconds, and the car didn't move. At this time, the man and the dog suddenly remembered that the car had broken down just now. Lao Lu slowly turned his head and looked at Ye Chen with a smart look full of resentment. Ye Chen patted the dog's head from behind and said, "What are you looking at? What on earth have you attracted here?" When Lao Lu heard this, he immediately lay down and protected his head with his 2 front paws. The next second, there were loud bangs and collisions coming from outside the SUV. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly pressed the door lock button, then reached out and laid the seat flat. I saw that the thick iron plate of the off-road vehicle was able to block the attack of unknown creatures. Ye Chen and Lao Lu finally felt relieved. Then, Ye Chen secretly turned on the camera at the rear of the car and started observing. Outside, I saw a group of crustaceans of various sizes. They look a bit like locusts and have very long and strong hind legs. But their backs are covered with a colorful shell. As we all know, locusts do not have shells, so Ye Chen cannot define them as locusts. But they are not like the shelled longhorn beetles because they do not have long tentacles on their heads, and their mouth parts are double. A big mouth full of sharp teeth and a small retractable mouth. The so-called impact sounds that Ye Chen heard were actually these little mouths trying to bite the car body. Fortunately, although the teeth in these little mouths are sharp, they are obviously unable to tear through the iron sheet protection. The sizes of these unidentified creatures range from as big as puppies to as small as a palm. The smaller ones are probably larvae, as their shells are noticeably soft. After observing for a while, Ye Chen's stomach suddenly growled. Lao Lu, who was squatting in the co-pilot's seat, immediately brightened up when he heard the noise. Then Ye Chen didn't know where this guy got a tin bowl from. You're really quick to react. With the situation outside like this, are you still in the mood to eat? Ye Chen's earnest words of preaching only earned him a wise look from Lao Lu. So, in half an hour, Ye Chen was holding a pickled fish hot pot, and in front of Lao Lu was a bowl of fried chicken legs. However, because there was no heating tool, the dozen or so chicken legs in the bowl were all cold. Lao Lu looked down at his cold bowl of rice, then looked up at Ye Chen's steaming hot pot. At this moment, an extremely unbalanced mentality began to take effect. So when Ye Chen was about to pick up his chopsticks and start eating, Lao Lu reached out and held his hand down with his claws. Then it called out to it twice in a low voice with an extremely resentful look in its eyes. Ye Chen immediately understood what it meant, but there was really no way to heat up the chicken legs now. So, Ye Chen could only shake off its paws and comfort it. It's good to have a stutter in the last days. How dare you pick the cold and the hot? Are you going to eat or not? If you don't eat it, I'll eat it all later. Wait and gnaw on the bones. When Lao Lu heard this, he immediately glanced at Ye Chen with a wise look. Then he slowly lowered his head and licked the chicken legs one by one with his long tongue. When Ye Chen saw this scene, he was so angry that his eyes twitched. This bastard is playing tricks on me again. He even began to wonder if this guy was keeping all his wits and courage in order to compete with him. Before Ye Chen could say anything to his superior, there was a sudden cracking sound under his feet. Upon hearing this, the man and the dog immediately lowered their heads to look, only to see a strange, thumb-sized beetle crawling out. This beetle looks a bit like the one outside, but it is much smaller. Is this their larval form? I have to say this little guy has a soft body, but its two mouth parts are not soft at all. The iron sheet that the big guys outside hadn't bitten through was actually bitten a hole by it. Ye Chen stepped on the larva to death, and then immediately started to check the vehicle with a thermal scanner. Sure enough, the interior of the SUV was filled with beetle cocoons. The mouth parts of these larvae are very sharp, and many parts inside the vehicle were bitten to pieces. He found out the reason why the car couldn't be driven, but the next step was how they could escape. Then, Ye Chen ate quickly while giving instructions to Lao Lu. No time to be picky. Eat quickly. Otherwise, if you don't have the strength to escape later, I won't carry you. When Lao Lu heard this, he glanced at Ye Chen with great resentment. Then he lowered his head and began to bite the chicken leg in big bites. The two of them ate very quickly and finished the food in 2 or 3 minutes. Then Ye Chen began to think about his escape plan later. First, you can open the car door and escape directly. Since beetles cannot bite through the iron sheet of a car, they naturally cannot bite through the harder alloy armor. But one thing is very dangerous. The car is besieged by so many bugs. When breaking out, it is inevitable that a few of them will take advantage of the chaos to bite Lao Lu. Even if this old man has become a spirit, his body is still flesh and blood. Although he hadn't spent much time with the dog was always playing tricks on him. But he is still a member of his own team after all. Dogs are much more loyal than humans. Once they recognize their owners, they will not easily betray them. Even large and intelligent dog breeds like huskies will not do anything to harm their owners. Playfulness and loyalty are not contradictory, which is why so many people love to raise them before the end of the world. Don't worry, I won't abandon you. Could Ye Chen have a very formal conversation with Lao Lu? Lao Lu seemed to have noticed Ye Chen's worries. So, he hurriedly called out to Ye Chen twice, indicating that he could take care of himself. Ye Chen was very pleased to see this, so he quickly thought of the safest solution. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration passed through my brain. Ye Chen looked at Lao Lu with surprise and asked, "How many minutes can you hold your breath without breathing?" When Lao Lu heard this, his eyes widened with wisdom. It looked at Ye Chen with confused eyes and shook its head vigorously. That means that you can't hold it in for long. If you don't breathe, you will die. You must not come up with any bad ideas. It turned out that Ye Chen was already considering whether to put Lao Lu in the space warehouse and take him away. However, the space warehouse is in a vacuum state, and there is no air required by living things. So when he saw Lao Lu's reaction, Ye Chen immediately rejected this idea. But at this moment, a shrill scream suddenly came from outside. This sound is very similar to the high decibel state of a woman in extreme fear. As the screams rang out, the darkness outside was illuminated red by a flash of fire. Is someone using fire to kill these beetles? While Ye Chen was still thinking about this, a rough voice suddenly came from outside. Is the person inside still alive? Come out quickly if you're still alive. Quick, run away. Chapter 87. Good guy Jang Wei. When Ye Chen heard someone shouting outside the car, he immediately activated the armor mode. After the alloy armor covered his entire body, he grabbed Lao Lu's neck and rushed out. First, he kicked open the car door with a bang. Then he sprinted 10 meters away. Then he swung his right hand and threw Lao Lu another 10 meters away. Finally, he turned around, turned on the laser weapon, and started firing rapidly. Laser beams are many times more lethal than flamethrowers. Most of the hundreds of mutant beetles were killed immediately, and the others that were not killed quickly fled into the ground. Only then did Ye Chen see clearly that there was an uncle standing in a daze not far away. At this moment, the flamethrower in his hand was still spraying fire forward. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly put away his weapon, then slowly walked over and waved at the uncle. "Uncle, are you okay?" After Ye Chen finished saying this, the uncle shook his head as if waking up from a dream. But the first words he said left Ye Chen speechless. "Holy crap, there really is an Iron Man." Ye Chen was speechless, but what made him even more speechless was that Lao Lu came back at this time. This idiot ran back in a mess, then started barking at Ye Chen with his tongue hanging out. Ye Chen actually understood what this guy was yelling about. "Why did you throw me? Why did you abandon me? Don't you want to have a dog? You heartless person, do you know how much it hurts when I fall?" Although these words were all made up by Ye Chen. But looking at Lao Lu's expression at this moment, his accuracy was definitely 90% accurate. So Ye Chen just gave the dog a slap on the head. "Don't you see the situation, you stupid dog?" Lao Lu finally calmed down after his head was lowered. Then I discovered that the ground was covered with charred beetle corpses. It was a little slow to understand Ye Chen's good intentions. So he immediately stretched out his tongue and rubbed Ye Chen's thigh. Ye Chen kicked him away impatiently, then turned around and continued talking to the uncle. "Thank you for your help just now. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have known that this bug is afraid of fire." When the uncle heard that Iron Man actually thanked him, he quickly stopped the fire, wiped his hands, and said, "Well, you're welcome. Are you Avengers still hiring? I am Dashia's fireman, Zhang Yukai." As he said this, the uncle performed a fire-breathing performance in front of Ye Chen. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen could only clap his hands awkwardly. Who would have thought that this scene would be ridiculed by Lao Lu after he saw it? The idiot first barked at the two of them, then slowly raised its fat hind legs. The next second, a column of fire several meters long and as thick as a human leg spurted out. Ye Chen and the uncle were dumbfounded by the spectacular scene. This dog can actually pull fire. However, Era's character has always been that he can't be handsome for more than 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the idiot rolled on the ground in pain because his butt was too hot. Ye Chen looked at the dog's red butt and felt both angry and amused. Only then did he realize that Lao Lu was a fire-attributed mutant beast. After watching Lao Lu's performance, the uncle couldn't laugh at all. Are the requirements for the Avengers so high? Even dogs are so awesome. It's over. I'm not as good as a dog. Ye Chen had also noticed it at this time. The uncle in front of me is only level 2 at most. Compared to those rapidly evolving mutant creatures, his strength is indeed not enough. However, Ye Chen did not mean to look down on him. On the contrary, he was really grateful to the uncle. An hour later, Ye Chen and Lao Lu were brought into a small farmyard by the uncle. The yard was built on a nearby bald hill, and it looked like it had been a farmyard before. There were still 7 or 8 people in the yard at this time, including 3 women, 2 children, and 3 other men. Ye Chen saw that these people were wearing ordinary people's clothes, and the men were holding simple weapons such as axes, kitchen knives, and sickles. In comparison, the flamethrower in the uncle's hand is considered the most advanced. Ye Chen disabled his armor mode before entering the courtyard and put on a camouflage assault suit. On the way here, the uncle had already talked a lot with Ye Chen. He knew that the uncle's name was Jang Wei and that he had been a firefighter before the end of the world. All the people in this courtyard were rescued by him from nearby areas. At the most, there were 15 or 16 people in the yard, but later some people died because they couldn't stand the hunger. Hearing this, Ye Chen immediately took out a bag of food from the space and handed it to him. Zhang Wei burst into tears when he saw the bag full of food. It is so rare nowadays to be willing to share food. Ye Chen could see that the uncle was very hungry, but he still resisted the urge to eat and brought it all back. "Okay, there's food. Everyone come and get your food." Zhang Wei started shouting loudly as soon as he walked into the yard. Then I saw 3 men and 2 women running out with a child. These men and women are more excited to see food than to see their own mothers. They grabbed the backpack and started looting it, leaving only 2 children standing pitifully at the back. They are not the children of these people, but poor orphans after the end of the world. Seeing this, Jang Wei quickly pulled the two children aside and quietly took out 2 pieces of chocolate from his pocket. Hey, Uncle left it for you. The two children were very happy when they saw the chocolate, and they immediately hugged Jang Wei and kissed him. But what Jang Wei didn't expect was that this scene happened to be seen by a woman next to him. The woman pointed at Jang Wei while stuffing biscuits into her mouth. Look, I told you he would hide something. He's been caught in the act this time, and he still has chocolate. When the others heard this, they immediately turned around to look. Then a fat man spoke up angrily. Xiao Zhang, this is where you are wrong. Where is the selflessness you promised? How can you do something that will enrich yourself? After the fat man said this, he quickly stuffed a piece of bread into his mouth. Then a thin man next to him spoke up. Brother Zhang, when they said you were hiding supplies, I didn't believe it. Now it seems that you don't know how many things you have hidden from us. After the thin man said this, a woman next to him was about to speak. Ye Chen suddenly appeared in front of several people like a ghost. Then he grabbed the pot and kicked the fat man in front of him 3 meters away. Before the others could react, Ye Chen slapped each of them with a big slap. Ye Chen is now a level 5 mutant, and his physical fitness is more than 3 times that of an ordinary person. So after this slap, these men and women fell down or vomited blood. In short, no one could stand up normally. Jang Wei was stunned after seeing this scene, while the others looked at Ye Chen with horror in their eyes and dared not say a word. Ye Chen glanced down at everyone condescendingly, his eyes full of indifference and contempt. Eat my food and still talk so much bullshit. Do you have my permission to eat it? Have you asked me? What a courageous dog. Chapter 88. These people are not worthy. Ye Chen got angry when he saw these guys who only knew how to ask for things and had no gratitude. But after the bold curse was uttered, Lao Lu, who was standing aside, was not happy. It turned its head and looked at Ye Chen with a resentful look on its face. If you want to teach someone a lesson, just teach him a lesson. What's the point of scolding a dog at the same time? Did the dog provoke you? Ye Chen didn't have time to deal with Lao Lu at this time. He just turned around and threw the backpack to Jang Wei and said, "Things are for you, not for you to use to feed waste." Jang Wei felt awkward after receiving the backpack. As he was used to being a nice guy, he felt that there was no need to do so. Hey, we're all family. There's really no need to make such clear distinctions. Besides, I can't eat so much myself. As he spoke, he actually took out something and wanted to share it with a few people. Although Ye Chen did not stop him, he warned them with his eyes. Several people couldn't even withstand a slap from Ye Chen just now, so no one dared to offend them. At this time, a slim woman smiled and tried to smooth things over. Wei Go, we are not hungry anymore. Give it to the children. They need it more than we do. I'll take the kids inside to eat. You guys can talk slowly if you have anything to say. As she spoke, the shrewd woman quickly walked over, took the backpack, and took the child into the room. Then another middle-aged lady also said with a smile, I'll go boil some water for the child. He might choke if he eats it dry. After saying this, the woman got up and ran into the room. Others wanted to find excuses to run back into the house, but Ye Chen was not willing to let them do so. 6 brother go. This is a rare time when Lao Lu's IQ is online. I saw a man running quickly and blocking the door. It stared at everyone with its cold eyes that were full of wisdom, making them feel weak in their hearts. Everyone just thought that although this dog didn't look smart, it was about twice as big as other dogs of the same kind. If you get bitten by it, a large piece of flesh will definitely fall off. So, the woman who had just scolded Jang Wei turned her eyes and said, Hey Lao Zhang, everyone was really hungry just now. Please bear with me if I'm sorry for anything. My waist is not in good condition now. I hope it can get better. Then I will definitely go out with you to look for supplies. After hearing this, the other 3 men immediately started making excuses as well. Some emphasized that they were injured, some explained that their legs were not in good condition, and some said that their eyesight was poor and they could not see clearly at night. In short, these 3 men all have reasons not to go out to look for supplies. On the surface, they were talking to Jang Wei, but in reality, they were just explaining the situation to Ye Chen. But Ye Chen doesn't care about these things. Having experienced the end of the world, he understands human nature too well. These men and women are actually just afraid of death. So, Ye Chen ignored them and walked straight to Jang Wei and spoke. Brother Zhang, I know you are a good person, but good people don't have one more life than bad people. You know as well as I do what the world is like now. Is it really necessary to do this for these selfish people? When Jang Wei heard this, his whole body stopped moving, but then he quickly forced a smile. What's necessary or not necessary? Worth it or not? Saving a life is the most worthwhile and necessary thing to do. This is the last lesson my old squad leader taught me before he died. If he had thought so much at that time, I might not be here now. As he said this, Jang Wei couldn't help but burst into laughter. Ye Chen could see that his smile was very frank and sincere. At this moment, Ye Chen suddenly understood a truth. Some people are born different, like an everlasting light. No matter what environment it is placed in, it can always illuminate a small area and warm some people. Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but laugh. He had experienced 2 apocalypses, but this was the first time he had met someone like this. After laughing, Ye Chen slowly reached out to Jang Wei and said, "Join my team. Come with me. This place is not for you." Jang Wei burst into laughter when he heard this. He rubbed his nose with his hand and grinned. "No, I have something else to do." Ye Chen was a little surprised when he saw that the other party rejected him, because the other party had just seen his armor form. Therefore, he should know that he is very powerful. But this man still chose to reject himself. He believed that the reason for rejecting Gu could not be because of those scumbags. So he frowned slightly and looked at Jang Wei and asked, "Can you give me a reason?" Ye Chen had just finished speaking, and Jang Wei hadn't said anything yet. The middle-aged woman standing not far away began to explain for him quickly. "He is a stubborn person. The reason I don't want to leave here is because of my comrades buried in the ruins." After the middle-aged woman said this, she gave Jang Wei a look of slight disgust. Then she turned to look at Ye Chen and continued to speak enthusiastically. "Why don't you take me away? Although I'm a little old, but I can do everything. I can do anything you can think of." When Ye Chen heard this, he ignored her and just threw the chicken leg over to her like he was sending away a dog. The middle-aged woman's eyes lit up when she saw the chicken legs. "Is there any meat left?" After saying that, she bit the chicken leg and ran quickly to the side. When the others saw this, they immediately chased after him, and soon a group of people started fighting over the chicken leg. Lao Lu was standing at the door of the room and was stunned when he saw this scene. Why does the scene before my eyes feel so familiar? In the past, it also snatched bones with Tian Tian, Mao Mao, Bin Bin, and Ha Ha every day. It turns out that humans also have this kind of romantic sentiment. It seems that I need to do this more often to improve my relationship with my master in the future. Look how happily that fat woman is biting her companion's paw. After Ye Chen sent away the idlers, he turned around and looked into the distance following Jang Wei's gaze. "Where are they? I can help you." Jang Wei understood what Ye Chen was talking about and knew that the other party would definitely be able to help him. But he was not ready to accept help because he had his own beliefs. "No need. I'm going to stay here for the rest of my life. I will still help if you need help in the future. By the way, let's see when we can gather all the remains of our brothers together." When he said this, Jang Wei's voice became a little choked. Seeing that the other party was stubborn, Ye Chen didn't plan to persuade him any further. He just turned around and asked earnestly, "What about the 2 children? At a time when they were extremely short of food. Are you sure you can protect them?" Jang Wei couldn't help but tremble when he heard this. He turned and looked at Ye Chen in disbelief. Ye Chen also turned to look at him, forcing a wry smile, and said, "Don't underestimate the evil of human nature, and don't test human nature lightly. All we can do is make ourselves strong enough. So, I ask you again, will you come with me?" This time Jang Wei hesitated. For the first time, he felt confused about his beliefs. After thinking for about a minute, he turned his head and looked into Ye Chen's eyes and asked seriously, "Is there a second option?" Ye Chen was not surprised at all when he heard such an answer. Then he took out a small bag from the space warehouse and handed it to Jang Wei. "I can only help you up to this point. The rest is up to you." Chapter 89. Picking up a few hundred million for free. Ye Chen didn't want to see the good guy Jang Wei die in this doomsday. So he took out a small bag of crystal cores from the space warehouse and gave it to him. Jang Wei took it and opened it, then turned around and took out a bag of clinker from his backpack. This is the kind of plastic bag that people use to store vegetables and steamed buns. "You like this kind of thing? Hey, just grab whatever you want and take whatever you want." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen lowered his head to look into the bag and jumped in surprise. "Oh my God!" I saw that the bag was filled with crystal cores of various colors. Ye Chen even saw 3 purple level 5 crystal cores inside. How is this possible? Good guy Jang Wei is obviously only level 2. Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately shifted his surprised gaze to Jang Wei's face. At this moment, Jang Wei's face was calm, and he looked as if he was not interested in competing with the world. After Zhang Wei noticed Ye Chen's strange look, he slowly turned his head and met his eyes. What's wrong? Is there nothing you like, little brother? So, what do you want? I'll keep it for you when I see it later. Ye Chen almost vomited blood after hearing this. This guy's words are really infuriating. Do you think these crystal cores are pebbles on the roadside? Does that mean you can just take whatever you like? Wrong. He has collected so many crystal cores, so it shouldn't be that he knows nothing, right? Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately lowered his voice and asked in a low voice, Brother, you should know their uses, right? After hearing this, Zhang Wei nodded slowly and said, I know. How could I not know? When Ye Chen heard this, his brows furrowed even more tightly. At the same time, the doubts in his heart became heavier. His intuition told him that the person in front of him was definitely not as simple as he seemed. So he continued to ask cautiously and tentatively, Now that you know their use, then why is your level only 2? Zhang Wei smiled after hearing this. Ye Chen didn't know why he was laughing, but his smile is full of warmth, which makes people feel comfortable. It's hard to imagine that a man can feel comfortable when he smiles. He is like a ray of sunshine in the dark night, which can temporarily dispel the haze in people's hearts. Brother Zhang, I once again sincerely invite you to join my team. I can provide you with the best protection I can. Before Ye Chen finished speaking, Zhang Wei smiled and waved his hand. Protect me? No. Just take care of yourself. It doesn't matter whether I live or die, but I can see that you really have good intentions. So, I'm giving these to you as a token of my gratitude. As he said that, Zhang Wei stuffed the plastic bag into Ye Chen's arms. Ye Chen caught it with both hands and was shocked again. He was truly flattered by the heavy feeling. Crystal cores are the most valuable hard currency in the apocalypse. Zhang Wei's move was equivalent to giving himself several hundred million for free. Isn't this a bit too generous? Just this bag of crystal cores is enough to exchange for supplies in half of his space. So, Ye Chen held the bag and looked at Zhang Wei and said, Brother Zhang, this is really too expensive. If you really want to be my friend, then I am willing to exchange supplies for it, and I will definitely satisfy you. When Zhang Wei heard this, he immediately burst into laughter. He felt that this kid was becoming more and more interesting. He just reached out and patted Ye Chen's shoulder gently and said, If I want to exchange something, can I give it to you for free? I said I'm giving it to you, so don't be so fussy. If you're really embarrassed, you can do me a favor later. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately nodded and said yes, and then the two of them turned and walked into the room. After entering the room, Ye Chen took out a lot of supplies for Zhang Wei's sake. These supplies directly filled up half of the room. Those who follow him and take advantage of him look at him like the god of wealth. However, Ye Chen always felt disgusted with these people. Ye Chen suppressed his disgust and ate at the same table with these people. After dinner, Zhang Wei took him out again. This time he still carried the old flamethrower, and Ye Chen carried a bucket of spare fuel for him. Zhang Wei got a broken pickup truck from somewhere. Then the two of them drove quickly towards the southeast. After driving for about an hour, Zhang Wei casually abandoned the car on the side of the road. After getting off the car, Zhang Wei simply identified the direction and continued walking forward with Ye Chen. The two walked for another half an hour before finally stopping in front of an industrial park. After Ye Chen stopped, he immediately began to observe carefully and finally found that this was an industrial park for processing mobile phones. Then, he couldn't hold back any longer due to his curiosity. Brother Zhang, what on earth do you want to do by being so mysterious? Are there any treasures in this park? When Zhang Wei heard this, he immediately smiled and turned to look at Ye Chen. I don't know if it's a baby or not. Anyway, that bag of stuff you have is all from here. When Ye Chen heard this, his eyes widened in shock. That bag of crystal cores were all taken from this park? Oh my god! If this is true, so there must be at least an S-level mutant boss here, right? Why didn't you tell me before you came? If you had told me earlier, your grandson would have accompanied you to die. But it doesn't seem too late to go back now. Brother Zhang, I think. Before he could finish his words, Zhang Wei had already lit the flamethrower. Then he turned around and grinned at Ye Chen. Brother, help me this time. I will go with you after I fulfill this wish. He said this calmly, but there was a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Seeing this, Ye Chen didn't say much. He slowly nodded and activated the armor mode. Then Zhang Wei turned around and led the way carefully, and the two of them groped their way into the park together. This industrial park was really big. They climbed over one side of the wall and walked for another hour or so before finally stopping behind a 5-story building. Zhang Wei seemed very familiar with this place, But at the same time, he was also very cautious and nervous. Seeing his performance, Ye Chen could guess that there must be something very dangerous in it. Therefore, Ye Chen decided to find out the situation first before helping him. Brother Zhang, I think we must make things clear first. Don't worry, I will help you no matter what happens. But you have to tell me the truth. What on earth is this place? What on earth are you doing here? When Jang Wei heard this, he immediately looked troubled. He looked at Ye Chen, then looked around, and finally reached out and pulled him behind the wall and said, "Okay, then I'll tell you the truth. Do you remember those bugs you encountered before? This park is their lair, and there is a queen insect here. I asked you to come here this time to help kill this insect queen." When Ye Chen heard this, he was so shocked that he took a step back. But this small step put the two of them in danger. Snap! Chapter 90 Underground Lair. Ye Chen took a step back in shock at Jang Wei's words. He didn't notice what he stepped on, just heard a crisp sound of crack. I thought it was a branch or something that was stepped on and broken. But when the two looked down, they found that the cracking sound was actually the ground cracking. Oh my god, this is a joke, isn't it? Ye Chen only had time to exclaim before the ground beneath his feet collapsed. The next second, he and Jang Wei fell freely downward in a mess. After a brief panic, Ye Chen's brain quickly returned to normal thinking. Then he reached out and grabbed Jang Wei's back and quickly activated the armor's flamethrower. Although Jang Wei's men were caught, his flamethrower fell down. With the help of the fallen flamethrower, the two finally saw the situation underground. There were several beetles sleeping in the area illuminated by the fire. These beetles were the same kind that Ye Chen had encountered earlier. The heat from the flamethrower's mouth made the beetle feel uncomfortable. So soon as space became vacant in that location. Seeing this, Jang Wei signaled to Ye Chen to let him go. Ye Chen had no choice but to slowly land with his men. After landing, Jang Wei immediately ran over to check the status of the flamethrower. After making sure that the equipment was not damaged, he quickly put it on his back again. Then, Jang Wei looked at the movements in the distance and said softly, "Let's go." Ye Chen saw that he had no intention of leaving. So he walked up quickly, grabbed her, and spoke softly. "Leave the queen to me. I promise I will kill her. Just listen to me and wait upstairs first." When Jang Wei heard this, he broke free from Ye Chen's pull. He stared at Ye Chen with a stubborn face and said anxiously, "Impossible. Even if I die today, I will meet it in person. I must avenge my wife and children with my own hands. Otherwise, what's the point of me living?" When Ye Chen heard this, he was stunned. He originally thought that Lao Zhang stayed here just to help his comrades find the bodies. But no one expected that he had such an unknown and sad past. "You came here just for revenge?" Jang Wei just nodded slightly when he heard this. Then he turned back resolutely and took another look at the cave in the distance. "I have a feeling it's waiting for me in there. Today, one of us must die." After saying this, Jang Wei took careful steps and walked forward. When Ye Chen saw this and wanted to stop him, he was already a step too late. At this time, there were many sleeping beetles lying around. In order not to wake them up, Ye Chen could only swallow his anger and follow behind. There was nothing he could do. He couldn't persuade this stubborn man and didn't want him to die. Then you can only keep silent and follow behind. The old saying is true. If you eat someone's food, you should be grateful. If you take someone's money, you should be grateful. If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been so greedy and accepted that bag of crystal cores. But since I've already taken it, I can't just take advantage of it for nothing, right? If you can't beat him later, just run away with him. Ye Chen prepared himself mentally as he walked forward. In fact, he was just looking for an excuse to stay. Deep down in his heart, he still didn't want to see anything happen to Jang Wei. Ye Chen took out a night vision goggles from the space warehouse and handed it over. With the help of night vision goggles, the two moved much faster in the cave. But half an hour later, they discovered a new problem. They were lost. It turns out that this underground cave is extremely complex and intricate. Not long after they started walking, they completely lost their sense of direction. Not only that, Ye Chen felt that they even lost their sense of direction. Because sometimes, two people can't even tell the difference between up and down. They always feel like they are sometimes upside down and sometimes upside down. Over time, the two completely lost the confidence to continue. Jang Wei felt a little weak and leaned against the wall of the cave, breathing heavily. "No, it feels like we can't get out." "That's great. I've been trapped on the road before I found it." After hearing these words, Ye Chen smiled bitterly, then took out some purified water and handed it over. Jang Wei took it and drank half of it without hesitation. At this time, Ye Chen said while observing the terrain, Something is wrong here. I suspect we may have been exposed to some kind of nerve toxin. I had a similar feeling when I passed through Jinshan City before. When Jang Wei heard this, he frowned and asked, "Poison?" It turns out we were poisoned. No wonder I always feel dizzy. The feelings are not confused by the road, but by the poisonous gas. As he spoke, he walked closer to Ye Chen and continued speaking. So, do you have any good solution? Will we go crazy or something if we wait? Ye Chen shook his head slowly when he heard this, because he didn't know what would happen next. They might actually go crazy, fall into a coma, or even die. In the lairs of these mutant creatures, all kinds of bad things can happen. If he could get out alive this time, Ye Chen decided it would be necessary to add a poison gas detection device. While he was daydreaming, Ye Chen suddenly felt a slight spatial fluctuation. As a person with spatial abilities, he is very familiar with this kind of spatial fluctuations. Something's happening. Ye Chen just muttered softly, then turned around and ran in that direction. Seeing this, Jang Wei followed without saying a word. About half an hour later, Ye Chen suddenly stopped in front of a puddle. This puddle is not very big, only about 10 square meters at most. That faint spatial fluctuation came from the bottom of the water. When Jang Wei saw Ye Chen standing still, he quickly stepped forward and squatted to check the puddle in front of him. Maybe because of the lighting at the scene, the puddle looks as black as ink. But its water surface is as smooth as a mirror, without the slightest ripple. This water is still? Jang Wei stretched out his hand to touch her, but Ye Chen grabbed him first. Don't touch it, this water is also weird. Hearing this, Jang Wei nodded slowly, then picked up the stone at his feet and threw it down. The stone quickly separated from the water surface and then quickly disappeared into the water. But the weird thing is that it all happened so smoothly. It was so smooth that not even a ripple appeared on the water surface. After seeing this scene, the two people looked at each other immediately. Jang Wei asked Ye Chen excitedly, pointing at the water. Did you see it? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded quickly in reply. See, the stone went straight down. Is this water fake? As he spoke, Ye Chen took out a glass and squatted beside the puddle. He plans to take some water samples for research. But the accident happened just as the glass touched the water. A pale hand suddenly stretched out from the water and grabbed Ye Chen's wrist. Before Ye Chen could react, the white hand pulled him into the water with great force. When Jang Wei saw this scene, he was shocked at first, then he quickly flew forward. Chapter 91 New City. When Jang Wei saw Ye Chen being dragged into the water, he flew forward to grab him without thinking. But in the end, he just grabbed the other person's ankle. But the thing in the water was so powerful that Jang Wei was quickly pulled into the water. The calm water surface was still like a mirror, and there was no ripples at all after the two people entered the water. After Ye Chen entered the water, he felt the space around him was twisting rapidly. The oppressive feeling of space almost made him split apart. Now he could only feel that he was falling, and all other senses were lost. The white hand that grabbed him had disappeared long ago. The 3D display on his mask was in chaos, and he couldn't make out the scenery in front of him at all. This bad feeling lasted for about half an hour. Then he felt someone shaking him hard, and he could faintly hear Jang Wei shouting in his ears. However, his monitor was still in disarray, and he couldn't see what was happening in front of him. In desperation, Ye Chen could only take off his armor and helmet. After the metal helmet quickly faded away, Ye Chen immediately saw the scene in front of him clearly. I saw Jang Wei half kneeling beside him, his hands constantly pressing on his chest. After pressing quickly a few times, he immediately leaned over to kiss her. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly dodged by rolling sideways, then stood up with a somersault. Jang Wei was immediately startled by Ye Chen's quick movement. You woke up so soon? I'm only halfway through CPR. When Ye Chen heard this, he waved his hand and said, Save the remaining half for your new sister-in-law. Brothers, please don't be so polite. He suddenly stopped talking halfway through, because the scene before his eyes was truly incredible. At this moment, Ye Chen was lying in the center of a city. Yes, it is the kind of normal city before the apocalypse. Every building here is brand new and all the streets are clean. Streetlights, billboards, propaganda slogans, etc. Everything looks so peaceful and gentle. Except for the fact that there were no people on this street, everything seemed very... Am I hallucinating? Ye Chen asked in disbelief. After hearing this, Jang Wei stood up and pinched his ear hard. Ye Chen quickly opened his hand in pain and glared at him resentfully. It hurts, what the hell are you doing? Jang Wei couldn't help but laugh when he saw this. If it hurts, it means this isn't a dream or an illusion. I didn't expect there was a city underground. I've lived in this small town for almost 40 years. How come I've never heard of it? When Ye Chen heard this, his brows slightly frowned. When something is abnormal, there must be something wrong. He had heard of many similar things in his previous life. Some mutant creatures secrete special gases that can cause other creatures to fall into lasting hallucinations. Moreover, this illusion is generally difficult to detect, but only by detecting it can one wake up. Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly turned around and said to Jang Wei, "Come on, let's take a look around. Perhaps there will be other unexpected discoveries." Jang Wei nodded slightly and followed Ye Chen forward. 10 minutes later, the two of them quickly walked down a street. The whole street was very quiet and clean, and all the shops on both sides of the road were open. However, these shops don't sell anything, only neatly arranged shelves or tables and chairs. This place looks like it was newly built. After observing this, Zhang Wei couldn't help but say this. When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately nodded in agreement. Everything here looks new. Everything was just as Zhang Wei said, as if it had just been built. So who built this city? While Ye Chen was still thinking about this, Zhang Wei suddenly pointed forward and shouted, "There's someone there?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen quickly looked up, but he only saw a white figure running away. White silhouette. Could it be the person who dragged me in? Quick, let's split up and chase. After saying this, Ye Chen turned around and ran towards the alley next to him. He believed that the alley here must connect the two streets. Because under normal circumstances, every city is designed this way when it is planned. Zhang Wei ran quickly in the direction where the figure disappeared. One of them was chasing while the other was blocking, and they were running very fast. However, the white figure moved just as quickly. After the two men chased for 3 blocks, Bai lost sight of it due to carelessness. Seeing this, Zhang Wei could only walk towards Ye Chen breathlessly. What should I do? I lost him. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately turned on the armor helmet mode. But here its display system has been malfunctioning. In desperation, Ye Chen could only cancel the helmet mode again. No, none of my equipment works here. But I have a strong feeling that it must be hiding nearby. Ye Chen was observing the terrain and the man situation while he was surrounding the enemy. Although this mysterious man moves very fast, he can only run on his 2 feet like an ordinary person. Without the ability to fly or escape, it can only rely on hiding to escape from the encirclement. To put it simply, it just suddenly found a place to hide. After listening to Ye Chen's words, Zhang Wei began to observe carefully. Suddenly, he saw something shiny on the ground in front of him. Seeing the situation, he immediately reached out and pulled Ye Chen to look over there. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately gestured for him to go over and take a look. So the two of them quickly ran towards that area. After arriving nearby, Zhang Wei slowly squatted down and examined it carefully. It's a water stain. Was there a lot of water on that thing just now? Zhang Wei looked up at Ye Chen curiously and asked. Ye Chen was concerned about something different at the moment. He was concerned about where the string of water stains extended to. When Zhang Wei saw Ye Chen turning his head to look to the side, he immediately understood what he meant. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Wei spoke softly, then stood up and followed Ye Chen forward. There is a water stain every half meter, and each stain is only the size of a bowl. Ye Chen suspected that these were footprints left by something running, the kind that were soaked in water. However, Ye Chen didn't see clearly whether the person they were chasing was wet. But there is no time to think about it now. After all, this is the only clue so far. The two followed the water stains and soon arrived at a bathing center. This is a luxurious bathing city covering a large area, and its appearance is similar to a luxurious palace in the West. The water stains extended all the way to its door. Zhang Wei and Ye Chen looked at each other immediately upon seeing this. Then, Ye Chen prepared to get some weapons from the space warehouse for self-defense. However, when he tried to open the space, he was shocked to find something. At this moment, he could not feel the existence of the space warehouse at all. Damn, this is such a joke. Ye Chen's heart immediately panicked. Without the space warehouse, he lost all logistical support. Zhang Wei didn't know what happened to Ye Chen. He just thought he might be a little timid. So he immediately pulled out a dagger and handed it over. Don't be afraid. Your brother Zhang is here. Here's a piece for you to use for self-defense. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen slowly turned his head to take a look, then gently swung out the laser sword with his right hand and said, "Thanks, I have." Zhang Wei broke out in a sweat upon seeing this. How did this Iron Man turn into a Jedi Knight? Ye Chen ignored the other party's surprise and turned around to walk towards the building in front. Come on, I'm in front. Chapter 92 Monsters No Military Tactics. Ye Chen produced a laser sword in his right hand and walked in front carefully. Jang Wei retracted the dagger and followed behind with a flamethrower. After the two walked into the bath center, they were immediately stunned by the scene inside. Because this doesn't seem to be a royal palace bathing center, but a palace that looks like a bathing center. Oh my god, who built a palace in this city? The palace in front of me was decorated very luxuriously, and the floor was paved with mirror-like marble. There is not a single pillar in this huge space, so the entire hall appears very bright. Suddenly, the sharp-eyed Ye Chen noticed something moving behind the throne on the steps. So he and Jang Wei immediately exchanged glances. Then the two of them walked slowly towards the throne inside, one on the left and one on the right. After the two of them formed an angle and surrounded the throne, Ye Chen shouted loudly towards them. "Don't hide! I see you!" The thing hiding behind the throne was stunned when it heard this. Then it slowly revealed two hands, which were very pale. Then a humanoid creature slowly stood up. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen and Jang Wei both gasped. The creature in front of me looked very similar to a human, with human limbs and general body shape, but it has the head and abdomen of an insect. However, judging from her towering breasts, it can be seen that this should be a female mutant creature. Ye Chen had never seen such a thing in his previous life, but he had heard that there was a kind of humanoid creature underground. Could those humanoid creatures be it? Is it the queen of insects? Thinking of this, Ye Chen's brows slowly frowned. Then he continued to ask tentatively, "Who are you? Should it be you who can understand me? Are you a human or a bug?" Ye Chen shouted loudly 3 times, but the monster just tilted its head and stared at him. Jang Wei was a little impatient at this time, and he pressed the flamethrower hard. Why waste time talking to these things? Burn one to death first. As he spoke, the flame quickly leaped forward 2 meters. The monster was so frightened when he saw this that he immediately took a few steps back, his eyes full of fear and anxiety. Then her mouth suddenly split open into 4 petals, and she screamed in fear. Ye Chen could see that this guy was very afraid of fire, but he could also feel that this thing had no intention of attacking at all. So he quickly reached out to stop Jang Wei and said, "Wait a minute, I don't think she means any harm." When Jang Wei heard this, he immediately broke free from Ye Chen. He quickly chased after the monster with a flamethrower on his back. He looks exactly like the Queen of Worms. I think it's definitely not a good thing. "Brother, get out of the way. I'm going to burn her to death." As he spoke, Jang Wei took out the flamethrower button and strode forward. Seeing this, the mutant creature immediately turned around and ran back, quickly slipping into a small door not far away. Seeing this, Jang Wei rushed in without thinking. Seeing this, Ye Chen screamed that something was wrong and then sped up and rushed into the small door. But just as he ran to the door, his left ankle was suddenly entangled by a silk thread. Then, before he could react, a huge force pulled him backwards. After Ye Chen fell to the ground, he quickly adjusted his body's shape, then swung the laser sword quickly to cut at the silk thread. With a humming sound, the laser sword easily cut all the silk threads. Ye Chen quickly rolled sideways and stood up. Only then did he finally see clearly what was entangled in front of him. 5 meters in front of him, he saw an octopus-clawed monster as tall as a person lying there. The monster's 8 hairy legs look very much like a spider's, but its body is a bit like a scorpion, and it also has a long barbed tail behind it. But what is very strange is that there is a human face right in front of this monster. There was a row of round eyeballs on both sides of the man's face. Ye Chen checked carefully and found that there were 12 eyes in total. So this is a human-faced spider-scorpion with 12 eyes? Ye Chen was still wondering what species this monster was. The monster has already launched its second round of attack. He ran quickly on his 8 legs and appeared in front of Ye Chen in the blink of an eye. Ye Chen was well prepared for this, and with rich practical experience, he was ready to fight at any time. So when the monster rushed over quickly, he also started running quickly. While Ye Chen was quickly dodging the monster's attack, his right hand had already swung out the laser sword. Swish, swish, swish. The 4 spider legs on one side of the monster were cut off at once. Then Ye Chen turned around and fired 2 more laser beams at its abdomen. The high-temperature laser beam quickly penetrated the monster's abdomen and sank into the floor. The monster's entire body twitched in pain, but the next second it was completely motionless, because Ye Chen had used Instant Slash to insert the laser sword into its head. As the monster's head was cut open, a red level 4 mutant crystal core appeared before its eyes. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly bent down and reached out to grab it out. It seems there are really good things here. Before he could finish his words, a scream suddenly came from behind him. When Ye Chen heard this voice, his heart skipped a beat. Oh no, something happened to Jang Wei. Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly turned around and ran back. But as soon as it ran to the door, it was knocked away by something. That thing is very strong and very big. Ye Chen just felt like he was hit by a truck. He was knocked 5 meters away and then slid on the ground for 10 meters before stopping. Covering his aching chest, Ye Chen spat out a mouthful of blood. This time I really vomited blood. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of iron spikes poking the ground came quickly from the front. Ye Chen felt his scalp tingling after hearing this, because you can guess from the sound that this thing must have many legs. Just as he thought of this, Ye Chen saw a scene that surprised him. He saw a 10-meter-long centipede crawling above him. No, this is not a simple centipede, because this centipede has 2-meter-long claws on the front. What the hell? Is this the shrimp cheating? Or is this the centipede having an affair? This combination is really funny. That's not right, mantis shrimp don't seem to have claws. Ye Chen was thinking about these messy things. The monster's head suddenly split open. The place where the head originally was turned into a big mouth, which looked very much like the legendary deathworm. The only difference from the deathworm is that this thing can spit. What's more, this guy's spit is black and smelly. The smell arrives before his saliva. Shit, if I really get sprayed with this, I'll either be poisoned to death or suffocated to death. Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly rolled to the side and hid. But when he rolled to the side, he found that there was a monster waiting for him next to him. Damn X2. Could these bugs have learned the art of war? Is it okay to be ambushed from all sides? Chapter 93, The Queen of Insects appears. Ye Chen had just dodged the saliva attack from the monster above, and when he turned around, he ran into a beetle monster head-on. This beetle monster is the same thing that besieged the off-road vehicle before. But the one in front of him was already the size of a man, with a huge mouth opened into 4 petals, and a long, small mouth inside was screaming sharply. With blockades in front and pursuers behind, when did these monsters learn the art of war? But Ye Chen has never had the habit of sitting still and waiting to die. He quickly mimicked all the weapons, then stood up and spun quickly. As he was spinning, all laser weapons started firing synchronously. At this moment, Ye Chen was like a giant spinning top that was emitting sparks. In just a moment, the 2 monsters were cut into hundreds of pieces by the laser. After stopping the rotation, Ye Chen steadied himself and took a while to relax. Then he staggered over and put the 2 red crystal cores into his pocket. At this time, Ye Chen discovered a strange phenomenon. That is, the levels of the monsters here are not low, but their strength is obviously weaker than the monsters on the ground. Ye Chen couldn't figure out the reason for this yet, and he didn't have any extra time to deal with these things. After Ye Chen recovered the crystal core, he quickly ran towards the small door not far away. When he passed through the small door and entered, Ye Chen was stunned. I saw that there was an even larger palace here, with densely packed insect cocoons on the ground, walls, and pillars. Each cocoon here is the size of a child. Their eggs slowly glow green in the dark. Ye Chen turned his head and took a quick look. It is estimated that there must be tens of thousands of insect eggs here. This is really breaking into the insect nest. He had just finished speaking when a scream suddenly came from the front. Ye Chen didn't have time to think about it. He immediately activated the jet device and flew straight over. A minute later, Ye Chen quickly landed in front of a huge monster. No, it should be said that he fell in front of a huge belly. In front of Ye Chen, there was a monster whose body and belly were extremely mismatched. The upper body of this monster is the same as the girl hiding behind the throne before. But the lower body is a big belly that is 3 or 4 meters high and more than 10 meters long. The stomach is wriggling slowly and its tail is producing worm eggs. Only at this moment did Ye Chen finally see clearly what was in his insect eggs. It turned out to be one person after another. This big-bellied worm queen is actually giving birth to a human? Seeing this, Ye Chen was so shocked that he took 2 steps back. But he soon came to his senses. I've never heard of a person wearing clothes when he or she is born. Moreover, Ye Chen saw clearly just now that most of the creatures born from the insects were adults. These people were curled up in strange postures, their bodies covered with blisters and bumps as if they had blisters. After these people are born by the queen of insects, a spider-scorpion monster will immediately come forward to spin silk and wrap them in cocoons, and the wrapped cocoons will be taken away by the centipede monster and placed away. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately became worried about Jang Wei's safety. Oh no, I'm afraid Lao Zhang will be swallowed by it. Thinking of this, Ye Chen rushed to the queen insect to check what was going on. But at this time, there was nothing on the ground except a flamethrower and the burnt upper body of the queen insect. There was no trace of Jang Wei left at the scene. Was he really swallowed? Thinking of this, Ye Chen's eyes immediately turned red. You son of a bitch, I want you to pay with your life. As he spoke, the laser sword in Ye Chen's hand suddenly doubled in length. But at this time, the insect girl who had been avoiding him rushed out. She opened her arms to block the queen of insects, and tears slowly fell from her eyes. Ye Chen was stunned when he saw this scene. Do mutant creatures also have feelings? While he was distracted, the queen insect behind the insect girl suddenly moved. She slowly opened her eyes and slowly raised her body to float in the air. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately became alert and was ready to fight to the death at any time. But the strange thing was that the queen of insects did not attack him, but began to slowly change the shape of her face. In the end, the queen of insects' face turned into a beautiful woman with long black hair. Yes, at this moment, the queen insect's head has completely turned into a human. Hello, Blue Star. Can we talk first? Ye Chen has lived for 2 lifetimes, but this is the first time he has communicated with a mutant creature. So driven by curiosity, he began to try to communicate with the other party. Who are you? Ye Chen didn't dare to say much, for fear that he would make more mistakes. He now wanted to hear what this mutant creature had to say more. He wanted to see what the other party was up to. The queen of insects was very happy to hear Ye Chen's answer, and a smile even appeared on her human face. I have to say, the queen of insects looks really beautiful. If she didn't have a huge worm belly, Ye Chen would definitely honestly praise her as a peerless beauty. The queen of insects slowly leaned her front half forward and only spoke again when she was closer to Ye Chen. I'm sorry to have to engage with you in this way. We have no ill intentions. We just want to seek refuge on Blue Star. According to the queen of insects, they landed on the blue planet along with the meteorite. Before they evolved, they existed as semi-liquid soft bodies, until they merged with the creatures of the planet and evolved into the first generation of mutants. Apparently, the first creature they merged with on Blue Star was the beetle. The queen of insects also told him that a super virus came to Earth with them. This virus will infect and kill organic hosts and invade and parasitize dead organic organisms. This super virus does not cause much harm to the queen insect and its colony, but it was a devastating blow to the creatures on the blue planet. The queen of insects also doesn't know the origin of this virus. They met after the meteorites collided with each other halfway. The queen's Earth population has strong evolutionary and adaptability capabilities, so the super virus has no way to deal with them. Moreover, in the later stages of evolution, the queen of insects can also decompose some harmful substances in the virus. To put it simply, the queen of worms tribe is not afraid of the super virus at all. Ye Chen felt very strange when he heard this. He didn't understand why the queen of insects had to explain all this to him, but the next second he understood the queen of insects' intention. I saw a centipede monster crawling in quickly from outside. There were dozens of still-moving zombies stuck on its pointed feet. The centipede quickly crawled to the queen insect, dropped the zombie, and left. Then a huge mouth part opened up from the queen's abdomen, and she swallowed dozens of zombies in one gulp. Ye Chen could still be seen on the almost transparent belly. The zombies were crawling towards the rear little by little. Something emitting fluorescent light began to appear from the queen insect's body and drilled into the zombie's body. When Ye Chen saw this, the queen of insects specifically explained, "My children need nourishment, and they are no longer considered Blue Star people. So we don't have an adversarial relationship, and we still don't have any ill will." Ye Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. He slowly raised his head to look at the queen of insects, while slowly raising the laser sword in his hand. What about my friends? He has never been infected by the virus. Where is he? Chapter 94, Refusing to Become a God. There was already murderous intent in Ye Chen's eyes. The queen of insects seemed to be able to sense his hostility, so she quickly stepped back. Then, her huge belly slowly lifted up, revealing the person underneath. Only then did Ye Chen see clearly that Jang Wei had been pressed down by the queen insect. However, Jang Wei's condition was very wrong at this time. I saw that his mouth was wide open, and he would laugh out loud from time to time, and his whole face was full of an extremely happy expression. Then his whole body suddenly shook and twitched twice, and then he lay limply on the ground motionless. Only then did the queen insect use one claw to pull it out from under her body. When Jang Wei was thrown to the ground mercilessly, Ye Chen suddenly realized that he was not wearing any clothes. At this moment, a very good idea popped up in Ye Chen's mind. Old Zhang is not clean anymore. Ye Chen quickly put away his messy thoughts and squatted down to check on Jang Wei's condition. At this moment, his eye sockets were dark and his cheeks were much thinner than before. The two had just been separated for less than half an hour, but I didn't expect that the person would become like this. It is no exaggeration to say that Jang Wei is now on his last breath. Ye Chen wanted to go over and help him up, but the other person reached out and grabbed his hand and said, "Brother, help me." Hearing this, Ye Chen's brows suddenly tightened. Has he lost the will to live? It's a pity for such a good person. Okay, I'll help you. As he spoke, Ye Chen slowly moved the laser sword closer to the opponent's vital points. Jang Wei was so frightened that his eyes widened when he saw this. And then he hurriedly explained, "No, that's not what I meant. I mean, help me kill it." Fortunately, this guy explained in time. Otherwise, Ye Chen's sword would have pierced his body a second later. Ye Chen nodded slightly awkwardly upon hearing this, then slowly put the weak Jang Wei on the ground. At this time, the Queen of Insects seemed to sense Ye Chen's murderous intent. So she said as she slowly moved her body back, "We really don't mean any harm. We just want to adapt to the environment of Blue Star faster. I need a new insect king, and your friend is clearly not suitable." Having said that, the Queen of Insects actually smiled at Ye Chen very charmingly. Ye Chen was frightened by her smile and trembled all over. This bug must be dreaming of something. I would rather die than get involved with a bug. When Ye Chen thought of this, he suddenly thought of another thing. So he slowly turned his head and looked at the insect girl. Could this be the product of the union between the Queen of Insects and humans? She already looks about 30% human-like if she continues to improve. It is possible that the Queen of Insects could give birth to creatures that are extremely close to humans. Ye Chen had just thought about this when the Queen of Insects suddenly spoke again. "Your genes are very good. I can feel the unlimited potential in you. Therefore, I am willing to make you the Insect King and work with me to improve the descendants of my tribe. You will become the new god of Blue Star, with an extremely powerful clan and descendants." The Queen of Insects said these words very seriously and with a very pious attitude. But every time he thought of how Jang Wei had been treated just now, Ye Chen felt an unbearable chill. Although the treatment is very good, no normal person can accept this job. This sounds so abnormal that even a pervert would find it abnormal. Forget it. I might as well kill her. It's better than becoming unclean myself. Thinking of this, Ye Chen was determined to kill. He pretended to agree while putting away his weapon and slowly approaching. The Queen of Insects thought that Ye Chen really accepted her courtship request. He was so happy that his voice became a lisp. "Oh my God, our union will be perfect. Our offspring will be the best. From now on, you will be responsible for the battles outside, and I will be responsible for laying eggs in the nest. From now on, our race will dominate this planet." When Ye Chen heard this, he felt a chill on his back. This damn big bug is really arrogant. Blue Planet will always be the blue planet of mankind, and no other monster should have anything to do with it. Those who are not of my race must have different hearts. Ye Chen never believed that these mutant creatures had any good intentions. So, wait until Ye Chen walked 10 meters away from the queen insect. He murmured as he looked up and smiled. "Okay, then I'll let you enjoy it first. The queen of worms has devoured tens of thousands of humans. So, naturally, she also has some human common sense in her brain. So when Ye Chen said that he could make her happy, her human-shaped face actually became shy. Yeah, then I'm really looking forward to it." As soon as she finished speaking, Ye Chen immediately grinned evilly. "Good." After saying the word good, Ye Chen's body suddenly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, he was already several meters in the air. At this moment, he was at the same height and parallel to the Queen of Insects' human form. The moment the Queen of Insects saw Ye Chen appear, there was a hint of panic in her eyes. The next second, her panicked head flew up. Only then did she realize that Ye Chen had a laser sword in his hand again. The Queen of Insects was just about to retaliate angrily, but Ye Chen suddenly disappeared in an instant. Then his bone-chilling voice was heard in the air. "Instant kill 5 times in a row." Ye Chen's figure kept disappearing and appearing, then disappearing and appearing again. He never stayed in any one place for more than half a second. After repeating this 5 times, Ye Chen reappeared 10 meters in front of the Queen Insect. Because his movements were so fast, the Queen of Insects didn't even understand what was happening. but immense anger had completely taken over her heart. At this time, her voice also became unusually hoarse. Damn it, two-legged creature! How dare you attack this king? Damn humans! Bear the wrath of God! All human beings will eventually be punished because of you. As she spoke, the queen of insects tried to raise her body. It was only at this time that Ye Chen discovered that there were dozens of living people under her. Without exception, these people were all men, and their facial expressions were unusually happy. But some people have been drained of their bodies and have become as emaciated as mummies. Ye Chen frowned and simulated all laser weapons and missiles. At this moment, Ye Chen was ready to fight her to the death. But surprises always come at the right time, and the effect of the instant 5-kill streak just now finally showed up. The huge body of the queen insect suddenly began to break into several pieces. She looked down at her body in disbelief. Why? No, you can't. God, I will be your god. This was the queen of insects' last, unwilling cry. The next second, all the weapons on Ye Chen's body fired thousands of arrows. Laser beams and small missiles shot at her mercilessly, breaking his huge body into countless small pieces again. Ye Chen fired continuously for 5 minutes before stopping. After confirming that this perverted insect could not die, he then put away his weapon, put his hands on his hips, and talked to himself. Are you satisfied now? That's cool, isn't it? Oh yes. Chapter 95, Encountering Highway Robbery. Ye Chen deliberately paralyzed the insect queen and then used the instant slash skill to launch a sneak attack. Then they opened fire at full force and turned it into a pile of minced meat. Passing through the disgusting mucus, Ye Chen finally found the crystal core of the queen insect. It was a golden S-grade crystal core the size of an egg. Ye Chen won this time by sheer luck. Because if the queen insect wasn't obsessed with improving her genes, there was no way he could kill an S-level mutant creature so easily. Once the queen of insects died, the other monsters that helped with the birth fled. At this time, Ye Chen found that he could sense the space warehouse again. It turned out that it was the queen insect's biological magnetic field that had been suppressing spatial abilities. Now that the queen insect is dead, Ye Chen immediately starts to operate freely again. He first put the queen's crystal core into the space warehouse, and then took out 3 boxes of bombs from it. This many bombs are definitely enough to destroy the entire underground palace. After setting the timing device, Ye Chen quickly returned to look for Jang Wei. But unfortunately, at this time Jang Wei had no life left. In the end, all his energy and vitality were sucked away by the queen insect. With no other options, Ye Chen could only go out quickly alone. He successfully escaped from the palace, but was trapped in an empty city. Ye Chen was trapped in such a huge, empty city and had no idea where to escape. At this moment, a burst of dog barking suddenly came from the sky. Ye Chen was very familiar with this voice. That was Lao Lu's mean dog barking. "Sixth brother?" Ye Chen responded loudly and excitedly, and then began to try to identify the direction from which the call came. After searching for a while, he finally discovered that the cry actually came from the sky. To be more precise, the cry came from the sun in the sky. Ye Chen quickly activated the jet system and flew quickly towards the light after taking off. A few minutes later, Ye Chen rushed out from the mirror-like puddle. At this time, Lao Lu was sticking out his long tongue and barking loudly. It was the first time that Ye Chen felt happy to see Lao Lu. Then he turned on the helmet mode and shouted loudly at Lao Lu. "Go, go!" Upon hearing this, Lao Lu quickly turned around and led the way, and then the dog and the men quickly escaped from a maze cave. As soon as the two of them flew out of the deep pit, the entire ground suddenly shook violently. Then we saw the entire industrial park collapsing rapidly. Ye Chen knew that a bomb had exploded below, but what he didn't know was that the bug girl had been transferred out by other monsters. At this moment, she was standing in a forest and looking up at Ye Chen. "I'll remember you and everything that happened today. Despicable and hypocritical human beings. I will make you pay the price." After the insect girl said this, her belly began to slowly grow bigger and longer. From this moment on, a new queen of the tribe was born. Ye Chen carried Lao Lu and flew straight back to the farmyard. But when he arrived there, he found that the yard was already empty. Only 2 unwanted children were left, and they seemed to have cried themselves to sleep. Ye Chen yelled at him for being inhumane, then went out to find a van. Later, Ye Chen set off with Lao Lu and the 2 children. In order to repay Lao Lu for his loyalty, Ye Chen immediately grabbed a handful of crystal cores below level 3 and fed them to it as dog food. because mutant beasts can directly swallow crystal cores to absorb energy. Therefore, their way of obtaining crystal cores is much simpler than that of humans. The current Lao Lu only has the medium strength of level 3, so he is currently unable to eat high-level crystal cores. However, the low-level crystal cores in the plastic bag are enough to feed it to level 5. The van kept driving forward, slowly approaching the direction of the map coordinates. At this moment, Ye Chen was very worried and nervous. He was worried about Zhao Xuefei's safety, and also worried about whether Xiao Qing and others could escape. After 3 hours of wandering thoughts, his van slowly stopped in front of an iron gate. This is an iron gate built in the middle of the road. It should have been the gate to a scenic spot. Now I don't know why, but the gate here has been transformed into a city gate. As soon as Ye Chen's car stopped, 4 men with guns surrounded the car. Ye Chen was not in armor form at this time, so he did not attract special attention from these people. But the co-pilot's seat, Lao Lu, received special attention. 3 of the 4 guns were now aimed at him. When Lao Lu saw these people rushing over, he quickly lowered his head and swallowed the remaining crystal cores in 2 gulps. Humph! You want to snatch food from Lao Lu? No way. But because it ate too quickly, it choked and started coughing. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately reached out and gently covered his face. This shameful thing is quite protective of its food. Ye Chen was still complaining about Lao Lu's embarrassing behavior. The door of the van was pulled off roughly. This shows that the person is very strong and is very likely a power-type mutant. Then, an explosion-proof spray gun was pointed at Ye Chen's head. I warn you, you'd better be honest. Put your hands on your head and get out of the car. Ye Chen frowned slightly when he heard this, but he thought about the children in the back row. He was not going to fight with the person who stopped the car here. Ye Chen first ordered Lao Lu to be good. Then he put his hands on his head and slowly got out of the car. Then another person began to check the vehicle. Apart from 2 children and a dog, no other supplies were found in the car. This made the 4 people who stopped them very frustrated, because according to the rules of the manor, they can get 1/5 of the search supplies. Then, a bald, strong man slammed the roof of the car and shouted, "Damn it, our luck is so much worse than last shift. They found a whole minibus of supplies." When Ye Chen heard this, his brows tightened. A minibus of supplies? Could it be that Brother Xiao and the others were taken away by these people? According to Xiao Qing's fighting ability, this shouldn't happen. Could it be because of Nyonyo's condition? When Ye Chen thought of this, he immediately decided to go back with these people to take a look. But at this moment, the man standing in the passenger seat suddenly said with a smirk, "Hey, this dog is really fat. How about a dog meat hot pot tonight? This dog is definitely enough to satisfy our cravings." When Ye Chen heard this, his forehead immediately turned black. It seems like Lao Lu will eventually be harmed by his own fat body. But what no one could have imagined was that Lao Lu was a real dog. When it heard that these people wanted to eat the dog, its eyes became crooked and its mouth became slanted, and it started spitting out white foam. Ye Chen was stunned after seeing its performance. This guy really has a talent for being an animal actor. If it hadn't seen the bag of milk flowing next to it, then he really believed it just like these 4 guys. Immediately, the man standing in the passenger seat quickly shouted in frustration, oh no, this dog seems to be sick. He's foaming at the mouth. Is he suffering from rabies? What a shame, what a shame, what a good meal." After hearing this, the other people also sighed. After hearing this, Lao Lu secretly smiled. Therefore, Ye Chen's 2 children were taken to the manor on foot. The van was charged and driven away, and Lao Lu was thrown into a ditch on the side of the road. But Ye Chen didn't know that he was recognized by an acquaintance as soon as he appeared at the gate of the manor. Huh? Why is he here too? Huh, isn't this the credit that comes to you? I deserve to be rich. Chapter 96 Salvation Army Manor. In the survivor's manor, Ye Chen and his 2 children were imprisoned separately. About half an hour later, a petite woman interrogated him. The woman looked to be in her 20s. Although she looked ordinary, she had a very plump figure. She placed a folder heavily on the table, stared at Ye Chen with cold eyes, and asked, "Name, age, ability level, and specialty." Ye Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. He did not directly answer the woman's question, but looked at her with the same cold eyes and said, "Who are you? What right do you have to lock me up? Why am I telling you these things?" When the woman heard this, she couldn't help laughing. She slowly raised her head and looked at Ye Chen, then spoke very seriously. "Don't you understand the situation yet? It's the end of the world now, and there are zombies and monsters everywhere outside. This is the Salvation Army's safe zone. a place where you can settle down. I am Wang Wenwen, the Chief Security Officer of the Security Zone. Please answer my previous question truthfully. This woman always has a sense of superiority when she speaks. Ye Chen could sense from the energy fluctuations emanating from her that the supernatural power level of the woman in front of him should be around level 4. I have to say, it takes some skill to reach level 4 in such a short time. The reason why Ye Chen could see through her level was because the supernatural energy of ordinary people was very clear. But as long as the level difference is not too big, it is easy to see the opponent's level. But there are exceptions to everything, and Ye Chen is that 1 in a million exception. No one can generally see through his level. Due to the influence of nanomaterials in his body, his energy fluctuations have always been weak. That's why the woman just now interrogated him, as if he were a low-level psychic. After all, people with too weak abilities can't see the level boundaries at all. After listening to the woman's words, Ye Chen nodded slowly. He had heard of the name of the Salvation Army in his previous life. As early as the beginning and middle stages of the apocalypse, this force was indeed quite influential. During their heyday, they established and controlled more than a dozen safe cities. But later, due to coups, rebellions, and disagreements, this huge organization of survivors split into 4 small federations. Later, these small federations were gradually annexed by other forces. However, it must be said that the Savior Army provided a lot of help to the survivors in the early stages. Ye Chen was not going to have a conflict with them just for this reason. So, he immediately made up an identity for himself. My name is Ye Chen, and I'm 19 years old. The superpower is the superpower, but it's called metal manipulation. I learned mechanical maintenance before the end of the world. It can be considered a specialty. After hearing this, Wang Wenwen did not record it at all. She just stared at Ye Chen coldly. Ye Chen felt a little uncomfortable when she was looking at him, so he asked tentatively, "What's wrong? Any questions?" When Wang Wenwen heard this, she first sneered, then slammed the table with her right hand and shouted, "This is a big problem. You'd better tell the truth about your affairs. Stop playing tricks on me here. You may not have heard clearly just now. I am the Chief Security Officer of the Security Zone. I came here in person. Don't you understand what it means?" Ye Chen was a little confused to begin with, and now he became even more confused after hearing these words. "What does your Chief or Chief Security Officer have to do with me? How would I know what your security officer does?" However, Ye Chen had already noticed that something was wrong, so he forced out a smile that he thought was very kind and said, "What do you want to say? Can you be more direct? Everyone is busy. There's no need to waste time." When Wang Wenwen heard this, she laughed. Then she slowly stood up and nodded. "Well, it seems you won't cry until you see the coffin. Then let's be more direct. Come in." At Wang Wenwen's command, 5 or 6 people rushed in from outside the house. Seeing this, Ye Chen turned around and looked. These people actually looked familiar. The middle-aged man standing in the front was clearly the guy who was kicked away by him in the farmyard. At this time, the man was looking at him with a lewd expression. "Commander Wang, it's him. He can perform magic and create many things. All the supplies we handed over were conjured up by him." As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a middle-aged woman behind him also spoke. Yes, I'll prove it. He must have hidden a lot of supplies. We are all witnesses, right?" After she said this, others immediately followed suit. It turned out that these people were really the guys in Jang Wei's hospital. It's true that enemies often meet in a narrow road. After seeing these people, Ye Chen got angry immediately. These bastards actually abandoned 2 children and ran away. What selfish, sneering fellows they are. The more Ye Chen thought about it, the angrier he got. He stood up and walked over to kick him. The middle-aged man was kicked out again, and the others continued to be slapped one by one. Seeing this, Wang Wenwen immediately released her supernatural powers to stop it. He saw a column of water as thick as a thigh rushing towards him quickly. He dodged quickly with his quick eyes and hands, but the 2 people behind him were hit by the water column. The huge force of the water pushed the 2 of them out more than 10 meters away. When Wang Wenwen saw that Ye Chen was reaching out, she immediately shouted loudly in vigilance, "Guards, come and arrest him." Wang Wenwen's loud shout immediately attracted the attention of people around her. Soon, more than a dozen agile psychics surrounded them. These people have different superpowers, including electricity, fire, wind, and ice. In short, all kinds of supernatural powers were fired at Ye Chen without reservation. But Ye Chen just stood at the door and allowed himself to be attacked. Wang Wenwen was afraid that someone might die, so she shouted loudly, "Stop it, save his life." As her order was given, More than a dozen superpowers stopped at the same time. But the various elemental powers collided with each other just now, causing a thick fog to form around Ye Chen. Now no one can see his condition clearly, and no one knows whether he is dead or not. Wang Wenwen walked slowly into the house and suddenly attacked when he was 2 or 3 steps away from the fog. A stream of water, as thick as a thigh, shot out again, rushing straight through the fog and out of the room. The middle-aged man who was kicked away had just stood up when he was blown away again by a huge column of water. Everyone was shocked when they saw this, and Wang Wenwen even covered her mouth in disbelief. Impossible. I'm not going to get into trouble. Having said that, she quickly turned around and shouted to the wind-type mutant outside. Do you blow away the fog quickly? Isn't this kid beaten to pieces? The man named Du was stunned when he heard this. They showed no mercy when they attacked just now. If they really beat the person into pieces, the boss will be angry with them again. So Du quickly used his skills to summon a small whirlwind. The small whirlwind blew forward under his control, quickly blowing away all the thick fog. Chapter 97. Paradise on Earth. After the thick fog was blown away by the whirlwind, the door of the room was empty. Ye Chen himself had disappeared long ago, and Wang Wenwen was stunned upon seeing this. Where are the people? Everyone present was also surprised when they saw this, but no one noticed on the street behind the room. Ye Chen's figure suddenly appeared, but the hurried people didn't notice the sudden appearance of another person. After looking around, Ye Chen took a windbreaker from the car in front. Then he put on his windbreaker and started walking towards the manor. After some investigation, it was discovered that this was actually a private manor of a wealthy person in the past. The manor covers an area of more than 100 acres and is surrounded by a 4-meter-high concrete wall. Every 50 meters along this circle of high walls, there is a 6-meter-high tower, with searchlights and hand-cranked alarms installed on the towers. Within these high walls are large plastic greenhouses, which contain farmland, orchards, and chicken and duck coops. However, Ye Chen discovered that there were traces of fighting in these places. This shows that the trees and birds here have also experienced mutations, but have now been cleared out by force. Ye Chen still felt the residual wood energy on the fruit tree. This means that there is at least one rare wood-type mutant in the manor. If those wood-type mutants were here, the fruit saplings and crops here would not be able to survive at all. The more you look at this place, the more it looks like it was designed and built specifically to prevent doomsday. Moreover, the improved manor has become a paradise in the end times. Is there someone planning ahead here? Could there be other reborn people in this world? When Ye Chen was thinking about these questions, he suddenly felt someone pulling his windbreaker from behind. Feeling nervous, Ye Chen quickly turned around to check the situation behind him. But after turning around, he was slightly stunned. Old Six, how did you get in here? Don't those people at the door want to eat hot pot anymore? It turned out that the one who was biting his windbreaker at this moment was Lao Lu. When Lao Lu heard the word hot pot, he immediately sobbed angrily. Then it dragged Ye Chen towards the northwest wall. Here, in front of the charred ruins of a building, Lao Lu was dragging him towards the sewage treatment outlet nearby. When Ye Chen saw this scene, he immediately understood. This guy crawled in through the sewage treatment pipe. After reaching the wellhead, Lao Lu shouted loudly to Ye Chen twice, as if he was presenting a treasure. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately laughed, then took out a sausage from the warehouse and handed it to it. Okay, remember this place first. We'll use it when we need it. But not now. I have to stay and check some things. The old man felt a little disappointed when he heard this, and then he called out to the sausage in Ye Chen's hand again. This time Ye Chen actually understood what this guy meant. It wants me to roast its intestines. Ye Chen looked down at Old Six in surprise. He seriously suspected that this dog was a supernatural being. It has fire abilities as well as some mental abilities. Otherwise, how can I understand what it says from time to time? Wait a minute. This thing is a fire dog, so let me grill some sausage for it. Thinking of this, Ye Chen stuffed the sausage directly into the dog's mouth. If you want to eat grilled sausages, make them yourself. I don't have time to care about you now. After saying this, Ye Chen turned around and walked quickly away. Lao Lu glanced at Ye Chen's back with resentment, then spit out a string of flames. But because the heat was not controlled well, the sausage in the dog's mouth instantly turned into charcoal. After spitting out the burnt sausage, Lao Lu looked at Ye Chen with even more resentment. Ye Chen took Lao Lu to the parking lot and took a look around. But unfortunately, there is no sign of the super minibus here. Afterwards, he and Lao Lu went to the clinic in the manor. If Xiaoqing were here, it would be easiest to find him where there was a doctor. But this time he was disappointed again. Apart from the wounded people everywhere, there was no sign of Xiaoqing and others. Hey you, come and help. Help me hold down his legs, quick. A pretty little nurse shouted at Ye Chen. Ye Chen looked around and replied after confirming that there was no one else around. You called me? The beautiful nurse frowned immediately upon hearing this. Besides you, is there anyone else here who can move around easily? Come and help quickly. This man will die if his limb is not amputated. When Ye Chen heard this, he realized that there was an unconscious, seriously injured person lying next to her. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly ran over, but Lao Lu was so scared that he covered his eyes with his front paws. This idiot is actually afraid of blood? Ye Chen didn't have time to deal with this idiot and walked towards the nurse in 2 steps. How can I help you? The beautiful nurse handed a tourniquet to Ye Chen and said urgently, help tie his thighs tight first. It has to be as tight as it can be. I need to amputate his leg. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen lowered his head to check the injuries of the wounded. I saw that the man's entire left leg had been shattered into pieces. He saw that the man's injuries looked like he had been run over by something. If the broken remains were not removed, there was a high probability that the man's life would be lost. It's not easy to survive in the apocalypse. If you trade a leg for your life, it will definitely be worth it. But at this moment, the young nurse's hand holding the saw was shaking. It seemed that she had no experience in this matter. So Ye Chen couldn't help but frown and looked at her and asked, never done it before? The nurse nodded vigorously upon hearing this. I was just a surgical nurse. I understand the theoretical knowledge, but it was the doctors who did the work before. After saying this, the beautiful nurse took a deep breath. Then she said as if she had made a great decision. Let's give it a try. Put on a tourniquet quickly. I'll hold him down later. He'll definitely wake up from the pain. As she spoke, the beautiful nurse's eyes began to moisten. Ye Chen could see that she had always been strong and brave. Seeing this situation, Ye Chen grabbed her wrist and said, let me do it, you just need to bandage the wound. The beautiful nurse was stunned when she heard this, then looked at Ye Chen with gratitude and asked, were you a surgeon? After hearing this, Ye Chen replied with an awkward smile. No, I never studied medicine, but I'm good at cutting. The pretty nurse rolled her eyes after hearing this. She pushed Ye Chen away and lectured him urgently. Then stop making trouble here. This is a matter of life and death. As she spoke, the pretty nurse took out a marker and drew a line at the base of her thigh. Seeing this, Ye Chen nodded slowly and said, just cut from this line to the other side. The beautiful nurse nodded slightly when she heard this, then looked up at Ye Chen and said, yes, I'll try to be faster later, but this bone is too hard to saw. You have to hold it down. She had just finished speaking when the wounded around her suddenly screamed. The beautiful nurse was startled by the sudden sound, and the surgical saw in her hand fell to the ground with a clang. Then Ye Chen heard her screaming and howling like a ghost. It's a corpse! Help! There's a zombie here! The beautiful nurse's hard shouting successfully attracted a group of guards. But when the guards gathered around, everyone was stunned. Chapter 98. The stunning Ge family brothers and sisters. The beautiful nurse is preparing to perform amputation surgery on the wounded. But before her saw fell, the wounded man next to her suddenly let out a scream. She was so frightened that she immediately started screaming, attracting the patrolling guards around. But when everyone gathered around, they were stunned, because everyone only saw Ye Chen working hard to bandage the injured. The patrol captain frowned slightly and said, Dr. Go, have you been too nervous recently? There are no zombies. This brother just woke up from the pain. The beautiful nurse looked down when she heard this, and saw that the injured person was looking at her with half-open eyes. Doctor, I think I can still be saved. Not yet. Not yet, turn into a zombie. Everyone laughed when they heard the injured man's words. The pretty nurse couldn't help but laugh. The chaotic scene soon returned to calm. At this time, Ye Chen also helped the wounded to bandage their wounds. The beautiful nurse saw that Ye Chen's bandaging technique was very professional, so I suddenly developed a lot of good feelings towards him. Then, she stretched out her right hand, looked at Ye Chen, and introduced herself. Hello, my name is Ge Miao Miao, and I'm the head of the medical team. When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately looked up. How could this woman, who couldn't even perform an amputation, be the head of the Manor's medical team? Ge Miao Miao saw that there seemed to be a look of doubt in Ye Chen's eyes. So she immediately forced a smile, put down the saw, and began to untie the bandages on the wounded. Just when Ye Chen didn't understand why the other party did this, Ge Miao Miao suddenly opened her arms slowly, thinking about something. After a few seconds, She slowly put her hands together and gently placed them over the wound of the injured person. As she slowly opened her palms, a faint green energy was released. The green fluorescent dots fell quickly. Then, Ye Chen saw the wounds of the wounded quickly swell, heal, and form scabs. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen was stunned where he was. This is a very rare healing ability. The woman in front of me is actually a person with healing abilities. When Gu Miao Miao saw Ye Chen's surprised expression, she immediately laughed with a hint of satisfaction. Then she slowly put her hands behind her back and looked at Ye Chen with a smile. So, now you know how powerful I am? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen immediately raised his right thumb and nodded. It's really amazing. This talent is 1 in a million. After hearing this, Gu Miao Miao smiled even more brightly. Then she stretched out her right hand again and said, "Can we get to know each other now?" Gu Miao Miao. Ye Chen couldn't help but smile when he saw this. Then he stretched out his right hand and gently shook hands with her. Ye Chen, nice to meet you. Gu Miao Miao was also very happy when she heard Ye Chen's name. So she quickly took the opportunity to ask, "Then will you stay and help me?" The cut just now was very smooth. "I don't know what your special ability is, though, but you're perfect for amputation." Ye Chen laughed awkwardly when he heard this. Wouldn't that be smooth? Laser cutting is no joke, but there are still risks in using this for surgery. If the temperature is not properly controlled, it can easily cause secondary injuries to the injured. So Ye Chen quickly waved his hand and said, No, I'm not suitable to be a medic. It was just a fluke just now. Sorry, I have other things to do." After saying this, Ye Chen turned and left. Seeing this, Gu Miao Miao quickly called for others to take over. She took a coat and went after Ye Chen. Seeing Gu Miao Miao following him, Ye Chen quickly turned around and asked her, "Anything else?" Gu Miao Miao put on her coat and looked at her with a smile. "You must be new here, right? Are you looking for relatives or friends? I can help you. I'm familiar with this place." Ye Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then there was some suspicion in his eyes. Gu Miao Miao is an extremely smart person, and she immediately saw through Ye Chen's thoughts. So she laughed and took the initiative to explain. "Don't look at me with such suspicion. Many people come here every day, and most of them are separated from their families. So I guess you might be looking for someone too." Ye Chen smiled slightly awkwardly when he heard this. He felt that this girl was very nice and kind, and probably not the same type of person as Wang Wenwen just now. So he looked at Gu Miao Miao and spoke seriously. "I'm looking for some friends. They were driving a black minibus. Have you seen them?" After hearing this, Gu Miao Miao recalled it carefully. Then she frowned slightly and shook her head slowly. "No, I've never seen any black minibuses here. But it doesn't matter. I can take you to find my brother. He knows a lot of people, just asking to help you find someone." Ye Chen felt a little embarrassed when he heard this. So he forced a smile and spoke tactfully. "No need. I can look for it myself." After hearing this, Gu Miao Miao took the initiative to step forward and grabbed his arm. "Don't be polite to me. You helped me just now. Now it's my turn to help you." Having said that, Gu Miao Miao dragged Ye Chen and walked quickly towards the Manor Villa area. Half an hour later, in a detached 3-story villa, Gu Miao Miao pushed open the door of the villa very casually. Then she started shouting at the top of her lungs. "Brother, are you home? Guzishing, are you there?" As soon as Gu Miao Miao said this, the people in the villa didn't react. Ye Chen Xian was so frightened that he almost choked on his own saliva. He coughed twice quickly, then went over and grabbed Gu Miao Miao and asked, "Wait a minute, what's your brother's name?" Seeing this, Gu Miao Miao immediately looked at Ye Chen with amusement. Then she explained slowly, trying not to laugh. "That's right, my brother is the person in charge here, Gu Zixing." Gu Miao Miao thought Ye Chen was shocked by her brother's identity. But how could she know that Ye Chen didn't care about being the general manager of the manor? What he cares about is the name Gu Zixing, because the commander of the Savior Army in the previous life and the strongest water god was called Gu Zixing. Isn't it such a coincidence? Just as Ye Chen was thinking about this, a tall and thin man in his 30s slowly walked down from upstairs. He was wearing a neat suit and a pair of gold round-frame glasses. He looked very calm, capable, and relaxed. That's right, this man is the water god Gu Zixing. In his previous life, Ye Chen had the honor of meeting him once with Xiaoqing. He looked almost the same then as he does now, but he was much more melancholy and vicissitudes of life than he is now. Gu Zixing slowly closed the book in his hand and said to Gu Miao Miao with both anger and love, "You're such a grown-up girl, but you're still so irritable. Is there something you can't talk about? Why do you have to shout so loudly? It's so disrespectful. After he said this, he realized that there was someone else standing next to his sister. So he immediately changed his expression, looked at Ye Chen with a slightly serious look, and asked, Meow Meow, who is this? Hearing this, Meow Meow smiled and looked at her brother, preparing to introduce Ye Chen. But at this time, another anxious female voice was heard outside. Zixing, there is something I must tell you. A very dangerous person has sneaked into our manor. We must conduct a thorough investigation of the manor entering the city. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen was stunned. This tone sounded so familiar. Who else could the person speaking now be but Wang Wenwen? Damn, we meet again. Chapter 99, Fists and Truth. Ye Chen didn't have time to say a word to the water god, Guzixing. Wang Wenwen, who had just threatened to interrogate him, arrived outside the door. Judging from the content of their conversation, she and Guzixing are quite familiar with each other. When Wang Wenwen finished speaking, she had already walked into the villa. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Ye Chen standing in front of her. Seeing this situation, she was stunned at first, and then immediately threw out a stream of water to push the man out. Ye Chen was washed out of the window by the strong water and fell heavily on the grass outside. Immediately, he was surrounded by a circle of armed guards, and the Gus siblings and Wang Wenwen also quickly ran out of the villa. Gu Miao Miao became a little anxious when she saw Ye Chen's embarrassed look. She quickly ran to Wang Wenwen's face, opened her arms to stop her. Sister Wenwen, what are you doing? He's my friend. When Wang Wenwen heard this, she immediately explained hurriedly. Meow Meow, he is the dangerous person in our manor. He just escaped from the interrogation room. He is an extremely dangerous person. After saying this, Wang Wenwen turned around and walked to Guzixing. Zixing, this person should be from the space department. We have to be careful with this. After saying these warning words, Wang Wenwen whispered to Guzixing. His space warehouse should have a lot of supplies. I have verified this with the witness. When Guzixing heard this, he frowned slightly and said nothing. He just turned his head slowly and stared at Ye Chen seriously. At this time, there was a hint of doubt in Gu Miao Miao's eyes, but she still didn't want to believe that Ye Chen was a dangerous person. So, Gu Miao Miao turned to Ye Chen and asked urgently, Ye Chen, tell me, you are not a dangerous person. Hurry up and explain to my brother. Ye Chen had just stood up from the ground at this time. The water column just now came too suddenly, and he didn't expect Wang Wenwen to be so vicious. Then, Ye Chen took off his wet windbreaker and replied with a frown. Yeah, I'm curious too. How on earth did I threaten you? Excuse me, have I hurt anyone or caused any harm? While explaining to everyone, Ye Chen began to look around. He didn't expect these people to be reasonable at all, and there was no reason to talk in the end times. As long as you are strong enough, whatever you say will become the truth. On the contrary, if you are just a poor weakling, then you don't even have the qualifications to reason. Ye Chen doesn't believe in any logic, he only believes in his fists. At this time, Ye Chen had already observed it very clearly. There were at least 15 people with special abilities and more than 40 ordinary people with guns around him. There were 2 snipers staring at him in the distance, and there was a heavy machine gun fire point observing this side 10 meters away. Of course, these are not issues that Ye Chen is particularly worried about. If he wanted to leave, these people might not be able to stop him. What he was most worried about was Guzixing, the strongest water-related supernatural being. In the previous life, there were too many legends about this man. It is said that he has used water molecules to an incredible level. Moreover, he is extremely talented and is the first person to upgrade his supernatural powers to level 25 after the apocalypse. Now Ye Chen has no idea about the opponent's combat strength, so he wanted to avoid direct confrontation with it as much as possible. Guzixing has also been observing Ye Chen. He admired the young man's calmness and composure. Surrounded by so many people, he did not panic at all. From the look in the other person's eyes, it seemed that he was just a little afraid of himself. Guzixing has amazing insight, which is one of the reasons why he is invincible. He will take every enemy seriously and will not be careless under any circumstances. After observing for a while, Guzixing finally spoke. Your name is Ye Chen, right? It's nice to meet you, but it's a pity to meet you in this way. If possible, we can sit down and talk. I believe we are not enemies. There may be a misunderstanding. With just a few simple words, Guzixing resolved an unnecessary dispute. He knew his fiancée, Wang Wenwen's rebellious character. I guess that there must be some misunderstanding between her and Ye Chen. People with space abilities are extremely rare, and he is exactly in need of such a person. Ye Chen saw that Guzishing's attitude was sincere, and now he also wanted to be his enemy. So she nodded slowly and accepted his suggestion. He had just nodded when a husky suddenly jumped out of the crowd. Everyone saw that this dog was about twice as big as a normal dog, with shiny oily fur all over its body. After landing, the dog protected Ye Chen and then started to roar at everyone with bared teeth. Ye Chen's face immediately darkened after seeing this scene. This idiot is worthy of being called the sixth brother. I'm really sure I won't fight you anymore before you come out. You have a really good personality. You deserve your name. Guzishing frowned slightly as he looked at the husky. Then he looked at Ye Chen with a smile on his face and asked, "Is this your dog? Not bad." Guzishing also saw through Lao Lu's character, but he was still polite and didn't say anything. But Lao Lu has no self-awareness at all. At this moment, it turned around and raised its eyebrows at Ye Chen as if asking for credit. The meaning is clearly to show off. "Master, this dog performed well this time, right?" Ye Chen reached out and gently hit the dog's head, then walked towards Guzishing depressedly. He then had a 3-hour conversation with the other party. There are two sides to the story. After parting with Ye Chen, Xiaoqing and others drove around the city of Jinshan. Because when they were heading to the city center, they also saw a very incredible scene. But what they saw were not the legs and feet of a giant. What they saw were all kinds of huge monsters, as many as 8 types. But what they didn't realize was that there were exactly 8 people in the minibus. In fact, the materialized monsters in the city are just the fear in everyone's heart. Ye Chen could see the giant's legs and feet because he was bullied by tall people when he was a child. What Xiaoqing and his friends saw in the city were also the most terrifying things in their hearts. Ning was not in the minibus. She went back alone to look for Ye Chen. Xiaoqing agreed with her that he would wait for her at a gas station outside the city for 3 hours. He was waiting for Ning, but actually he was also waiting for Ye Chen. Unfortunately, when the time came, only Ning came back. In desperation, everyone could only take a car to the agreed meeting point. However, when the minibus passed a small town on the way to the coordinate point, the group of people in the car had different opinions, and the 7 adults split into 2 camps. Zhuangzhong, Xu Biao, and Bai Qianfei had the same idea, and Xiaoqing, Ning, Shengwan Xiumu, and Su Tsong had the same view. As for Guogua and Nyonyo, the 2 children have no say at all. The minibus was speeding forward, but the 2 gangs were standing in 2 rows on the left and right. He walked to the driver's seat with a solemn expression and looked at Xiaoqing coldly. Xiaoqing's face looked very ugly at the moment, but Zhuang didn't care at all after seeing it. He still asked in a tough attitude, "Old Xiao, can you please give me a straight answer? If you still insist, then let's break up." When Xiaoqing heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. Then he slowly turned his head to glare at Zhuangzhong and replied in a cold voice, "Zhuangzhong, put away your disgusting face. Don't bring up the breakup as an excuse. I just said that this car cannot stop." Chapter 100: The Meaning of Life. The people in the minibus had different opinions, so 2 camps emerged. Zhuangzhong stood in the driver's seat and started a confrontation with Xiaoqing. Both of them seemed very tough. Zhuangzhong was very angry after hearing what Xiaoqing said. He pointed outside the car window and shouted loudly, "Old Xiao, you were once a soldier too. Didn't you see what happened just now? If we don't lend a hand, those people will be finished." The solemn words made Xiaoqing feel very uncomfortable. But after what happened last time, he has given up on such idle kindness. And now that Ye Chen and Zhao Xuefei are both in a critical condition, he won't allow any more accidents to happen to other members of the team. Seeing that Xiaoqing was indifferent, Xu Biao and Bai Qianfei also stepped forward to persuade him. "Boss Xiao, there are still many women and children in there. I know that in this world, I shouldn't meddle in other people's business. But if we have the ability to save them, but we choose to watch them die in cold blood, then what's the difference between us and the people in the last town?" Bai Qianfei looked at Xiaoqing and pleaded while crying. At this time, Xiaoqing's heart was actually a little shaken, but he was really worried that something might happen to the remaining people. Then how do I explain this to Ye Chen? Xiaoqing has never been a person who is afraid of death. He just doesn't want to see his own people suffer. Shengwan Xiumu couldn't help but laugh contemptuously after hearing Bai Qianfei's words. "You make it sound so easy. There are only a few of us and 1 car. How many do you think can be saved? Which one do you want to save, and which one do you want to give up?" When Xu Biao heard this, he immediately glared at her. Then he rolled up his sleeves and shouted angrily, "Then save as many as you can. You're a doctor. Don't you know how to save lives? They're all our brothers. I can't just stand by and watch them die. When Shangguan Xuanmu heard this, he immediately took 2 steps forward to refute it. Do everything within your capabilities. There were at least 300 refugees just now. The supplies we have are at most enough for them to have for one day. Are you going to save them first and then abandon them? After hearing this, Su Tsung quickly raised his hand and added, I don't think it's a matter of supplies right now. There must be too many zombies. We can't get in at all. After hearing what the two said, Niang immediately nodded vigorously. But no one could understand her sign language, so no one knew what she wanted to express. But her attitude was very clear. That is, she did not agree to go back to save people. After listening to these arguments, Zhuangzhong slammed his chair. Then he looked at Xiao Qing very seriously and said, Old Xiao, no matter what, you can argue. I insisted on going back to save people. There are not only our comrades there, but also our fellow countrymen. Do you still remember the oath we made? If you're scared, then let me go. When Xu Biao heard this, he immediately stood behind Zhuangzhong and shouted, Count me in. After seeing this, Bai Qianfei thought about it and slowly stood behind Zhuangzhong. Count me in too. At this moment, the entire carriage fell completely silent. Everyone tacitly stopped talking and stared at Xiao Qing. It turned out that half an hour ago, the minibus was crossing a city. Saw tens of thousands of zombies besieging a building. After investigation, Sha Jiao discovered that there were at least 200 to 300 people hiding in the building, and dozens of soldiers were fighting desperately. When the minibus passed on the elevated road, the people on it fired a signal gun for help. But faced with such a huge group of zombies, everyone in the car hesitated. They didn't know whether the minibus could rush in, nor did they know whether they could rescue all those people after rushing in. But Zhuangzhong and others really couldn't bear it, and Xiao Qing refused the rescue for the safety of the team. This is how differences arise, but it is not wrong to save or not save. It is human nature to want to save people, and it is also human nature to disagree, to take risks. While everyone was still maintaining silence, Nyo, with tears in her eyes, suddenly spoke. To be more precise, she asked the question in a childish, crying voice. Dad, we are trapped now. Are there others willing to rescue us? The tender child's voice touched the hearts of Xiao Qing and others. Xiao Qing's expression changed again and again at that moment. He taught his daughter to be kind and to help those in need since she was young. But in this apocalyptic world, is kindness really worthless? But are all kind people necessarily damn saintly bitches? Before the end of the world, people were struggling with the question of whether to help or not. After the end of the world, they were arguing about whether to save them or not. Human nature is selfish after all, and people always put their own interests first. But there has always been a small group of people in history who think and do things differently from others. They are not saints, they are called heroes by the whole nation. Xiao Qing didn't want to be a great hero, but he couldn't plant a seed of indifference in his child's heart. At this time, not only Nyo was looking at them, Guoguo was also covering his little face and secretly looking at everyone. Now, everything they do and say will be imitated and learned by them when they grow up. Thinking of this, Xiao Qing's brows suddenly frowned. Then he excitedly expressed all the above thoughts. Everyone remained silent after hearing this, but soon someone broke the silence. Su Tsung raised his hand again and spoke weakly. I want to change my mind. I think if brother you were here, he would agree. Niang didn't say anything and she couldn't speak. But she gave the answer with her actions. She stood silently behind Zhuangzhong. Shangguan Xuanmu's eyes were already red at this time, but she still kept yelling stubbornly. You all don't know what's good for you. I warn you, I don't have any anesthetic. If any of you get hurt, don't blame me for being ruthless. Everyone couldn't help but laugh when they heard this, except Xiao Qing, whose eyes became even redder. Okay, then let's be stupid for once. I also believe that Ye Chen is here. He will definitely not stand idly by. Xiao Qing originally meant to encourage everyone by saying this. However, the stupid and stiff mechanical prompt sounded at an inopportune time. Sorry, the sand sculpture has been calculated through personality simulation. The conclusion is that my biological father would not agree to this plan. The success rate of this operation plan is only 13.48%. As soon as the silly reminder ended, the passionate scene instantly became dull. The probability of 13.48% was something no one expected. This means that they have nearly a 90% chance of failure, or even death. At this moment, everyone was silent again. However, this time, Xiaoqing was the first to break the silence. He just turned the steering wheel at a large angle, allowing the minibus to complete a cool drift turn. Then he quickly gassed the car and rushed forward, shouting loudly with excitement on his face. Even if there is only a 1% chance, give 100% effort. Isn't this the meaning of life? Chapter 101, staying for now. In order to set a good example for the children's future, Xiaoqing and others resolutely and unanimously decided to go back to rescue the trapped people in the building. They did not have Ye Chen's logistical supplies, and the weapons and resources they had were very limited. But even so, they still rushed into the zombie army fearlessly. But they are destined to pay a very painful price for their choice. It was because of this action that they missed the time to meet Ye Chen on the other side before everyone evacuated Jinshan. Because of the influence of the gray neural virus, Zhao Xuefei left the team early and went away alone. At that time, her mind was full of anger. She thought she was a burden to the team, and everyone looked down on her in their hearts. That's why she chose to leave after having a big fight with Ye Chen. Not long after Zhao Xuefei arrived at the villa area, she encountered a pursuer, who was the earliest scout sent by Qin Lingfan. But unfortunately, this scout surrendered to the enemy under Zhao Xuefei's mental control. It was under the protection of her pursuers that Zhao Xuefei settled down in another villa area in the suburbs. The residence she chose was only 20 miles away from the team's original location. She moved out to live alone, which was just a girl's willfulness. However, this time when she came out, she also realized the hardships of life in the end times. You have to find your own food and face danger alone. Fortunately, Ye Chen had helped her upgrade her ability level to level 4 before. Otherwise, she would really be unable to move outside and would not be able to survive a day. However, Zhao Xuefei did not come out empty-handed this time. When she had to face everything alone, she had to do it herself. This made her master her supernatural powers more and more proficient, and also made her character become more resolute. So, she persisted in training her psychic powers while working hard to absorb the energy of the Rat King's crystal core. When Qin Lingfan led the leather pursuers to arrive, Zhao Xuefei was hiding not far away, watching everything silently. When the pursuers withdrew from the city in large numbers, she also captured 2 more pursuers. With the protection of 3 pursuers, Zhao Xuefei became more confident. At this time, she had already developed immune antibodies to the neurological virus, so the negative impact of the fog on her was minimal. But when she returned to the villa area, she found that it was already deserted. Fortunately, Ye Chen left a note in her original room. The note contained a coordinate location and promised that he would wait there for her to come back. Zhao Xuefei was very touched when she saw the note, but she did not go there immediately, because she discovered that the special environment of Jinshan City was actually particularly beneficial to the cultivation of psychics. Some of the energies cultivated here are purer than those cultivated outside. So after learning the whereabouts of Ye Chen and others, Zhao Xuefei decided to stay here and practice for a while. Under the guard of 3 pursuers, she had almost no need to worry about any threats from zombies and mutant beasts. So, in the following days, after she absorbed and practiced her supernatural powers, she went to the city to search for supplies. She found that the zombies in the city were very docile, as long as you didn't provoke them too much. They won't even look at you, as if they are in a sweet dream and don't want to wake up. Later, Zhao Xuefei also found the blind man's cafe. It was equally incredible to meet the blind man. But at this time, the blind man had awakened his special powers, and he became much more cheerful. But he still refused to leave the cafe. Zhao Xuefei had no choice but to come to him and chat every day to pass the loneliness and boredom. Ye Chen had no idea what happened to Xiaoqing and Zhao Xuefei. So after a deep conversation with Xu, he decided to stay in the manor to help. After talking with Xu, Ye Chen learned some things about the manor. It turns out that before the end of his life, Xu was a very famous wealthy businessman in the area. As early as a year ago, he learned about the meteorite through his friends abroad. In order to cope with the end of the world, he began to spend huge sums of money to build a doomsday survival bunker. The Ge Manor is a private safe zone that he built with hundreds of millions of dollars. These houses on the grounds of the manor are actually just camouflage and cover for the entire living area. All the facilities that ensure human survival in the Ge Manor are underground. The entrance to the underground safe zone is in Xu's villa. Through the secret door in his villa, you can enter the underground fortress 240 meters deep. The fort is a horizontal rectangular design. Its depth is 230 meters, and its width is 630 meters. The bunker has 10 floors from top to bottom, and each floor is about 10 meters high. Xing did not say anything about the specific area of the bunker facilities. But Ye Chen could probably guess that there would definitely be divisions such as living areas, planning areas, entertainment areas, etc. Xing told him so many things simply because he wanted Ye Chen to stay. Ye Chen did agree to stay for a while, but he didn't do it for the settings here or anything. The purpose of his staying was very simple, which was to wait for his companions. He didn't need any payment from the other party, just wanted the people in the manor to help him find companions. However, Wang Wenwen insisted that he must hand over all the supplies in the space warehouse. But as cunning as Ye Chen is, he naturally would not surrender obediently. Moreover, only he can see and touch the space warehouse, and no one else has any way of knowing what is inside. Therefore, Ye Chen only took out 30 boxes of instant noodles, 40 boxes of purified water, and 300 pieces of clothing. Although these things are nothing to Ye Chen, but to the people in the manor, this man was really slaughtered. After handing over these supplies, Ye Chen was qualified to stay in the manor. Later, he was assigned to help the medical team led by Gu Miao. However, Wang Wenwen never thought of letting him go so easily. In the manor guard villa, Wang Wenwen was staring at Ye Chen's list of supplies angrily. She would never believe that this kid only had these few things in his space warehouse. There was more that was taken out from that farmhouse. This guy must be playing tricks on me. The more Wang Wenwen thought about it, the angrier she became, and finally she slapped the desk so hard that it cracked. This bastard. I will teach him a lesson sooner or later. If the tiger doesn't show its might, he really dares to treat me as a sick cat. The man with middle-parted hair next to her rolled his eyes when he saw this. Commander Wang, calm down first. This kind of person just doesn't know what's good for him. We have 100 ways to punish him. I guarantee that he will kneel down and beg for mercy. The person who spoke was Wang Wenwen's right-hand man Wu Jinhao, nicknamed Hao Hengge. He was Wang Wenwen's thug before the end of the world, and became even more arrogant after awakening his supernatural powers after the end of the world. However, his innate talent is not very good, so he still needs to rely on Wang Wenwen. After hearing Wu Jinhao's words, Wang Wenwen slowly looked up. At this moment, her face was full of displeasure, so naturally there was nothing nice to say when she spoke in a nice tone. Then what are you still talking about? There's a way to do it right away. I'll take care of you if anything happens. What Wu Jinhao was waiting for was what the big sister said. Then he made an okay gesture and quickly left the room. At this time, Wu Jinhao's group of younger brothers had been waiting outside for a long time. Chapter 102. You can just rob it. After Wu Jinhao came out of Wang Wenwen's office, he immediately took his fellow brothers to look for Ye Chen. At this time, Ye Chen was in the medical team, helping Gu Miao rescue the wounded. It would be more accurate to say that he was acting as a cutter rather than rescuing the wounded, because here he mainly uses laser cutting technology to help seriously injured patients who need amputation. In the end times, the conditions for performing high-difficulty surgeries are very limited, and there are very few surgeons who can perform this type of surgery. Therefore, most people can only choose the simplest and most effective method to save their lives. Some people need amputation because of being bitten by zombies. Some people need amputation because of severe injuries to their limbs in battle. In short, there are always many people who need Ye Chen's help every day. Seeing the high casualty rate of the manor, Ye Chen suddenly became curious. So, during breaks at work, he started chatting with Gu Miao. Miao, why do we have so many wounded? I saw that there seemed to be more than a dozen people sent here today than yesterday. Gu Miao had just rescued a seriously injured person, so she drank a sip of water before turning around and talking to Ye Chen. There's nothing we can do about it. The number of people the manor is taking in far exceeds the upper limit, so we need more supplies and food. Most of the places with supplies now are zombie concentration areas. If you don't pay the price of blood, you won't be able to get the supplies. After saying this, Gu Miao looked at Ye Chen and suddenly fell silent. Seeing that the other party was looking at him without saying anything, Ye Chen suddenly felt a little uneasy. What does this woman mean? Isn't she also thinking about the things in her own space? Ye Chen couldn't understand what Gu Miao was thinking, so he quickly asked tentatively, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that? It makes me a little shy." When Gu Miao heard this, she couldn't help laughing. Then she handed the mineral water to Ye Chen and said, "Would you like to drink some too?" Ye Chen thanked him but did not take the water bottle. Seeing this, Gu Miao didn't say much. They were silent for a while before she spoke again. "Are you really willing to help us?" Gu Miao Miao's sudden question stunned Ye Chen. So he looked at her curiously and asked back, "Why do you ask that suddenly? What do you want to say?" Gu Miao Miao hesitated when she heard this. Then she looked at Ye Chen sincerely and continued, "I heard from my brother that if you really want to help us, then this manor will have the potential to become the largest, most reliable, and safest area in Daxia." When Ye Chen heard this, his brows immediately frowned, although he knew that Gu Zixing had a good impression of him. But I didn't expect that he would think so highly of myself. This guy is really good at judging people. But he wasn't going to start any savior army stuff with him, because their system itself is flawed. Otherwise, it wouldn't have fallen apart in the middle and late stages. Ye Chen has his own ideas. He wants to establish his own safe zone, but he feels not ready yet, so he has not done it yet. Thinking of this, Ye Chen prepared to talk to Gu Miao Miao tactfully. But at this moment, a group of people suddenly ran over aggressively. Ye Chen found these people unfamiliar, but Gu Miao Miao recognized most of them. Gu Miao Miao quickly stood up and went to greet these people. "How? What are you doing with all these people?" Gu Miao Miao knew Wu Jinhao too well. He is the #1 lackey of his future sister-in-law and also the captain of the security internal investigation team in the manor. His responsibility was to investigate and punish criminals in the manor. Therefore, wherever he appears with his men, nothing good usually happens. Sure enough, Wu Jinhao smiled and said immediately after seeing Gu Miao Miao, "Miss Gu, please don't delay our work. Someone reported this person for stealing something. We are just following the rules, so please cooperate." The person that Wu Jinhao was talking about was naturally Ye Chen. Ye Chen was naturally both angry and amused when he heard this. At this moment, he really wanted to ask blatantly, "Don't you feel low to use such despicable means? You could have just robbed it, but you had to resort to such a despicable frame-up. These people are even more shameless than Lao Lu." However, Wu Jinhao didn't seem to be prepared to give him a chance to speak. "You guys take that person away." As soon as he finished speaking, 4 strong men surrounded him. Upon seeing this, Ye Chen frowned and signaled to 4 people not to get close. "Wait, do you have to leave just because you say so? Let me make it clear first who reported me." Seeing that the other party was still excited, Wu Jinhao walked around Gu Miao Miao with a wicked smile. He did not directly answer Ye Chen's question, but then arrogantly lit a cigarette. "What? Are you still planning to retaliate? I'm warning you, this is GE's manor. We have our own rules here. I advise you to hand over the things wisely. Otherwise," Ye Chen understood everything after seeing this. These people just wanted to find an excuse to plunder things from the space warehouse. So he had reason to believe that a complete chain of evidence must have been prepared by then. Things like witnesses, testimonies, and evidence must have been prepared long before they arrived. Now, as long as he goes back with these people, all that's left is to either force him to confess or to confess his crime with leniency. Ye Chen has always had a stubborn temper, and what he can't stand the most are these evil people and villains. So, Ye Chen tilted his head and looked at him. "I'm very curious. What would you do otherwise?" Seeing the other party so arrogant, Wu Jinhao immediately felt ruthless. "I was just looking for an excuse to deal with you, but you actually dared to challenge me without knowing what's good for you. It's the end of the world now, so killing and robbing doesn't need to be too much trouble." Therefore, Wu Jinhao directly activated his skills, and his muscles quickly grew 3 times larger. His body was also growing taller and bigger rapidly, and he had become a real-life version of the Hulk. "What else? You can try, kid." At this time, Ye Chen was really surprised, because this kid is actually a level 4 power user. Although his talent is not very good, his level 4 strength melee is very difficult to deal with. Like the Hulk version of melee fighters, they are not only powerful, but also have high defense. Without using the laser sword, Ye Chen had almost no chance of defeating him. But if he uses a laser sword, this guy will definitely be dead or disabled. In this case, it is basically impossible for him to stay in this manor any longer. But now there is no news about Xiao Qing, Zhao Xuefei, and others. After all, his power alone is too limited, and he has to rely on the manpower of the manor to help collect information. Thinking of this, Ye Chen began to hesitate again. But Wu Jinhao didn't hesitate at all. He swung his fist, which was as big as a basin, and smashed it towards Ye Chen's face. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly stepped back to dodge, but at this time the 4 people around him also moved at the same time. It turns out that these 4 people all have extremely disgusting entanglement abilities. One of them froze their feet with ice, one softened the ground with earth, one summoned vines with wood, One protected their waist with wind, and there was Wu Jinhao's power strike in the front. When these 5 people are combined together, it's definitely a killer formation. Chapter 103, I have something to ask for. Wu Jinhao brought his 4 capable men to attack Ye Chen with a fatal formation. If it were an ordinary person, he would have lost half his life on the spot. But now, they have chosen the wrong opponent. Ye Chen was seen concentrating and moving at the moment when Wu Jinhao's fist was about to hit him. Ye Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the spot, and Wu Jinhao's fist with strong wind hit the empty space. Then the 5 people suddenly felt a chill all over their bodies. The next second, their clothes were torn into strips and fell to the ground with a bang. 5 big, snow-white bare buttocks suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Gu Miao Miao blushed and turned away, while the other men and women watched with great interest. Hey, I have to say it, our brother Hao's butt is quite white. Not only that, it's also convex and curvy. Hey, look, boss, Hao has a cicada tattooed on his butt. Cicada? What's cicada? That's a big fly, okay? It's meant to be a butt fly. Is this true? Who are you kidding? How can there be a fly the size of a palm? You know nothing. He just got fat. He wasn't this big before. Oh my God. How do you know so much? You two must have some secret. The others immediately burst into laughter after hearing this. In this way, everyone was talking at the same time, and the gossip became more and more embarrassing. Wu Jinhao and his companions collapsed at this time. How come this guy has the skill of exploding clothes? But can you just show your own clothes? Just fight if you want to. Why do you have to act like a hooligan? Then, the 5 of them collapsed, covering their private parts and escaping from the crowd in embarrassment. Before leaving, Wu Jinhao did not forget to shout out 2 classic lines. Kid, just wait for me. I will definitely come back. However, the naked and arrogant brother had completely lost all his momentum at this moment. And Ye Chen, the instigator of all this, was standing leisurely aside, eating an apple. It turned out that he had just used the space teleportation skill 5 times at once. With the instant micromanipulation of the laser sword, we achieved victory without fighting. At this time, Ye Chen's level had reached the middle of level 5. The spatial ability in his body is enough to support him to complete 20 spatial teleportations. This is one of the manifestations of my superhuman energy after level 5. After easily driving away these small fish and shrimps, Ye Chen couldn't help but fall in a deep thought. It seems that Wang Wenwen is determined to confront me. This woman doesn't look like a good person. I'll have to find a chance to get rid of her later. When Ye Chen was thinking about this problem, Su Changsheng, the second in command of the manor, suddenly found him. The man came in a car, and the car was parked steadily not far in front of him. Mr. Yi, please get in the car. I need your help with something very important. Ye Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. He knew that this guy must be here for something urgent. So he simply said hello to Gu Miao Miao and got in the car. Then, the car actually drove towards the gate of the manor. After seeing this situation, Ye Chen couldn't help but turn his head to look at Su Changxing. Colonel Su, what's going on? When Su Changxing heard this, he immediately handed a tablet to Ye Chen. After Ye Chen took the tablet, he immediately opened it and started checking it. There were a dozen photos of a building on the screen. Su Changxing waited until Ye Chen finished looking at the photos before speaking anxiously. This is a large supermarket chain in the neighboring city. We have reliable information that there are more than 20 tons of food stored inside. If we can obtain this batch of supplies, our manor will have enough food to survive the winter. But if I don't get it? Having said this, Su Changxing suddenly stopped talking. This action aroused Ye Chen's curiosity, so he turned to look at him and asked, "What happens if I can't get it? At most, we can just go to another place and continue searching for supplies." When Su Changxing heard this, he did not answer in a hurry. Instead, he took the tablet and called up an app. This is a weather software that displays the global climate cloud map. Su Changxing enlarged the climate map of the Daxiao area and showed it to Ye Chen. The cold wave you mentioned to Mr. Ge last time has come earlier. We have consulted with relevant meteorological experts. It's at least 2 months earlier than expected, or maybe even earlier. When Ye Chen heard this, he frowned immediately. If everything is really as Su Changxing said, then there is really not much time left for people. At this time, Su Changxing continued speaking as he had just done. If we don't get these supplies, half of the people in the manor won't survive this cold winter. When Ye Chen heard this, his expression immediately became serious. He has also observed carefully in the manor these days. Gu Zixing and his team are doing a pretty good job of management. Compared with that Chen Guanghui, it is much better. Therefore, the total number of people taken in by the manor has exceeded the 1,000 mark. He also found that more and more people from the surrounding areas came to him for help recently. According to this calculation, the number of people in the manor is expected to exceed 1,500 in 2 months. As a result, the food and supplies they currently store are obviously not enough. Because the bunker was originally designed to accommodate only 500 people. Therefore, Xu did not store enough supplies before the end of the world. Thinking of this, Ye Chen handed the tablet back to Xu Changxing. What do you want me to do? He didn't waste any time and went straight to the point. After hearing this, Xu Changxing quickly pulled up a few more photos on his tablet. These photos are all aerial views of the building. There were more than 1,000 zombies wandering around the building, and what was even more terrifying was that there was a huge mutant plant not far away. Double the difficulty? These people really know how to make their lives difficult. After looking at the photo, Ye Chen frowned and looked at Xu Changxing. Don't keep showing me pictures. Just tell me what you want. When Xu Changxing heard this, he immediately laughed embarrassedly. Then he put away the tablet and spoke slowly to Ye Chen. We have formed an elite team of 5 people. The fighting qualities of these people are absolutely beyond reproach. But we can't carry out large-scale transportation of so many supplies. So, I would like to ask you to help bring the supplies back. Ye Chen had already guessed this would be the result, so there was no expression on his face at this moment. Using the space system to transport materials is the most reasonable arrangement. However, Ye Chen has a small personal request. You can go, but the command of the team must be given to me. I really don't like others telling me what to do when I'm doing something. As soon as he finished speaking, Xu Changxing's expression changed immediately. Then he thought for a moment before speaking slowly. I need to ask for instructions on this. Please get off the bus and wait for a moment. As they were talking, the car had already quickly driven away from the manor. The car slowly stopped at the side of the manor gate. There were 2 modified off-road vehicles waiting in front of the car. Ye Chen opened the car door and walked out. But before he could stand firmly, a dark shadow rushed him back. Chapter 104 Lone Wolf Team. Before Ye Chen could stand firmly after getting off the car, a dark shadow pounced on him. It turned out that it was Lao Lu who followed out at some point. Ye Chen pulled the dog's head hard and scolded him in a depressed tone. You bastard, you're always elusive. Hurry up and get out of here, or we'll have stewed dog meat for lunch. Lao Lu seems to be very sensitive to the term eating dog meat. So, when he heard this, his eyes immediately became angry. Then, it pressed even tighter against Ye Chen and opened its mouth to try to bite him. Ye Chen didn't have time to pamper the dog, so he teleported away immediately. Then Xu Changxing's wailing was heard from the car. The next second, Lao Lu was carried out by Ye Chen with 2 big bags on his head. The noise made by this man and the dog immediately attracted the attention of the elite team. But no one paid attention. A man and a woman were discussing something in a low voice together. Among them, the man was Wu Jinhao's cousin, named Wu Jinfeng. He is a level 4 melee psychic whose ability is the relatively rare metal enhancement of his body. The woman is Zheng Xiao, Wang Wenwen's gold medal fighter. Wu Jinfeng deliberately avoided other people and whispered to Zheng Xiao. You got the news too, right? We have to work together well this time. When Zheng Xiao heard this, she turned around and glanced coldly in Ye Chen's direction. Just him. I am enough alone. The reason why she spoke like this was because she had her own pride and confidence. At this time, Zheng Xiao's ability level was mid-level 4, and she possessed both wind and ice abilities, making her an extremely rare dual ability user. Moreover, before the end of the world, she was a killer lurking in the dark side of society. When the end of the world came, she was invincible with the dual superpowers. The reason why she worked hard for Wang Wenwen was because she had saved her life at the beginning of the apocalypse. When Wu Jinfeng heard Zheng Xiao talking like this, he immediately felt a little unhappy. But at this time, he didn't want to ruin his brother's plan. As long as you can get rid of him, it's up to you. After saying this, he turned around and got into the SUV next to him. Zheng Xiao took a few steps forward and talked quietly with other team members. At this time, their team leader Taniyama had just finished a phone call. Seeing this, Zheng Xiao immediately asked out of curiosity, "What's going on?" When Gushan heard this, he immediately laughed disdainfully. He put away the walkie-talkie first, then lit a cigarette before speaking. Nothing. Mr. Gu told us to follow the boy's instructions. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Everyone was very dissatisfied with this decision. But after hearing that it was Guzishing's request, everyone had no choice but to carry it out. The reason why everyone had this reaction was entirely because Taniyama's personal abilities were outstanding. Jinshan is a level 4 top Earth-type mutant who can skillfully manipulate various types of soil, stone, and even concrete. In the previous missions, if it weren't for Jinshan's ability to turn the tide at the critical moment, their team has been destroyed several times before. Therefore, these team members all recognized his position as team leader. Now suddenly a stranger appeared as the team leader. Anyone in the team who hears this news will feel very disgusted. At this time, another long-haired woman interrupted. Bosku, don't worry. You are the only leader of our lone wolf team. This new kid, you better be sensible. The long-haired woman who spoke was called Ma Weiwei, a level 4 fire-type mutant. The person standing behind her is Wei Xiaoshuang, a level 3 psychic. These people are the ace team among the aces of Ge Zixing's forces. When the lone wolf squad members gathered together for a meeting, Su Chongqing finally came out of the car. Lao Lu left 2 clear rows of teeth marks on his face. Fortunately, he was born with thick skin, so his skin was not bitten. But at this moment, he was quite afraid of Lao Lu. So he got out of the car from the other side and shouted at Ye Chen. Okay, Mr. Gu has coordinated it. From now on, the Lone Wolf Squad is under your command. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen nodded slowly and made an okay gesture lazily. Then he turned around and walked towards the team, holding Lao Lu, who was sticking out his long tongue. Soon, Ye Chen walked to the side of the new team member. He first glanced at the 4 people in front of him, and then asked with a slightly puzzled look, "Didn't you say 5 people? And the other one?" Upon hearing this, Ma Weiwei glanced at the car in front with disdain. "Waiting in front. Can we finally go?" Ye Chen heard at least 70% of hostility in her words. So he raised his head and looked at them coldly. "No hurry. Let me tell you my rules first." As soon as he said this, the 4 of them frowned and looked over. Seeing that everyone was listening, Ye Chen spoke slowly and coldly. "There is only one rule. Obey." After saying this, Ye Chen pushed Ma Weiwei in front of him away and walked straight towards the SUV. After opening the car door, he threw Lao Lu in roughly. Ma Weiwei was a little unhappy when she saw this. She just rushed forward, opened the car door, and asked, "You still want to bring your pet?" When Lao Lu heard this in the car, he immediately stuck out his tongue excitedly. It was obvious that he was trying hard to act cute and please others. Ye Chen glanced at Lao Lu, forced a smile on his face, and said, "Sometimes dogs are more reliable than people." After saying this, he wanted to get in the car, but Ma Weiwei had no intention of giving up. She grabbed Ye Chen by the collar and asked angrily, "What do you mean? You want to find trouble, don't you?" Ye Chen didn't want to bother with her at all, so he just looked at her and continued speaking coldly. "Why don't you ask me what will happen if I don't obey?" Ma Weiwei was stunned when she heard this. Then she asked reflexively, "What will happen if you don't obey?" After hearing this, Ye Chen's expression immediately became extremely serious. There was even a hint of coldness in his eyes. "It's simple. You'll die." A simple answer and an ordinary attitude stunned Ma Weiwei, who had been to the gates of hell many times. She could tell from Ye Chen's eyes that he was not joking with her. He was officially notifying everyone that those who disobeyed would really die. Ma Weiwei was intimidated by Ye Chen's aura and unconsciously loosened her clenched hands. Seeing this, Ye Chen didn't say much, but turned around and got into the car. "Close the door." This was the first order Ye Chen issued. After hearing this, Ma Weiwei closed the door without thinking. But after the door closed, she regretted it. Why did she listen to him? Feeling embarrassed, Ma Weiwei quickly turned around and looked at other people. At this time, everyone else's faces also looked very unhappy. Obviously, they were also a little wary of Ye Chen's previous condition. Jinshan could not sense Ye Chen's true level of supernatural powers. But the fact that Mr. Gu allowed him to be the team leader is enough to explain the truth. So, in order to avoid unnecessary complications, he spoke up to smooth things over. "Okay, get in the car first. It's important to complete the task, and the rest can be dealt with later." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and said yes, and then the 4 of them got into the car and prepared to leave. In the end, Wu Jinfeng and Zheng Xiao were in the same car with Ye Chen and Lao Lu, and the other 3 took another car. Chapter 105 Leader's Authority. The 2 off-road vehicles drove quickly towards the southwest. According to the information obtained by Ye Chen, the destination is about 75 kilometers away from the manor. He sat in the back seat of the car, resting his head against the pillow with his eyes closed. Lao Lu was sleeping soundly with his belly up and his legs resting on his thighs. Wu Jinfeng secretly observed Ye Chen through the rearview mirror from time to time. He had been giving hints to Zheng Xiao, who was sitting in the passenger seat, with his eyes. At this time, Zheng Xiao also pulled down the passenger seat's makeup mirror and observed secretly. She noticed that Ye Chen's eyelids would move from time to time. This means that the other person is not asleep at all, but is just thinking about something. And now the car of Gushan and others is about 10 meters ahead. If they took action at this time, Wei Xiaoshuang would definitely sense Ye Chen's abnormal reaction. She knew Gushan too well, and she must not make things uncomfortable with him when doing the mission. Otherwise, they would be caught in the awkward situation of being attacked from both sides. Thinking of this, Zheng Xiao quickly shook her head at Wu Jinfeng. Seeing this, Wu Jinfeng could only sigh angrily. The two of them communicated with each other through eye contact, thinking that no one could notice. But they had no idea that Lao Lu had actually been squinting his eyes and staring at their every move. Although Lao Lu is a half-cultivated husky, but the dog's nature has not degenerated at all, and it has even become twice as sensitive after the mutation. Therefore, it can anticipate the enemy's ill intentions and sense the approach of danger in advance. As soon as he got in the car, Lao Lu noticed something unusual about Wu Jinfeng and Zheng Xiao. But it's a dog, and it doesn't know how to express itself to its owner. So, it began to secretly guard against the two of them, ready to run away first. In fact, after the end of the world, there are many animals like Lao Lu who have mutated but still maintain their nature and essence. However, after their mutation, their IQ has increased significantly, and very few of them are willing to associate with humans. But there are people like Lao Lu who likes people, but they are extremely rare. When Ye Chen closed his eyes to rest, he could feel Lao Lu's uneasiness. But he thought the dog was just simply scared. So, he reached out and gently massaged its chin, trying to calm Lao Lu down. But his thoughts at this moment flew away. This mission was not important to him. He was always thinking about his teammates. In this chaotic and turbulent end times, any separation may be a farewell forever in this life. He was really afraid that he would never see these people again, and that he would no longer have reliable brothers behind him. It is really pitiful to be alone in the end times. Loneliness, desolation, despair. You have to endure everything silently by yourself. In this situation, even if he had sufficient supplies, he wouldn't be able to last long. This was what happened in the previous life. After Xiao Qing and Zhao Xuefei died, Ye Chen just lived alone and silently for another 3 years. This time, he didn't want to feel that again. He must make himself stronger as soon as possible and use his powerful strength to protect everything he cares about. As he was thinking, the intercom on Ye Chen's left shoulder suddenly rang. That was Gu Shan's voice. He was reporting the current situation. Reporting to Team Leader Yi, there is a large area of damage on the road ahead. We are still 30 miles away from our destination. We need to walk there. As soon as he finished speaking, 2 cars slowly stopped by the roadside. After the car stopped, Ye Chen opened his hands, then gently patted the dog's head with his left hand and said, "Get off." Lao Lu was just feeling a little sleepy when Ye Chen slapped him awake. Lao Lu was in a very bad mood when he woke up and immediately started whimpering after turning over. Ye Chen opened the door and got out of the car without even looking at it. After getting off the car, he looked at the situation in front of him. I saw that the road ahead was badly damaged, as if it had been hit by a huge hammer. Looking at the road surface gradually sloping downwards, a hint of doubt suddenly flashed in Ye Chen's eyes. It looks like there was a meteorite hit here. Moreover, he vaguely felt a strange energy ahead. After realizing this, Ye Chen immediately turned his head and looked at Gushan not far away. At this time, Gushan was also turning around and looking at him. "Captain Yi, it looks like we need to walk there." Ye Chen looked at his calm expression, and the doubts in his heart became even heavier. If they were really anxious to search for the 30 tons of supplies, faced with the current situation, Gu Shan's normal reaction should be extremely anxious. But this guy was so calm, he absolutely did not believe that the other party only had good psychological quality. So he looked at Gu Shan coldly and asked loudly, "As the leader, I want to confirm the operation objectives again." When everyone heard this, they turned around and looked over. Upon hearing this, Gu Shan quickly forced a smile and said, "Our goal is to go to Jinshan City to recycle supermarket supplies." When the others heard this, they all looked at Ye Chen with contempt. As a tour leader, don't you even know the destination? Asking this so loudly, you really don't fear being laughed at. Everyone felt contempt for Ye Chen, but this time he said something shocking again. "Okay, the mission is confirmed. Then everyone get in the car, let's change the route and continue on. When Gushan heard this, he was stunned. The others looked at him questioningly without saying anything. After saying this, Ye Chen opened the car door and was about to get back in. At this time, Gushan became anxious. But we are only 30 miles away from our destination. With the speed we have, we can arrive in an hour at most. Ye Chen's mouth curled up slightly when he heard that. He slowly turned his head and looked at Gushan and said coldly, "But I don't want to go down this shabby road. If you take a detour by car, it will just take a little longer. This little bit of time doesn't matter. Get in the car." After saying that, Ye Chen sat down in the car. Lao Lu had already gotten into the car when he opened the door. The others stood there at a loss, all staring at Gushan. Gushan really couldn't bear it anymore at this time, so he quickly walked to the back and opened Ye Chen's car door. "Captain Yi, please consider my opinion carefully. I think it would save us more time if we go in a straight line." When Ye Chen heard this, he turned around and looked at him and said calmly, "I don't want you to feel. I want me to feel. Now I am the leader. I reject your proposal." After hearing this, Gushan's face immediately darkened. He reached out to grab Ye Chen's collar. But as soon as he put his hand in, Ye Chen grabbed his wrist tightly. Gushan didn't expect Ye Chen to react so quickly, and because of his carelessness, he became the target of manipulation. The other team members soon noticed the abnormality, and the four of them immediately separated and gathered around. Ye Chen didn't even look at them. He just stared at Gushan with cold eyes and said, "Remember the rules I told you about? Do you want to challenge the leader's authority?" At this moment, Ye Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. After hearing this, Gushan's brows were tightly knitted together. The two looked at each other, and the atmosphere became extremely tense. Whether the two sides will accidentally fire at each other depends entirely on Taniyama's attitude. Chapter 106. Radical Ye Chen. Taniyama is very stubborn when carrying out his mission. Almost no one can change his own mind. So, when Ye Chen proposed to reject his proposal, a surge of anger surged in Gushan's heart at that moment. So, he looked at Ye Chen fiercely and persuaded him patiently. "Captain Yi, you're new here. For some things, it's better to respect everyone's opinions. This will be more conducive to unity and will also help complete the task as quickly as possible." What he said seemed to make sense, but Ye Chen never believed it. So, Ye Chen replied coldly while increasing the strength on his hands. "What do you think? Why do I feel like this is just your idea?" Gushan's physical fitness is not as strong as Ye Chen's, but the gift of Earth-type mutants is their own body. Therefore, if it is just a competition of strength, Gushan is not afraid of Ye Chen. "Yeah, then why don't you ask everyone what they think?" As Gushan spoke, he increased the strength of his hands. But Ye Chen's hand didn't move at all, as if it was welded. At this time, Wu Jinfeng and Zheng Xiuer exchanged glances again. After receiving a positive signal from the other party, Wu Jinfeng began to quietly prepare to launch an attack. At this time, others had also smelled the danger. Then, Ma Weiwei and Wei Xiaoshuang also got ready to provide support. Seeing that the conflict was about to get out of control, Gushan immediately shouted loudly, "Are you all deaf? Captain Yi, I'm waiting for your response." Gushan deliberately emphasized the three words, Team Leader Yi. He was deliberately reminding the team members that Ye Chen was now their leader. Attacking the team leader during the mission is equivalent to betraying the Manor. This was the rule they had heard on the first day they joined the Manor. So after he shouted this, everyone present calmed down. No one, including Wu Jinfeng, dared to go too far in front of everyone. Ye Chen saw that Gushan had some understanding of the overall situation. Then the strength in his hands slowly loosened. Seeing this, Gushan quickly broke free from his restraints. But Ye Chen still had no intention of getting off the car. Everyone just heard his cold voice coming again. "No, I don't accept your opinions. I said, we must change the route." Gushan was really furious when he heard this. But he couldn't push Ye Chen too hard now. In desperation, he could only ask the team members to get on the bus first. As soon as Gushan got in the car, he took out an old Noah phone. He sat in the back row and quietly edited a text message and sent it to Su Changxing. He seemed to have noticed something and forcibly changed the route. "We can only go to Jinshan City first." The information is transmitted through the vehicle's onboard signal transmitter and then transmitted to the receiver in the Manor through high signal towers along the way. Inside the Manor, Su Changxing, who was preparing to attend the meeting, felt his pocket vibrate twice. Then he took out a mobile phone of the same model as the one in the valley and looked at it. After reading the content, Su Changxing immediately frowned. Then he quickly edited a message and replied, "First find the supplies, I'll make arrangements when we return." After sending the message, he quickly put the phone in his pocket. At this time, Guzisheng happened to stride in from outside. Seeing Su Changsheng with a worried look on his face, Guzisheng immediately asked with concern, "What's wrong, old Su? What happened?" When Su Changsheng heard Guzisheng's voice, he immediately relaxed his brows and answered with a smile, "Nothing. These are the 2 estate reform plans I drafted. Please see if there is anything that needs improvement and be sure to give us more valuable suggestions." When Guzisheng heard this, he just smiled slightly. He didn't reach out to take the folder, but patted the other person's arm gently and said, "Now is not the time to worry about these issues. The cold wave is coming soon, and we need to consider disaster prevention first." After saying this, Guzisheng walked straight to the main seat at the meeting table. Su Changsheng stood there awkwardly for 3 seconds. Then he slowly put away the folder and forced a smile and said, "Okay, everything is up to Mr. Gu." 3 hours later, the 2 off-road vehicles finally arrived at the mission destination, Jinshan City, after doubling the distance. In this regard, all the members of the Lone Wolf team complain a lot. But Ye Chen didn't care about what these people thought at all. He now just wanted to complete the task as quickly as possible and then go back to wait for news from his companions. "Where is this supermarket? You guys wait here, I'll go by myself." Ye Chen spoke very rudely after getting off the car. When Gu Shan and others heard this, they were all stunned. Isn't this guy too arrogant? Didn't he understand the situation yet? Wei Xiaoshuang was the first to kindly remind him after hearing this. "Captain Yi, our target location is the local city center. When the disaster happened, there was a celebration going on there. So there are tens of thousands of zombies near the target, and there are many mutant plants near the target." Ye Chen was well aware of all the news, but he still said thank you to Wei Xiaoshuang. Then he turned and looked at Gu Shan and said, "Just wait for me here, we'll be back in 2 hours." After saying this, he patted Lao Lu's head and signaled him to follow him. But Lao Lu held on to the leather seat tightly and refused to let go. At this moment, it seemed as if it would never get off the car. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen rolled his eyes. These days, dogs are unreliable. After saying this, Ye Chen strode forward. At this time, Wu Jinfeng stood in front and said, "Why don't I follow team leader Yi to explore the way first? Boss Gu, you guys wait here and be ready for support at any time." Zheng Xiao knew that he was looking for an opportunity to take action, so she quickly stepped forward and spoke up. "Boss Gu, I agree with Jinfeng's opinion." Naturally, no one else had any objections. Only Wei Xiaoshuang looked at Wu Jinfeng suspiciously. Then, Wu Jinfeng turned around and gave him a threatening look. Seeing this situation, Wei Xiaoshuang decided to shut up and look away. Ye Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly, revealing a disdainful expression. "No, I'm most afraid of being a burden." As soon as he said this, Wu Jinfeng's face became extremely ugly. Everyone was also surprised at how disgusted they were with Ye Chen to an unprecedented level. At this time, Gu Shan frowned slightly and stepped forward to persuade. "Captain Yi, this is not conducive to uniting the team members. We are now a whole, and as the leader you have the obligation to lead." Before he could finish his words, Ye Chen turned around and interrupted him harshly. "I'm not here to rally people. I have only one goal, and that is to bring back supplies. Don't bother me with other unnecessary things." When Ye Chen mentioned unnecessary things, he deliberately glared at Gu Shan. Seeing this, Gu Shan frowned slightly, but then quickly relaxed his brows. "Since Captain Yi takes the mission so seriously, then we should go together so we can finish it faster." When he said these words, there was obviously some provocation in them. But Ye Chen didn't care at all. He just turned around and walked forward while talking. "It's up to you, as long as you can keep up." After saying this, Ye Chen disappeared from the spot in a flash. Gu Shan and others were shocked when they saw this. Even Lao Lu in the car widened his eyes. Chapter 107 Hidden Threat. When Lao Lu saw his owner disappear in an instant, he rushed out of the car in a hurry. It circled around the place where Ye Chen had just stood, then sniffed hard and barked twice. Ma Jinfeng couldn't help but burst out laughing when he saw this. This husky's IQ is really impressive. With it here, do we still have to worry about not being able to find people? After saying this, Ma Jinfeng quickly walked up to Lao Lu and reached out to touch its head. Seeing this, Lao Lu whimpered twice with great enjoyment, and Gu Shan and others couldn't help sweating profusely. It seems that huskies are indeed outliers in the dog world. The speed of surrendering to the enemy is really bad. Afterwards, Gushan and others followed Lao Lu and ran quickly towards the city. Half an hour later, Ye Chen had teleported into the target supermarket. The place where he appeared was exactly in the center of a stage indoors. Looking down, all you can see are huge crowds of human heads and countless zombies standing next to each other. But Ye Chen's appearance did not seem to disturb their normal activities. Seeing this situation, Ye Chen quickly activated the armor mode, and then quietly walked towards the bottom of the stage. Because the armor blocked the breath of living people, Ye Chen was just a moving iron lump in the eyes of the zombies. Ye Chen quickly shuttled among the zombies and walked towards the supermarket according to the signs. But as time went on, the battle record AI began to flash warning lights. Then a certain picture on his upper left was quickly enlarged. Ye Chen looked up and saw a person in the picture. At the railing on the third floor, 100 meters in front of his left, there was a man holding a bow and arrow, spying on him. The Warframe AI quickly analyzed the specifications of the weapons used by the opponent. According to data analysis, the man was holding a 2018 Matthews Monster Safari compound bow, whose Chinese name is Monster Expedition. This compound bow has a 6-inch bow height, a bare bow weight of 4.8 pounds, a draw weight of 70 to 85 pounds, a wheelbase of 83.82 centimeters, and an IBO arrow speed of 350 feet per second. Now Ye Chen has entered the range of the bow, and the further he moves forward, the greater the damage caused by the arrow will be. The reason why the Warframe gives a special prompt is because it detects that the other party is also a mutant. Under certain conditions, the bow has a 46% chance of penetrating armor defense. When Ye Chen heard the news, he was stunned. His armor's defense is so strong that it is not even afraid of machine guns. But a small compound bow could actually break its defense. Thinking of this, Ye Chen frowned slightly and said softly, "Is there a solution?" After hearing the command, the Warframe AI started to calculate quickly. 1 second later, the AI gave 2 responses. Response Plan A: turn around and leave immediately. Change the route to avoid the risk. The success rate of risk avoidance is 99.99%. When Ye Chen heard this, he rolled his eyes. Was this AI infected by Lao Lu? When did this system become so bad? If I were going to turn around and run away, why would I come in here? At that time, Ye Chen rejected AI's Plan A. Immediately, the Warframe AI quickly came up with a second set of response plans. Countermeasure Plan B. The armor mimics the ancient Chinese fish scale armor, increasing the thickness of the local armor and the backflow principle to form a targeted defense. The success rate of risk avoidance is 83.79%. When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately raised the corner of his mouth and said, "The risk avoidance rate of fish scale armor is only 83.79%. Is the opponent really that scary?" After hearing this command, the Warframe AI immediately performed a secondary calculation. The latest calculation results were quickly obtained. The specific strength of the other party is unknown. The system is only conducting risk prediction and assessment. The evaluation results are for reference only, and everything is subject to the actual results. When Ye Chen heard this, he was speechless. The system I designed is so characteristic of Daxia. This technique of passing the buck is really first-rate. Okay, just wait for me. I'll upgrade it when I get back. Although Ye Chen complained in his heart, he finally asked the armor to implement Plan B. Immediately, the appearance of the armor began to change rapidly. The armor began to quickly mimic the state of pieces of scales. The newly formed armor plates can be stretched and retracted, and after stretching and retraction, the overlapping armor plates are stacked again, and the overall protective thickness can be adjusted according to the degree of curvature. The new antique armor model has only 4 armor plates stacked when unfolded and can reach 8 to 10 armor plates stacked when contracted with human body movements. In this way, even if the arrow penetrates the armor, the arrow blade will be curled and damaged to the maximum extent due to the collapse of the overlapping and intertwined scales, resulting in the loss of lethality. Ye Chen's new fish scale armor has a total of 3,200 small alloy armor plates all over his body, which are stacked layer by layer and compressed to look like fish scales. But even so, the armor did not lose any flexibility. Ye Chen continued to move quickly among the zombies, groping his way forward towards the supermarket. On the other side, Lao Lu had been running with everyone for more than half an hour. At this time, Wu Jinfeng, who had been following it, gradually felt something was wrong. So he quickly stopped and turned around to stop the other teammates. Wait a minute, I think something is wrong. Jinshan frowned as soon as he stopped. He quickly turned his head and looked around and spoke quickly. I don't think this is the way to the supermarket either. At this time, Lao Lu was already waiting in front and was getting a little anxious. It jumped up and down on the spot and yelled at several people. Ma Weiwei felt vaguely insulted when she looked at it. Why do I feel like this dog is scolding us? When Wei Xiaoshuang heard this, he immediately stepped forward and nodded vigorously. Yes, 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 I also feel like it's laughing at us. This dog doesn't look like a good dog. At this time, Zheng Xiuer's eyes had narrowed into lines. Everyone be careful. We seem to be in trouble. Just as she finished her words, a pair of blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the darkness not far away, followed by the second, the third, the 30th. When Jinshan saw this, hatred immediately appeared in his eyes. Shit, it's a mutant wolf pack. This bastard is really a dog. When he uttered this curse, Lao Lu had already disappeared. Upon seeing this, Ma Weiwei immediately threw a fireball into the sky. After the fireball exploded, the area within 100 meters around it instantly became as bright as day. At this time, they finally saw the situation around them clearly. It turned out that the entrance to the zoo was less than 100 meters ahead of them. Seeing the situation, everyone immediately shouted fuck. The next second, a strong two-headed wolf raised its head and began to howl. Immediately, the mutant wolves around them suddenly grew spiked bone armor. Then the wolves rushed towards Jinshan and others fiercely. The lone wolf squad felt so disgusted and depressed. They were a group of living people, but they were tricked by a dog. Although they were all angry, they had no choice at this time. Jinshan activated his supernatural power immediately and summoned a circle of stone wall barriers. Defense formation, stay alive for now. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinshan let out a loud poo in hatred, because he now hates the word dog from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 108: The Fastest Man. When the lone wolf squad was being tricked by Lao Lu, Ye Chen had slowly walked to the entrance of the supermarket. At this time, the situation at the entrance and inside the supermarket was still surging with corpses. Fortunately, all the zombies are relatively stable. They will not become agitated without any loud noise stimulation. Ye Chen has also been on guard against the hidden threats on the third floor. Finally, when he was about 20 meters away from the supermarket entrance, the man finally responded. With a whoosh, an arrow pierced into the ground in front of Ye Chen's toes. The arrow was so fast that Ye Chen had no time to react. The Warframe AI only issued a warning after the arrow pierced the marble floor. Danger, there is a cold weapon attack. Distance 0 meters. 0 meters? At this speed, even AI has begun to doubt its own computing power. Seeing this, Ye Chen slowly raised his head and looked towards the third floor in front of him. At this time, a figure in a black down jacket was looking down. The man was wearing a black mask and windproof sunglasses, so Ye Chen couldn't see the other person's face at all. Moreover, the black down jacket was so bulky and large that it was impossible to tell whether the person was a man or a woman. What's even more infuriating is that this guy never said a word, but just slowly shook his head towards me. What does this guy shaking his head mean? Should I stop myself from moving around? Or should I stop myself from going in? Does the other party treat the supermarket as his own private territory? This situation is quite common after the end of the world. This is an era where the strong are king. Ye Chen knows this rule and respects it, because he is now a member of the Strong series. The reason why he was so calm was that he was slowly approaching. The purpose is to shorten the distance between yourself and that person. Now the vertical distance between the two people is exactly 20 meters. But at this time, Ye Chen was already a level 5 superpower master. His instantaneous range and distance had already exceeded 50 meters. Therefore, this distance of 20 meters is enough for the opponent to die 20 times. Ye Chen's eyes suddenly became extremely sharp, and then he disappeared from the spot. The people on the third floor were still surprised by Ye Chen's disappearance. A cold dagger was pressed against his throat. Ye Chen deliberately did not use the laser sword, but instead mimicked an alloy dagger in midair. This dagger is so sharp that it can easily cut through steel plates. Therefore, even if the opponent has any body-enhancing abilities, it will be useless. The man was very surprised by Ye Chen's sudden appearance, but there was no trace of panic in her tone. Are you a space type? Ye Chen was slightly startled when he heard this. Judging from the voice, this should be a very beautiful girl. But before he could say a word in reply, he suddenly felt his arms become empty. He didn't even notice anything unusual before the girl in his arms ran 10 meters away, and an arrow was shooting towards him quickly. But within a range of 50 meters, Ye Chen is the king of this space. So the next second, he hugged the little beauty in his arms again. The dagger was again at her throat. The woman still didn't look panicked at all, and Ye Chen took the opportunity to say something. "Are you an agility type?" As soon as he finished speaking, the woman disappeared again. But this time Ye Chen was paying special attention to her every move. Under the ultra-high-speed shooting, tracking, calculation, and analysis of Warframe AI. Finally, he calculated the speed at which she escaped from his arms. The speed of sound is 340 meters per second, and the speed of this woman is 300 meters per second. Her speed is very close to the speed of sound, which can be said to be extremely fast. However, according to AI's specific analysis, her safe operating radius should only be around 10 meters. This is exactly the same as Ye Chen's previous movement radius. It may be due to her level limitations or physical limitations. In short, no matter how quick her reactions were, she could not escape the confinement of the 10-meter radius. But this distance of 10 meters is not worth mentioning at all in Ye Chen's eyes. So, the moment the woman appeared, the moment she pulled the bowstring but had not yet shot, Ye Chen suddenly appeared behind her again, and at the same time buckled one of her arms behind her back. "You want to compete with me, little guy? I'm the fastest man." When the woman heard this, she was stunned at first, and then she chuckled with great contempt. "Heh." The woman laughed and then disappeared again. Ye Chen stood there awkwardly, seeming to be thinking about something. What was that contemptuous laugh she just gave? In an instant, he seemed to have figured out the key to the matter. So he turned around quickly and shouted urgently, "No, that's not what I meant. I wasn't fast at that time. I was quite persistent. Listen to my explanation. That's not what I meant." Ye Chen was explaining very awkwardly, but the woman responded with a flying arrow. This time, because he was distracted, Ye Chen's reaction was a beat slow. So when he turned around, the sharp arrow had already hit him. However, the advantages of fish scale armor were perfectly demonstrated at this time. I saw the scales where the arrows hit quickly stacked together. The tough multi-layer alloy armor plates successfully distribute and dissipate the kinetic energy of the arrow. The steel arrowhead was crushed into pieces by the huge impact. What the woman saw was that the arrow shattered when it hit the target. But even so, the woman still did not show any panic. So, in the next 10 minutes, a competition between near-sonic speed and teleportation was staged in the shopping mall. No matter where the woman appears quickly, Ye Chen will arrive on time in the next second. And every time he arrived, he would spank the woman's but hard. After dozens of rounds of fighting, the woman felt her buttocks lifted up a few degrees. This is all because of the beating I got from this shameless guy in front of me. The woman who had been calm and composed all this time finally panicked. In this situation, even if her physical strength can handle it, her butt can't. Besides, what if he gets tired of spanking my butt and wants to spank other sensitive parts? Now I have no idea what to do with him. What's even worse is that the quiver on her back is now empty. After thinking for a while, the woman was so angry that she threw the compound bow away. Then she squatted on the ground and shouted angrily, "Not coming! Bullying!" After shouting this, Ye Chen could vaguely hear sobbing. Is she crying because she was bullied by herself? Women are really troublesome. Is it okay to cry when you can't win? But a grown man bullied a woman and made her cry. Ye Chen felt that this was not something he was comfortable talking about. So he took out a pack of tissues and wanted to hand it over. But the next second, he felt something suddenly pulling him back. Then he lost his balance and his body was dragged backwards quickly. As for the woman, she had already picked up the compound bow and stood up again. Now she is waving goodbye to herself like a winner. Ye Chen looked at her smug look and felt as if he had fallen into a trap. No, I should be more confident. He has now fallen into the trap of a woman. Chapter 109, he is still an egg. Ye Chen was distracted for a moment and accidentally fell into the woman's trap and was dragged backwards by a huge force. At this time, he wanted to teleport away, but found that his supernatural powers were sealed. The thing behind him can actually temporarily seal the supernatural powers of living creatures. Ye Chen was surprised and immediately tried to use nanomimicry. Fortunately, nanomaterials are not affected by the seal. So Ye Chen's right hand quickly generated a laser sword more than 1 meter long. Then he used his waist to quickly twist his body, and then a red sword light flashed by. With a buzzing sound, the laser sword slashed backwards quickly, and then Ye Chen felt his body suddenly lighten. Only then did he finally see clearly that what had been cut off were actually two vines as thick as arms. Mutated plants? The first thing Ye Chen thought of was the photos he had seen before coming here. There are many mutated plants near this supermarket, including a mutated plant that resembles the piranha plant. The vines of this mutated plant are very similar to the ones that were just cut off. No wonder there are no zombies where it is. It turns out that it is the local boss here. Ye Chen couldn't help but mutter something. Then he put the cut vines into the space. The next second, he suddenly disappeared from where he was. Then he quickly appeared behind the woman. This time, Ye Chen did not give her any chance to escape. The two laser swords blocked all the woman's movement space. If she moved any more now, the laser sword would pierce her body. At this moment, panic finally appeared on the woman's face. This man is too strong. Then, Ye Chen spoke impatiently. To be kind to your enemies is to be cruel to yourself. So, I don't want you to become my enemy. After saying this, Ye Chen slowly moved the laser sword away. But this time the woman did not dare to act rashly, because she had just received a clear warning from the other party. If she does anything extreme again, she absolutely believed that the other party would kill her with one sword. And now she has completely figured it out. This man was just teasing me and had no intention of hurting me at all. Otherwise, I would have become a cold corpse by now, because the opponent is much stronger than us. As the two of them closed in on a safe distance, she had no chance of winning. Okay, I give up. I give in. After saying this, the woman lowered her head dejectedly. Seeing this, Ye Chen pulled her away from the window. After he felt that the mutant plant vines could not reach the two of them, he then pushed the woman against the wall and asked coldly, "Who are you? Why did you attack me just now?" As he spoke, he reached out and took off the woman's sunglasses and mask. He saw that the woman had a blushing apple-like face and a pair of beautiful black eyes under her thin eyebrows. The careful Ye Chen also discovered that the woman had long, thick hair and a sparkling diamond earring on her left ear. I have to say that the young woman in front of me is a rare beauty. Let me introduce myself. My name is Ye Chen. When the woman heard this, she frowned slightly. But in the end, he let down his guard and spoke softly. My name is Spruce, which means the tall tree. She didn't forget to explain this when she introduced herself. Ye Chen was very happy after hearing this, as it meant that the other party no longer had any hostility. Only at this time did he slowly open his mouth and ask again, "Answer me another question. Why did you attack me just now?" When Jinshan heard this, he rolled his eyes at Ye Chen. Then she turned around and walked aside around his arm and said, "This is my territory. You invaded my territory first. And I thought you were in the same group as those guys before." Ye Chen frowned slightly when he heard this. Could the people before she was talking about be the people from the manor? Thinking of this, Ye Chen quickly turned around and looked at Jinshan and asked, "Has anyone come to harass you before?" Jinshan couldn't help laughing when he heard this. Then she took out a piece of chocolate, put it in her mouth, and started chewing. After swallowing the sweet chocolate, he continued, "Your description is a bit too polite. How can they be considered harassment? That's simply annihilation. If I didn't have some skills, we probably won't meet today." When Ye Chen heard this, his eyebrows raised slightly. He could imagine the brutality and domineering nature of the Salvation Army. So he put his hands on his hips and looked at Jinshan and said, "That's very unfortunate. I may be in cahoots with them for the time being." When Jinshan heard this, he was like a frightened cat. She jumped 5 meters away from Ye Chen. At the same time, she raised the compound bow in her hand. At this moment, an energy arrow slowly condensed on the bowstring. Ye Chen was a little surprised when he saw this, and immediately began to observe it carefully. The arrow was translucent, and its entire body was made up of materialized power. He had only seen this kind of ability once, and it was the unique skill of the man known as the Elf King. Gather energy into arrows? You actually know the skills of the Elf King. Jinshan looked at Ye Chen with caution. She didn't know what it meant to gather energy into arrows. This is just a new power she has recently acquired. As for its power and effect, this was her first time using it. But judging by the other party's reaction, this should be a very powerful skill. So, she was clever enough to use the tiger's skin as a banner to speak. "That's right, the Elf King is my boyfriend. I'm warning you, you'd better be sensible. Otherwise, if he comes later, you'll be in big trouble." Jinshan was deliberately trying to intimidate Ye Chen by pretending to be powerful. But after she finished speaking, the other party couldn't help but burst out laughing. Jinshan felt very embarrassed now. This man doesn't seem to be afraid of the Elf King. What to do? Is this a case of self-defeating? Jinshan was still struggling with this matter. Ye Chen said with a smile, wiping away tears from laughter. Don't brag. Your boyfriend is still a nobody. Put away your little bow now. I have no ill will towards you. It turns out that the Elf King is a hybrid product of humans and mutant creatures. He was born in the 3rd year of the apocalypse in the Gregorian calendar, which is still 3 years away from now. So, this woman couldn't even guess right. Yinshan's face was full of confusion after hearing Ye Chen's words. She was willing to believe what the other party said, but she was afraid of his hostile identity. Ye Chen is also a smart man, and he saw through her thoughts at a glance. So he tried to force a smile and spoke gently. I have a way to resolve the conflict between us. If you're willing to try, we can sit down and talk. Ye Chen said this very sincerely, and he really wanted to be friends with this woman. Yinshan obviously had a good impression of Ye Chen, because the strong don't need to talk to the weak. But just when she was hesitating whether to agree, the situation suddenly changed. With a loud bang, a big hole appeared in the wall next to them. Seeing this, Ye Chen couldn't help but shout danger, then quickly teleported towards the woman. Chapter 110 Obsession with Dog Meat. When Ye Chen sensed the danger, he used teleportation to push Yinshan to the side. The next second, a big hole appeared where she had just stood. A giant carnivorous plant with a diameter of more than 2 meters bit down. If Ye Chen hadn't pounced on Yinshan at the critical moment, I'm afraid this beauty is about to become a snack for the carnivorous plant. When the piranha plant missed its attack, it immediately turned around and spit at the two of them. Upon seeing this, Yinshan immediately hugged Ye Chen and quickly rolled to the side. Then the saliva of the piranha plant fell on the place where the two of them were just now and immediately corroded the floor until white smoke came out. The two hugged each other and rolled forward 5 or 6 meters before they were willing to separate. After Ye Chen stood up, he immediately deployed all weapons and fired at full power. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of lasers shot out, instantly turning the carnivorous plant's head into a sieve. Yinshan was stunned when he saw this scene. Does this man have such a terrifying killing move? If he had used all his strength when he came up just now, then I won't have a chance to fight back, and she will definitely not even know how she died. I have to say this kid's skills are pretty cool. After Ye Chen dealt with the carnivorous plant, he immediately turned around and said to Yinshan, we don't have time to waste. I'm going to load the supplies now. If you want to stop me, it's what will happen to you. After saying this, Ye Chen quickly walked towards the escalator. Yinshan also came to terms with it at this time. Why should I be so stupid as to confront him head on? He just wants to get some supplies. There are more than 60 tons of supplies in the supermarket. How much can he take? After realizing this, Yinshan immediately followed with his compound bow on his back. Okay, I'll let you take it then. I won't stop you, but how much you can take depends on your ability. There are so many zombies in the supermarket. Do you need my help? Yinshan changed his previous cold attitude and chased Ye Chen all the way, chatting in a low voice. Ye Chen talked to her in a disjointed manner and reminded her more than once not to regret it later. But half an hour later, Yinshan regretted it as he stood in the empty warehouse. Isn't your space department too abnormal? Why was it empty? No. Can you use so many supplies by yourself? Please leave me at least half of it. It turned out that Ye Chen did not go directly to the supermarket, but went to the supply warehouse behind the supermarket. After he emptied out all the supplies here, he re-entered the supermarket through the back door. Yinshan was regretting his decision so much at this moment. This man is so perverted. He moved out dozens of tons of supplies in just over 10 minutes. That's not all. He now has to move things from the supermarket. So, she quickly stepped in front of Ye Chen and acted pitifully. This handsome guy, please leave a way for me to live. You've taken everything in the warehouse, so leave everything here to me. When Ye Chen heard this, he shook his head expressionlessly. Yinshan's face darkened when he saw this. She stared at Ye Chen's eyes with great resentment and said, we have no grudges in the past and no hatred in the present. Why do you have to kill them all? Leave a way out for yourself, so we can meet again in the future. Please leave some for me, please, brother. She had a serious face at first, but suddenly started to act coquettishly in the second half. It must be said that Ye Chen's heartbeat actually accelerated, but he didn't intend to leave any supplies behind. So he looked at Yinshan very seriously and said, I will take all the supplies here. As for you, you must come with me. Yinshan suddenly became nervous when he heard this. She took 2 steps back before frowning and looking at Ye Chen and asked, why? Not only have you robbed my things, you also want to rob me? I'm warning you, I would rather die than surrender. When Ye Chen heard this, he didn't say much, but looked up at the dark sky. Don't you think it's getting colder lately? His sudden words stunned Jinshan. Then she thought carefully and nodded slowly. It is much colder than the previous few days. This is probably because he can't stand the sun. What's wrong? Why are you saying this all of a sudden? Ye Chen slowly lowered his head and looked into Jinshan's eyes. Then he explained in a very serious and earnest manner. That's not entirely the reason. There is a huge cold wave that is rapidly heading towards Daxia. It is expected that in 2 months, half of the summer will enter the Ice Age. If you don't come with me, you might not survive this cold winter. When Jinshan heard this, his brows immediately furrowed. Ye Chen's attitude at this moment was extremely sincere, and she couldn't see any joking intention at all. Moreover, she felt that there was no need for the other party to lie to her. After all, he was much stronger than her. So after thinking about it briefly, Jinshan slowly nodded to Ye Chen and said, "Okay then, I'll protect you from now on." When Ye Chen heard this, he was stunned at first, then he smiled and nodded slowly. "Okay, then please take care of me from now on, big sister." After hearing this, Jinshan immediately covered his mouth and laughed. The two then quickly walked into the back door of the supermarket and cooperated with each other to sweep the supermarket supplies. On the other side, the lone wolf squad fought a bloody battle for more than an hour. Finally, the mutant wolf pack was wiped out and their crystal cores were dug out. The lone wolf team rushed to the supermarket as quickly as possible. As luck would have it, Lao Lu was sleeping soundly on a nearby bus at that moment. The 5 people became extremely jealous when they saw the enemy dog. Then, Zheng Xiao launched a whirlwind attack towards it. The whirlwind force carried the ice blade and flew away, cutting the zombies' heads along the way. But the silly Lao Lu was still sleepy at this time. He waited until the wind blade was almost in front of him before he reacted. But now it was too late for it to escape. In panic, the idiot foolishly covered the dog's eyes with his front paws. The lone wolf squad members were overjoyed when they saw this. They knew that the bad dog was dead this time. So, everyone started to think about what kind of soup base to use for the dog meat hot pot in the evening. But at this critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared in front of Lao Lu. Then he quickly disappeared under the astonished gaze of everyone. Also disappearing was the dog that had been kicked 10 meters away. The whirlwind cut the bus into 2 pieces with a snap, and the huge noise instantly attracted the attention of the zombies around. Then, a large number of zombies began to run towards this side quickly. The 5 members of the lone wolf squad were shocked when they saw this, and were about to turn around and run away. Ye Chen drove an infantry fighting vehicle quickly towards them. After a cool drift in parking, he quickly lowered the window and said, "Get in the car." But as soon as he finished speaking, he disappeared again. The next second, a miniature military off-road vehicle whizzed past. The 5 members of the lone wolf squad saw very clearly that the person sitting in the driver's seat of the car was Ye Chen. The most hateful thing was that damn Lao Lu was raising his eyebrows at several people in the co-pilot's seat. After witnessing these things with their own eyes, the lone wolf team members could no longer remain calm. Damn, isn't the Space Department trying to be cool a bit too much? I'm so envious of people who can teleport. Isn't this too cool? I have to say, this operation is really amazing. Didn't you notice the look in the dog's eyes? It was laughing at you. After listening to the team members' complaints, Gushan immediately opened the door and sat in the driver's seat. "Don't say anything. We must eat dog meat hot pot today. Even if Ye Chen comes, he can't be stopped. I said so." Chapter 1:11 Abnormal Gushan. Ye Chen's off-road vehicle was running at full speed in front. The infantry fighting vehicles of Taniyama and others followed closely behind to provide cover. It has to be said that the members of the Lone Wolf Squad all have good combat qualities. So after getting on the infantry fighting vehicle, everyone began to look for their own positions. Wu Jinfeng climbed directly to the main shooter position, pulled the bolt, and started shooting at the group of zombies behind him. Ma Weiwei came to the position of deputy shooter and used her fire ability to continuously bomb the zombies on both sides of the car. Gu Shan was driving, Wei Xiaoshuang was navigating in the passenger seat, and Zheng Xiao was ready to take over from Ma Weiwei at any time. Ye Chen looked at the infantry fighting vehicle behind him in the rearview mirror and couldn't help but smile. It seems that this team has a good understanding of each other. I must form a similar elite team in the future. Having these people to help with things would definitely make things a lot easier. When Ye Chen was thinking about these things, Jinshan in the back row suddenly patted him on the shoulder and said, "What are you daydreaming about? Look ahead." Upon hearing this, Ye Chen hurriedly looked forward. I saw a large group of zombies rushing toward me like a flood. Judging from the appearance of this zombie group, there are at least tens of thousands of them. Damn, turn around quickly. Ye Chen picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, then turned the steering wheel hard to the left. The Manor off-road vehicle made a large arc drift turn, and the infantry fighting vehicles behind it had no choice but to follow suit. The two cars had no choice but to abandon the route they came from and rush towards another road. At this time, in a high-rise building 1,000 meters away, a small group of people were watching the scene through binoculars. One of them picked up an old Noah phone and edited a message. Mission accomplished. Everything is proceeding as planned. After sending the message, the man turned and spoke to the other members. Rest here and wait for the zombies to pass before taking any action. More than an hour later, Ye Chen, Jinshan, and others finally got rid of the zombie group by virtue of the speed advantage of the car. But they have only temporarily gotten rid of the zombies. I believe it won't take too long before those tireless zombies catch up. At this moment, Ye Chen, Jinshan, and others were refueling and taking a rest at a roadside gas station. Jinshan stared at the Manor off-road vehicle with a murderous look on his face. Lao Lu was hiding in the passenger seat at this time and refused to come out. Ye Chen walked up to Jinshan with an arrogant look on his face and questioned him. What did you mean just now? Why are you bullying my sick child? When Jinshan heard this, his expression instantly became even uglier. Upon hearing this, Ma Weiwei immediately jumped out of the car and started shouting at the top of her lungs. Why? Do you know what this bastard did? It led us into a wolf ambush. Is there such a deceitful dog? When she said these words, her big eyes seemed to be spitting fire. But Ye Chen almost couldn't help laughing out loud after hearing this. Fortunately, he had a strong psychological quality and finally managed to hold back his laughter. But everyone could see clearly that this guy was having a hard time holding it in at the moment. Ye Chen quickly used coughing to divert attention. He then cleared his throat and spoke again. Then I have to criticize you. When everyone heard this, they all got furious. Everyone stared at Ye Chen with eyes wide open. Their eyes were as angry as they could be. What the hell? Criticizing us? You think you're right. Your dog almost killed us, and you still have to criticize us? Is there still justice? Is there still justice in this world? Ye Chen, don't think that we won't beat you just because you're the team leader. Except for Jinshan, everyone rolled up their sleeves and came over to fight. But Ye Chen still stood there with his chin raised and said casually, I'm always available to fight you if you want, but we have to make things clear. My husky's brain isn't working well. Is your brain not working well too? It's just a stupid and dumb husky, but you are smart and thoughtful people. When Ye Chen said this, Lao Lu in the car's face suddenly turned gloomy. Its mental activities are also very depressed at this moment. If you want to curse someone, just curse him. Why mention the dog? Did this dog provoke you? The more Lao Lu thought about it, the angrier he became, and the look in his eyes when he looked at Ye Chen became more and more resentful. When the Lone Wolf Squad heard this, they were choked and speechless. Although what Ye Chen said was unpleasant to hear, it seemed to make sense when you think about it carefully. Why should we trust a dog in the first place? When everyone was falling into self-doubt, Ye Chen's verbal attack continued. How can any of us normal people with a little bit of brains follow a husky so happily? Is this husky a trustworthy breed? It's good enough that it didn't join the wolf pack to bite you. How dare you blame a dumb dog for all the problems? Where's your face? Do you still have any shame? Ye Chen's personal fighting ability is beyond doubt, and his ability of verbal attack is also very strong. The 4 members of the Lone Wolf Squad were collectively silenced on the spot. But the more people thought about his words, the more they felt that they were wrong. Hey, that's not right. Was he just trying to change the concept? Just when everyone was about to refute Ye Chen, Jinshan, who had been silent all the time, suddenly spoke. Okay, let's end this matter here. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Everyone should stop worrying about this. After Jinshan finished speaking, the 4 members of the Lone Wolf Squad were speechless. Now that the boss has spoken, what else can they say? But the boss has never been a man who doesn't keep his word. He had clearly said before that he wanted to eat dog meat hot pot, so why is he suddenly not allowed to mention it now? Everyone had some doubts in their hearts, but no one thought too much about it at this time. After hearing what Jinshan said, Ye Chen frowned slightly. This guy feels very abnormal. If he really brings people to fight with me, then I can still admire him as a man, a kind person who is worth making friends with. One of his own team was almost killed by his own dog, but he still chose to endure. Why does he have to tolerate himself everywhere? He must be worried about something or planning something more important. A lack of patience will ruin great plans. This is exactly what he means by character. Thinking of this, Ye Chen became more cautious towards Gushan. Gushan took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. Then he took out a cigarette and handed it to Ye Chen humbly. Ye Chen didn't reach out to take it, but looked at him indifferently and asked, "Just tell me what you want to say, no need to be polite." Gushan was still not angry when he heard this. He just lit up a cigarette and took a puff. "We will cover you and let you go back to complete the mission later. I hope we can cooperate well this time and bring all the supplies back smoothly." When Ye Chen heard this, he couldn't help but laugh. He took out a large bag of snacks from the space warehouse and threw it to the other party. "No need, it's all done." When Gushan reached out to take the bag, he was immediately stunned. But after seeing the logo printed on the bag, I couldn't help but laugh. Mr. Gu really did not choose the wrong person. "That's good. We can return as soon as possible." Gushan seemed extremely excited when talking about the return journey. When Ye Chen noticed this, he immediately became more concerned. This guy must be up to something bad. I'm afraid he won't have a peaceful journey back home. Chapter 1:12 Magnetic Field Interference Zone. Ye Chen suspected that Gushan would do something bad on the way back. So when evacuating Jinshan City, I decided to ride in a separate car from the Lone Wolf Squad. 2 hours later, on the way back to the manor, Gushan and others' infantry fighting vehicles led the way in front, and Ye Chen's off-road vehicle followed behind. Now Lao Lu and Yunshan have become completely familiar with each other, and he is sleeping soundly in the arms of the beautiful woman. Yunshan stroked the dog's head and asked softly to Ye Chen in front of him, "Those people seem to have a lot of opinions about you. You are not in the same group with them at all." Ye Chen laughed when he heard this, and then suddenly asked a question for no reason. "If we start a fight later, who will you help?" Yunshan answered with a smile without thinking. "Is that even a question? I'm definitely going to help you. I don't like these people." When Ye Chen heard this, he nodded immediately. When he was about to chat more with Yunshan, all the electronic instruments in the off-road vehicle suddenly failed. The car intercom kept making a crackling interference sound. Just 2 minutes later, all the infantry fighting vehicles and off-road vehicles stopped on the side of the road. The Lone Wolf Squad immediately got out of the car and formed a circle around them. Gushan walked quickly towards the SUV and spoke loudly. "The car is broken, so we have to walk the rest of the way." Ye Chen frowned slightly after hearing this. Then he reached out and slapped the sleeping Lao Lu to wake him up. "Get off the bus and cheer up." Lao Lu looked very angry after being beaten awake. But when it saw Gushan outside the window, it was immediately frightened. Lao Lu could clearly feel a strong, murderous aura. This guy wants to harm the dog. Lao Lu wanted to beg Ye Chen not to get off the car, but Ye Chen and Yunshan had already left. With no other options, Lao Lu jumped out of the car and could only follow Ye Chen closely. This made Gushan and others feel happy. It turns out this dog knows how to be afraid. Ye Chen didn't want to waste supplies, so he immediately took the broken off-road vehicle and infantry fighting vehicle back to the space warehouse. These 2 cars can still be used after being repaired. In the end times, we must learn to be thrifty and frugal. Everyone in the Lone Wolf Squad was shocked when they saw this. They didn't expect that Ye Chen could even take in such a big thing. So, everyone began to speculate how big his space warehouse was. Gushan took out a paper map that he had prepared long ago and started looking at it. Then he patiently explained to Ye Chen while looking at the map. "We'll keep going down this road. It will take about 6 hours to reach the outskirts of the manor." When Ye Chen heard this, he forced a smile and said, "No, let's go another way. Once we are out of the electromagnetic interference area, it will be faster to find a car to go back. It's expected to arrive in 2 hours." When Gushan heard this, he frowned. He looked up at Ye Chen and said coldly, "Captain Yi, please respect my opinion a little more, because I respect you as the leader. But that doesn't mean I can let you do whatever you want." When Ye Chen heard this, he immediately laughed. Then he looked at Gushan coldly and said, "If we disagree, then we should act separately. How about we each use our own methods and meet at the manor?" When Gushan heard this, he frowned. This won't work, otherwise their plans will be ruined. However, before Gushan could find an excuse to refuse, Wu Jinfeng came up to him and said angrily, "Then we can do it. All the supplies in the supermarket are with you. What if you take the opportunity to run away? We have to act together." As soon as he said this, the other members of the Lone Wolf team gathered around him. Seeing this, Ye Chen raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said, "Okay then, just follow me. Let's bypass this magnetic field interference and find a car to continue our return journey." After he said this, Gushan immediately frowned and refused in a cold voice. No, there are at least 3 large zombie swarms nearby. If we take a detour, we are likely to encounter them. I've been to this interference zone before. This area is very safe. We may be slower walking here, but we can perfectly avoid all the zombies. When Ye Chen heard this, he frowned slightly. When he evacuated the supermarket, the armor mode on him was deactivated. Therefore, these people are still unaware of the fact that Ye Chen has armor. But Ye Chen also didn't know at this time whether these interferences would affect the intelligent armor. Judging from the extent of damage to the vehicle's electronic equipment just now, there is more than a 50% chance that the Warframe AI will malfunction due to interference from the magnetic field. Ye Chen had already stubbornly refused once on the way here. Now Jinshan is trying every means to get himself into the interference zone. What kind of conspiracy is hidden here? It seems that if I don't go in, this guy and the people behind the scenes will not give up. Thinking of this, Ye Chen nodded slowly and said, "Okay, then listen to Captain Gu for once. You've been here before, so lead the way." Seeing that Ye Chen finally gave in, Jinshan immediately turned around and spoke to the team members. "Protect the formation. Protect Leader Yi as he moves forward." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately responded in a silent voice. Afterwards, Jinshan walked in front, 5 meters away, leading the way. Ma Weiwei and Zheng Xiu'er followed Ye Chen 3 meters to his left and right. Wei Xiaoshuang was following about 3 or 4 meters behind him. Wu Jinfeng followed behind Wei Xiaoshuang and was responsible for the rearguard mission for the entire team. Yunshan and Laolu followed Ye Chen, and they walked forward quickly in this formation. Wu Jinfeng, who was walking at the end, kept staring at Ye Chen's back. He must find an opportunity to seriously injure the opponent as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to explain to his brother when he returns. Zheng Xiu'er was also waiting for an opportunity at this time. Her main task is to cooperate with Wu Jinfeng's actions. They were not planning to kill Ye Chen, but they had to seriously injure him. The rest of the things are not for them to worry about. I believe that Wang Wenwen will make some arrangements by then. The few of them walked along the road for more than 2 hours. They didn't encounter any zombies or mutated plants along the way. To put it in a more vivid way, they are walking on a road to death. There were dead plants and human and animal corpses on both sides of the horse. They had decayed into complete skeletons, with deep white bones winding along the road. Ye Chen couldn't figure out why the creatures here didn't turn into zombies. It could be some unknown bacteria or something else that decomposes the organic tissue directly after these creatures die. That's why they turned into a pile of skeletons and failed to mutate into zombies and mutants. Ye Chen didn't know the reason and didn't want to know the reason. Now he can only be on high alert at all times. At the same time, he kept reminding Yunshan to be more alert. But even though they were so cautious, they still got into trouble not long after. Jinshan suddenly turned around and started yelling at everyone. "Put on your gas mask. Run to higher ground. Run. Don't be in a daze, run." Chapter 113. Fighting against the Lone Wolf Squad. While telling people to run to higher ground, Jinshan took out a gas mask and put it on his face. The other members of the Lone Wolf team followed suit and put on civilian gas masks one by one. Seeing that these people were well prepared, Ye Chen immediately cursed them for being cunning. Because no one informed him that he needed to wear a gas mask when he came. But is Ye Chen the one who needs supplies? The supplies he has stored amount to more than 100 million. So, Ye Chen immediately gave himself, Yunshan, and Lao Lu a military-grade gas mask. What's more, Lao Lu's mask is a special gas mask for military dogs, and it fits perfectly when he puts it on. The group successfully avoided being surrounded by a white fog on the top of a nearby 10-story building. Ye Chen stood on the edge of the roof and looked down, but saw nothing in the thick white fog. Is this just a pure white mist? He turned to look at Jinshan with doubt and asked, "Tell me what's going on?" When Jinshan heard his question, he did not answer it in a hurry, but instead called everyone to gather around. After everyone gathered around, he slowly took out a stack of photos from his backpack and said, "Now I will issue the second task. We must search this subsidence area. The goal is to find the meteorite in the photo." As he spoke, Jinshan specially handed 2 photos to Ye Chen. Ye Chen did not reach out to take it, but just looked at the photos seriously. The photos only showed a few aerial shots. The photo shows a red and blue stone in the center. However, this photo seems to have been enlarged many times before being developed. So Ye Chen knew that the body of the stone should not be very big. After figuring out the basic situation, Ye Chen looked up at Jinshan and said coldly, "What's the second mission? I have not received any such orders." Don't cause me any trouble. Turn around and go back immediately. Having said that, Ye Chen turned around, pushed Wu Jinfeng away, and was about to leave. But at this time, Gushan took out an A4 paper and said, "This is an order signed by Mr. Gu himself. It has his autograph and the seal of the estate. According to the order, from now on, the Lone Wolf Squad will be under my leadership. That is to say, from now on you must follow my instructions." Gushan said this with great confidence. After hearing this, the other team members clenched their fists excitedly. But after hearing this, Ye Chen turned around and gave Gushan the middle finger. "Are you leading the Lone Wolf Squad to do anything to me? I'm not a member of your Lone Wolf team." After Ye Chen said this, Gushan was stunned for a moment. From a logical point of view, what this guy said seems to be correct. Thinking of this, Gushan quickly lowered his head and took another look at the order. This document did not mention that Ye Chen would be incorporated into the Lone Wolf Squad. Shit, that's kind of embarrassing. Gushan's face turned dark and he looked embarrassed. Seeing this, the other team members immediately decided to help him save face. Wu Jinfeng was the first to show his weapon and threaten. "Special matters don't require so much attention. Since we're together, you can barely be considered a lone wolf. So you must obey Boss Gu's orders otherwise." As he spoke, Wu Jinfeng held the dagger and made a gesture of swiping his neck. Seeing this, Zheng Xiao immediately stood up and spoke up. "Although you are important to the manor, it does not mean that you can do whatever you want. Yes, we can't take your life, but that doesn't mean I can't destroy you." As soon as she finished saying this, the other team members were instantly awakened. Because there is absolutely nothing wrong with what he said. Ye Chen was sent by Mr. Gu, and they will not harm anyone's life. But if he doesn't obey orders, we can just join forces to destroy him. Moreover, his dog must be destroyed by then. Thinking of this, everyone couldn't help but cast vicious eyes at Lao Lu. When Lao Lu saw this, the whole dog was frightened. "What's going on? Aren't you targeting the master? Why are you all looking at the dog?" "I was looking in the wrong direction. The dog owner is next to me." Lao Lu thought about it while quietly hiding behind Ye Chen. All the eyes of the Lone Wolf Squad naturally fell on Ye Chen. Jinshan realized that the atmosphere was a little strange and quickly stepped back a dozen steps. Then she took out a handful of arrows and put them on the compound bow. Upon seeing this, the Lone Wolf Squad immediately dispersed and formed an attack formation. Gushan watched everything coldly and had no intention of taking any action to stop it. Ye Chen knew that he couldn't avoid the battle with these people, so he immediately started moving his body on the spot. "When the fight starts, run as far as you can. Don't be stupid, okay?" Ye Chen said this for no reason, and everyone thought he was talking to Jinshan. Even Jinshan himself thought that Ye Chen was worried about him. So she blushed slightly and answered softly, "Just take care of yourself first. I can take care of myself. And these people can't hurt me at all." As soon as Jinshan finished speaking, Ye Chen turned around curiously and looked over. "I'm talking to Lao Lu. Why are you butting in? You can't run away. You have to help me later." Jinshan's face turned from red to black upon hearing this. Then she glanced at the side and said, "Then it's too late. The dog has already run away." It was only at this time that Ye Chen discovered that Lao Lu had quietly crawled out 20 meters away. This guy really lives up to his name. While Ye Chen was still lamenting about the dog, Jinshan suddenly reminded him again. "Careful." But when she spoke, Wu Jinfeng's dagger had already stabbed in front of Ye Chen. The sharp dagger was only a finger's length away from Ye Chen. But during the period of time when the dagger touched Ye Chen's skin, countless black substances suddenly appeared all over Ye Chen's body. These materials covered the entire body in less than 1 second. Then everyone heard a clang, and Wu Jinfeng's dagger broke. And Ye Chen's whole body was covered by a layer of dark armor. When Wei Xiaoshuang saw Ye Chen's new look, his eyes widened, and he screamed, "Holy crap! I turned into Iron Man!" As soon as he finished his exclamation, Zheng Xiaoer's whirlwind swept the ice blade in front of Ye Chen. At the same time, Ma Weiwei's fireballs flew away like a torrential rain. Gushan quickly closed his hands and used the rock confinement move. In an instant, 3 half-meter thick cement slabs quickly appeared around Ye Chen, completely blocking his retreat routes on the left, right, and back. But does Ye Chen need to retreat? No. Ye Chen will only take the initiative to attack during a battle. With a whoosh, Ye Chen disappeared 1 second before the tornado arrived and 2 seconds before the fireball hit. Then his figure suddenly appeared behind Gushan, and in his right hand, he was holding a scarlet laser sword. "You chose the wrong opponent." After saying this, Ye Chen's sword tip quickly slashed down towards Gu Shan's neck. Chapter 114, Overwhelming Combat Power. Under the siege of 4 people, Ye Chen did not retreat but advanced and teleported behind Gu Shan. Then his laser sword slashed fiercely at the opponent's neck. Ye Chen originally thought he would see the tragic scene of Gu Shan Tao falling to the ground. But unexpectedly, a stone pillar suddenly appeared and blocked it. It turned out that at this critical moment, Taniyama used the life-saving skill, the guard stab. After he uses this skill, 10 stone spikes will instantly appear within 5 meters around him. Each of these stone spikes is as thick as a human thigh, and each stone pillar will automatically trigger according to dangerous situations. It was thanks to this life-saving skill that Gu Shan was able to escape from dangerous situations several times. This time, it was this skill that saved his life. Ye Chen's laser sword was blocked by the stone pillar, slowing down the attack speed by 2 seconds. But it was these 2 seconds that gave Taniyama time to avoid danger. He rolled forward to avoid Ye Chen's attack, and then used the dishes stab. The next second, a stone spike as thick as an arm suddenly grew out from Ye Chen's crotch. This stone thorn grew fast and fiercely. If it pierced Ye Chen, he would be seriously injured if not killed. But how could Ye Chen's reaction speed be comparable to Gu Shan's? The moment he used his skill, Ye Chen disappeared again. Seeing this, Gu Shan rolled over without even thinking. The next second, Ye Chen's laser sword slashed fiercely at his original position. If Gu Shan had hesitated for 1 more second, he would have been cut in half by now. Ye Chen had already completed 2 surprise attacks in succession before the other members of the Lone Wolf squad finally reacted. Then the 3 attacks of Whirlwind, Rain of Fire, and Mental Binding came at the same time. After the tempering in Jinshan City, Ye Chen has already strengthened his mental training. He also added nickel to the helmet upgrade. This can effectively isolate the external biomagnetic field. Mental attacks are actually a special kind of magnetic field behavior. So when Wei Xiaoshuang's mental restraint was cast, Ye Chen was hardly affected at all. Instead, the Whirlwind and Rain of Fire forced him to teleport again. Wei Xiaoshuang shouted loudly when he found out that the attack was infinite. "No, I can't control him. My mental attack is ineffective. You guys keep him busy. I'll try the stun wave." As soon as he finished speaking, Ye Chen suddenly appeared behind Wei Xiaoshuang. Then, the bright red laser sword quickly pierced through his chest. Wei Xiaoshuang's expression was frozen in the panic of the previous second. He didn't even have the chance to feel the horror of death at this moment. When playing in a team, you must first play the supporting role. Otherwise, although he can't kill you, he can often disgust you. Therefore, Ye Chen killed the Lone Wolf's mental system without wasting a second. Gu Shan and others went completely crazy after seeing this scene. They never thought that there would be casualties on their side. Gu Shan's eyes turned blood red at that moment. "Ye Chen, I want you dead." It's falling apart. This is his level 4 ultimate move, and also the most powerful offensive skill. The building beneath everyone's feet began to collapse rapidly. Soil, cement, and stones were floating everywhere in the air. Countless debris floated in the air, covering everyone. The next second, these things suddenly stopped moving. Then countless flying sand and rocks flew towards Ye Chen quickly. Bang, bang, bang. Countless stones, cement, and sand hit Ye Chen quickly and fiercely like bullets. In just a blink of an eye, he turned into a mountain cone that was 5 meters wide and 6 meters high. Then, 10 stone pillars as thick as thighs near Gu Shan stabbed at the triangular pyramid at the same time. With a loud bang, the triangle was crushed into pieces. Countless pieces of gravel were flying in the sky, accompanied by a miserable female voice. Everyone was startled when they heard this, and then turned around to look for the voice. Not far away, Ma Weiwei was staring at her chest with an incredible look on her face. It turned out that a red laser as thick as a child's arm had quietly penetrated her heart. Ye Chen stretched out his left hand and gently grabbed Ma Weiwei's head, then looked at the only 3 people left at the scene with cold eyes. "Who's next?" After saying this, Ye Chen pushed the head hard. Then Ma Weiwei fell forward heavily. By the time she landed, she had stopped breathing. But only 5 seconds have passed since the battle began. 2 elite members of the Lone Wolf squad were killed in just 5 seconds. Ye Chen's explosive fighting power made Gu Shandi feel scared. What kind of person is this? What other tricks does he have yet to use? Gu Shan could clearly feel that Ye Chen was not using his full strength at this moment. If he had opened fire at full capacity, there would definitely not be only 2 people dead. He knew that the other party was giving him another chance to negotiate. Otherwise, the real killing time will begin. It wasn't just Gu Shan who was shocked at this time. Wu Jinfeng was so surprised that he stood there in a daze. God knows what kind of private job he took. This guy is simply a Shura from hell. This time his cousin really screwed him. I have no grudge against this evil star, so why would I bother getting involved in this mess? Thinking of this, Wu Jinfeng turned around and ran away. Zheng Xiao, who was standing next to him, was stunned at the time. Run away? Does this person have any quality at all? Can I go back on my promise to someone else? Others might be able to do it, but she definitely couldn't. Because she is a cold-blooded and fearless killer. Die for me. Zheng Xiao held the ice skate in both hands and rushed forward quickly with the help of the strong wind. But she had only run a few steps forward when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her chest. When she looked down, she saw an arrow flashing with cold light. It turned out that Jinshan, who had been watching the battle, took action. In fact, it's not that she doesn't want to help Ye Chen. It's just that this guy fights too fast. The best she could do was follow the battle on the scene with her eyes. There is no chance to lend a hand. Fortunately, she arrived at the last moment and knocked down Zheng Xiao with one arrow. However, after Ye Chen took a glance at him, he sighed heavily. That look clearly showed some disgust. So Jinshan started stomping her feet. What do you mean by that? You actually dislike me, don't you? As soon as she finished speaking, she heard a dog barking beside her. The shouting seemed to be speaking for her. That's right. How can you still look down on others? Jinshan looked down and saw that Laolu had come back at some point. At this moment, it was squatting beside him, sticking out its tongue, with an expression as if it was addicted to watching a good show. I have to say, this dog is really enough. Just when Ye Chen had taken control of the situation, this bastard came back. While Jinshan was paying attention to the dog, something happened again on Ye Chen's side. Just when Ye Chen was distracted by Zheng Xiao, Gu Shan suddenly jumped up and launched a final and fatal attack. Let's destroy it together. It's falling apart. Chapter 115. The dog is very hurt. After witnessing the tragic deaths of his team members one by one, Gu Shan took advantage of Ye Chen's unpreparedness and launched a desperate fight. He opened his arms and rushed towards Ye Chen quickly, and it seemed that he wanted to hug him and throw him to the ground. At the same time, he shouted the name of the skill, Collapse. Although Ye Chen didn't know how powerful this skill was, but there was no way he would put himself in danger. So he activated the teleportation again and quickly appeared next to Jinshan. Gu Shan fell to the ground with a thump, his body falling heavily on himself. It was only at this time that Ye Chen discovered that there was a transparent energy ball between his arms. Because the energy ball distorted the surrounding space, its true appearance was exposed. If he didn't look carefully, Ye Chen would have thought that this guy opened his arms to hug him. The energy ball exploded as Gu Shan fell. It's just that its explosion doesn't have the traditional loud bang. Instead, it burst with a pop sound like a soap bubble. There was a cruel smile on Gu Shan's lips, and he looked at Ye Chen with vicious eyes without saying a word. When Ye Chen saw this, he immediately cried out in his heart, "Oh no!" Then he turned around, grabbed Jinshan, picked up Laolu, and ran back. The two men and the dog ran quickly towards the edge of the building. But before they could jump down, the entire building suddenly shattered into pieces. That's right, the entire building turned into pieces in an instant. Then all the debris quickly turned into powder and scattered all over the air. Ye Chen activated the armor's jet device, holding Jinshan and carrying the dog, and quickly rushed towards the nearby building. When they stood firm, they turned around and looked back. I saw the dust in the sky gathering rapidly. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen activated his laser shield mode for the first time. Laser shield, with a humming sound, an elliptical laser shield 3 meters high and 2 meters wide was formed. The next second, the dust that had condensed together at a very fast speed exploded. The explosion made a deafening noise. The powerful shock wave directly turned 3 nearby buildings into ruins. The building where Ye Chen was located was relatively far away, so the damage was not very severe. But even so, the building was half destroyed. Fortunately, Ye Chen activated the shield mode in time. That's why the shock wave did not cause any harm to the two people and the dog. After the shock wave passed, Ye Chen put away his shield and looked forward. I saw that a large area of the white fog downstairs had been blown away. The location where the building originally stood has now become a large circular pit. When Jinshan saw this scene, he covered his mouth. Then she slowly turned her head and looked at Ye Chen and asked, "Are all the people there? So scary?" Upon hearing this, Lao Lu immediately looked at Ye Chen in the same surprise. Upon hearing this, Ye Chen smiled faintly and replied, I'm not in the same group with him. After saying this, Ye Chen immediately turned on the air detection device. This was installed after he returned from the mutant beetle nest. I saw a gun-like mechanical device rising from his arm. Then with a bang, a sphere the size of a grain of rice scattered forward. These spheres were shot into the open space ahead and into the fog beyond, and then there was a very quiet explosion. Ye Chen waited for about 10 seconds before the green and red lights on the side of the machine lit up. Then the prompt sound of the armor AI sounded in Ye Chen's ears. The air within 50 meters ahead is safe, and the air 55 meters away contains unknown highly toxic gas. If further testing of the gas composition is required, gas samples need to be collected for secondary analysis. Do you need to collect samples? When Ye Chen heard this, he rolled his eyes. I'm not doing scientific research. All you need to do is know where it is poisonous and where it is not. Who would have the time to care what harmful substances these gases are? No, just turn on the harmful substance warning mode. The Warframe AI accepted the command and replied yes. Then the detection device on the arm was quickly retracted. Only then did Ye Chen turn around and speak to Jinshan. Let's go down and take a look. Jinshan stared at the white mist and said, Isn't it said to be poisonous? Are we going to go down again? Ye Chen spread his hands helplessly and replied, You can't stay here forever, can you? Don't worry, I know what's going on. When Jinshan heard the other party say this, he could only nod slowly to show his agreement. However, there was still a lot of fear on her face at this moment. Lao Lu also looked worried and glanced at Ye Chen with suspicion from time to time. But Ye Chen didn't even ask the dog's opinion. He just picked it up by the scruff of its neck and threw it down. Lao Lu shouted loudly while still in midair. At this moment, the dog finally understood the truth. It is not known whether it is a dog in the traditional sense, but his owner is a real dog. Please be a human being and don't test poison on a dog. Lao Lu did a 728-degree spin and roll in the air, then landed steadily on all fours. It had just stood firm when it raised its head and started cursing fiercely at the people upstairs. Although Ye Chen didn't understand what Lao Lu was yelling, he knew that the bastard must be scolding him. It doesn't matter. He can't understand a dog's barking anyway, so just let it bark if it wants. At this time, Ye Chen was looking at Jinshan with a gentle expression. Are you relieved this time? Seeing this, Jinshan awkwardly said, for a long time without saying a word. Afterwards, Ye Chen slowly descended from the upstairs holding Jinshan. Lao Lu ran over as soon as he landed, opened his mouth, and bit his right hand. But this bastard just never learned his lesson, and the next second his teeth were hurt by the alloy armor. Ye Chen had no time to pay attention to this stupid dog and quickly took out a drone from the space warehouse. After simple debugging and connection, the drone quickly took off and circled around. Soon, Ye Chen discovered 3 figures through the drone. By zooming in on the high-definition camera, it was confirmed that the 3 people were Wei Xiaoshuang, Ma Weiwei, and Zheng Xiu'er. Wu Jinfeng and Gu Shan disappeared, and it was unknown whether they were dead or escaped. Afterwards, Ye Chen Chao tried to control the drone to fly farther. But soon electromagnetic interference appeared in the controller, and the drone fell from the sky. Only at this time did Ye Chen confirm that the magnetic field here had no effect on the armor AI. All other electronic equipment was affected and failed. Thinking of this, an idea suddenly flashed through Ye Chen's mind. If the magnetic field here only affects electronic products, so are other non-electronic products not affected? Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately took out an old Jeep from the space warehouse. This car was brought out from the military camp in the mountains. But when he collected the Mengsher off-road vehicle, he didn't notice that he also took in this old, purely mechanical Jeep. This is a purely mechanical car from the last century, and there is no high-tech content in the car. When Jinshan saw Ye Chen conjure up a Jeep out of thin air, he looked at him with even more admiration. Doryman, it seems that coming out with you is the right choice. I won't have to worry about food, clothing, housing, or transportation in the future. Very nice. As she said that, she walked quickly over and sat in the driver's seat. Ye Chen was stunned for a moment when he saw this, and then asked with a little doubt, Are you going to drive? After hearing this, Jinshan gave him a contemptuous look. What? Do you look down on female drivers? Chapter 116. Flying too low. Jinshan sat in the driver's seat and prepared to show off his skills. Ye Chen was surprised when he saw this. Is this female driver really reliable? Later it turned out that, generally speaking, it is better not to let female drivers drive. After Ye Chen, who was sitting in the passenger seat, got in the car, he heard Jinshan nagging nonstop. Left foot clutch, right foot brake, and accelerator. No, left foot for the brake, right foot for the clutch and accelerator. That doesn't seem right. Could it be the left foot on the accelerator and the right foot on the brake and clutch? Jinshan was looking down at his feet very seriously and muttering nonstop. Seeing this, Ye Chen and Lao Lu silently fastened their seatbelts. Ye Chen asked tentatively with fear in his heart, "Excuse me, beautiful lady, what are you doing here?" Jinshan waved his hand without even looking up when he heard this. "Don't mess with me. I have enhanced memory of the clutch, brake, and accelerator." When Ye Chen heard this, his face turned ugly. So he continued to ask weakly, "Can I ask a question then?" At this time, Jinshan finally looked up at Ye Chen impatiently. "If you have any questions, ask now." Ye Chen slowly pointed at her feet and asked, "Excuse me, why do you use your left foot when driving?" When Jinshan heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Then she looked at Ye Chen very seriously and answered, "You must use your left foot to drive. In automatic mode, use your left foot for the accelerator and your right foot for the brake. Your manual transmission is a bit complicated. I'm not sure what to do with my left foot. By the way, which one do you usually put your left foot on when driving?" Ye Chen almost cried when he heard this. "Where do you put your left foot when driving?" "Then it must be left aside. Is it okay to drive with just your right foot? Clutch, brake, accelerator, all with your right foot." "Okay." Jinshan was unhappy when he heard this. She looked at Ye Chen angrily and said, "I don't drive much. Don't fool me. There are 3 pedals here. How can my left foot be idle? You just drove less often before, but it doesn't mean you can't drive. Don't lie to me. This left foot must be pressing the clutch." After Ye Chen heard this, hot tears slowly fell down. "If you take this lady's car, you won't be able to reach the destination unless you are strong enough." So, Ye Chen slowly reached out to grab the steering wheel. "Be good. Let's not joke with our lives. Let's switch places. Shall I drive the bus this time?" Jinshan immediately became unhappy when he heard this. But before she could say anything, the 6th kid in the back row suddenly started barking loudly. Hearing the sound, the 2 of them hurriedly turned around to look, only to see that the fog was rapidly approaching from all around them. Seeing this, Ye Chen became anxious and quickly raised all the windows on all 4 sides. Then he shouted loudly to Jinshan, "Well, drive it any way you can. Can you please get the car moving?" Jinshan became nervous upon seeing this. Then she quickly started the car and put it in gear, then continued mumbling, "Lift the clutch slowly and step on the gas gently, and don't nod your head 3 times when starting." As he spoke, Jinshan started to follow the steps. Ye Chen was going crazy watching what was happening. But it has come to this, and he can't say anything more. The sound of the Jeep's accelerator was heard again and again. All 4 wheels were worn out, but the car just kept shaking in the same place and didn't move. Jinshan looked down with a confused look on his face. "I'm not wrong. Why isn't the car moving?" Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately frowned and quietly released the handbrake. The next second, the Jeep came out with a whoosh. The car speed went from 0 to 180 in just 4 seconds. It was the first time for Jinshan to see such an exciting car. She was so excited that she burst into laughter. "It's so exciting. I love it." She herself liked it, but Ye Chen and Lao Lu's faces turned green. This woman is not driving. She is preparing to take off. But what she did was a clever move. The Jeep was moving forward rapidly. A circle of air pressure film is formed on the surface of the car. This film layer, squeezed out by the rapid flow of air, effectively blocks the white mist outside. If not, they wouldn't last long even with gas masks. Because the hair follicles on human skin can also breathe. So if they're exposed to the white mist for too long, it can still turn into chronic poisoning, which can be life-threatening. The wild driving method of Spruce cleverly solves this problem. But with her driving skills, it is difficult for her to drive out of the entire fog area smoothly. Fortunately, there are no major obstacles here, and the military Jeep is particularly resistant to damage. So in the first hour, Ye Chen and others did not encounter any major trouble. But an hour later, the Jeep's tire was suddenly punctured by something. The Jeep immediately lost balance at high speed. Ye Chen unbuckled himself and Jinshan's seat belts immediately. Then he turned around, tore off Lao Lu's seatbelt, and yelled, "Jump out of the car!" The next second, Ye Chen and Jinshan quickly jumped off the Jeep. Fortunately, Jinshan is able to use her lightning speed skill, and her speed is much faster than that of a car. Therefore, it is very easy to get out of the car and avoid danger. Ye Chen was even more direct. He picked up the dog and flew into the sky. When Jinshan stopped and stood by the roadside, the man and the dog were slowly landing. The jeep was the only victim. At this time, the car had crashed into the house and was emitting black smoke. Jinshan clapped and shouted that it was fun. Ye Chen just stood there and didn't want to pay any attention to her. When Lao Lu heard this, he gave her some response and was lying on the side, vomiting nonstop. The reason why Ye Chen ignored Jinshan was because he noticed something strange around him. They saw that the road surface where they were was all cracked and broken. The cracked road continued to tilt and spread forward. This is the same situation as when Ye Chen and the others came. At this time, the only lucky thing was that the fog around had quietly dissipated. It seems that I can't avoid it. After saying this, Ye Chen strode forward. Seeing this, Jinshan hurriedly called Lao Lu to follow. Upon hearing this, Lao Lu glared at her resentfully. The two men and the dog walked forward and down along the damaged road. The reason why Ye Chen and the others felt that they were going downwards was that the angle of the road sloped increasingly as they extended forward. After they walked for another hour, they found themselves at the bottom of a huge pit. Ye Chen stood at the bottom of the pit and looked around, and found that the diameter of the pit was at least more than 2,000 meters. But surprisingly, there was nothing special at the bottom of the pit. The magnetic field interference here is so strong that even Ye Chen had to cancel the armor mode. Lao Lu was a little uneasy at first following Ye Chen, but soon it seemed to sense some special presence. So he immediately ran over there at full speed with great excitement. Ye Chen and Jinshan were both shocked when they saw this, and immediately ran over quickly. But when they ran to the dog, they both took 2 steps back at the same time in tacit understanding. Oh, no way? Fuck, is this true or false? Chapter 117, Not That Simple. Lao Lu suddenly ran forward quickly with great interest. Seeing this, Ye Chen and Jinshan hurriedly followed, but when they got in front of him, they retreated at the same time. Jinshan covered his mouth tightly, his face full of disgust. Oh, no way? Ye Chen's eyes couldn't help but twitch slightly, and his mouth curled up in an arc of 45 degrees. Fuck, is this true or false? When Lao Lu heard the 2 voices, he turned around excitedly and looked back. At this moment, there was still a circle of yellowish-brown, unknown, sticky substance in the dog's mouth. Is that Daddy? This old man is actually eating poop. Thinking of this, the 2 of them quickly took another step back. Seeing this, Lao Lu immediately stretched out his hand and licked the dog's mouth with his tongue. Seeing this, Ye Chen shook his head and sighed. No, don't keep this piece of shit. It's too filthy. After hearing this, Jinshan immediately nodded vigorously in agreement. Throw it away, it's already dirty. After saying this, the 2 turned around and walked away. When Lao Lu saw this, he was stunned. What's going on? The dog just ate some crystal core soft gel. Why are these 2 people so disgusted? It turned out that the yellow-brown sticky substance that Lao Lu had just eaten was not poop. It is a soft glue formed by the friction between the crystal core and the high temperature of the atmosphere. To put it simply, it is the melted product of the crystal core shell. However, even the molten shell contains enormous energy. The lump that Lao Lu ate was enough for it to level up. Sure enough, Ye Chen and Jinshan stopped after walking a few steps forward, because both of them felt that Lao Lu had just upgraded. Ye Chen turned around and looked at Lao Lu with great confusion. Is this guy level 5? Even if it eats dog food every day, it will take at least a month to upgrade. The dog food that Ye Chen mentioned are those low-level crystal cores. Jinshan now regained some interest in Lao Lu, but her face was still full of disgust. Is it possible to level up by letting a dog eat poop? After saying this, Jinshan's brows furrowed even more tightly. She has made up her mind to stay away from this bastard in the future. Lao Lu was a wise dog, so he quickly understood the 2 people's doubts. So it turned around, picked up a fluorescent golden object, and walked over. Lao Lu spit the crystal core at Ye Chen's feet, then sat there, sticking out his tongue and wagging his tail. Ye Chen was also a little surprised at this time. This was actually an S-level crystal the size of a grapefruit. The crystal contains very powerful energy fluctuations. If Lao Lu had greedily swallowed it whole just now, this damn thing has definitely been blown up by the huge energy. Just as Ye Chen was about to bend down to pick up the crystal, a stone hand suddenly emerged from the ground. The stone hand grasped the crystal tightly and quickly retracted into the ground. When the 2 people and the dog saw this scene, they were all shocked. Then, Lao Lu turned around and barked fiercely at the back. Ye Chen looked up in the direction of its roar and saw a figure standing on a gentle slope 100 meters away. The man was bending down to pick up something from the ground and turned around and ran away. Ye Chen recognized who that person was at a glance. Damn, I knew this guy wouldn't die that easily. It turned out that the person who had just used Earth-related abilities to snatch the crystal was Gushan. But what Ye Chen couldn't understand now was, since this crystal was so easy to obtain, why did Guzishing insist on sending himself? The simpler something seems, the more likely it is that there is danger hidden behind it. Yinshan was about to chase after him, but Ye Chen reached out and stopped him. Yinshan looked at Ye Chen in confusion and asked, "What's wrong? That's high-end stuff?" Ye Chen immediately shook his head after hearing this. It won't be that simple. Look, Lao Lu didn't even dare to go over there. This guy is very careful about his life. He must have. Before Ye Chen could finish his words, he saw Lao Lu turning around and running backwards. As it ran, it looked back at Ye Chen and barked anxiously. At this moment, Ye Chen vaguely understood what the dog meant. What are you standing there for? Hurry up and run. Slip? Is there any danger nearby? Thinking of this, Ye Chen immediately pulled Yinshan to chase Lao Lu. Run! Yinshan didn't understand why he had to run, but it's always right for her to run along with everyone else. And when Yinshan is at full speed, he is definitely the fastest among all people dogs. In just a blink of an eye, she was more than 10 meters in front of Lao Lu. This operation almost made Lao Lu's titanium dog eyes blind. Seeing this, Ye Chen also used teleportation and appeared in front of Lao Lu in the blink of an eye. Now the dog is the last one. Can a dog tolerate this situation? So Lao Lu gritted his teeth in hatred, then raised his tail high, and finally a stream of golden flame gushed out from the middle of his buttocks. With a whoosh, a rocket dog rushed quickly in front of the two people. Moreover, the momentum showed no sign of slowing down, and it disappeared in the blink of an eye. This cool move made Ye Chen give a thumbs up. Lao Lu has unlocked a new skill. Is Rocket Dog okay? Ye Chen was still complaining about Lao Lu's transformation into Rocket Dog. Suddenly, there was a loud noise behind him, and out of curiosity, he quickly turned around to look. Gushan, who was about to run out of the huge pit, was blocked by a huge worm. This giant insect was 10 meters thick, and its raised body was over 100 meters long. Gushan seemed very small in front of it, but he still put up a tenacious resistance. However, Gushan's skill seemed like child's play in front of the giant worm. No matter what skill hits the bug, it seems to have no pain at all. Suddenly, thick white mist began to come out of the worm's head. The fog quickly spread in the sky and then descended with the force of a mountain. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately cursed "damn it." Then he turned around and continued to use teleportation, escaping from the giant pit before the white mist fell. Ye Chen and Yinshan stood at the edge of the huge pit, staring at the rolling fog in front of them, listening to the explosions, screams, and roars coming from it. They knew that it was Gushan who was struggling desperately and resisting stubbornly inside. At this moment, both of them suddenly felt a little reluctant. But soon it became completely quiet inside, with only the quietly rolling white mist in front. "Let's go," Ye Chen said softly, then turned around and walked back. Yinshan shook his head slowly and helplessly and quickly followed. Half an hour later, they found Lao Lu rolling on the ground with his hands covering his butt. It looked like its little butt was badly burned, and it was in so much pain that even its barking was broken. In desperation, Ye Chen could only take out another old jeep. However, this time he did not let Yinshan be the driver, but drove the car out of the cracked area safely by himself. But these two men and one dog had no idea that what was waiting for them ahead was another conspiracy. 50 miles away from the giant pit, Ye Chen and others were on the only way back to the manor. Wu Jinfeng and 10 other people were lying in ambush on both sides of the road. 13 high-explosive mines had been laid in the middle of the road. A man with graying hair in a white coat was quickly mixing chemicals. His face was full of excitement and an evil smirk. "Don't worry, it will be done soon. As long as you have this, no matter how powerful your supernatural powers are, they will be useless. They are dead, definitely dead." Chapter 118, I have a stomachache. After Wu Jinfeng escaped from the white fog area, he soon met up with the reinforcement team. Then the group set up an ambush on the road back to the manor. Not only do they have high explosive mines laid out on the road, but there's also a mad doctor mixing chemical agents. This mad scientist is actually a person with special powers. His superpowers are the result of his own genetic mutation. To put it simply, his blood cells mutated. This man's blood produced a very special substance. This substance can temporarily restore other people with special abilities to normal. To put it more simply, he can make other people temporarily lose their superpowers. However, this kind of supernatural power is powerful, but also useless. Because apart from making people temporarily lose their superpowers, he is basically useless. To give a simple historical example, you made those with strength abilities lose their strength abilities. But this doesn't stop people from beating you or stabbing you with a knife. So when the apocalypse began, this idiot almost died outside. It was Su Chongqing who picked him up from outside and trained him to be a loyal lackey. Don't worry, it will be done soon. After the mad doctor tinkered with it, a large bottle of yellow reagent was finally successfully prepared. He then picked up the scalpel and cut his finger. In an instant, a stream of dark red blood flowed into the glass bottle. Then the yellow liquid quickly turned transparent. After seeing this scene, the crazy doctor laughed out loud. He turned around and handed the reagent to team leader Yang Kazhan. Apply this stuff to the bullet tip. As long as you can hit the body, that person will lose their supernatural powers for 5 minutes. Although this time is shorter, it can be reused. Yang Kazhan is Su Chongqing's close confidant and a level 4 thunder type ability user. His black lightning has very strong adhesion, so he is also known as the most difficult razor. In his previous life, he was one of Shao Qing's toughest opponents. Yang Kazhan took the reagent, looked at it, and then handed it to his subordinate. Arrange it and use this to wipe all the bullets. The subordinate took the reagent, turned around, and walked away quickly. Wu Jinfeng stepped forward and gave a special reminder. He also has a suit of armor. It's the same armor as Iron Man's. After hearing this, Yang Kazhan sneered with disdain. Then a small arc of black electricity emerged from his palm. It's okay, leave it to me. No matter what kind of armor he has, burn it all through. The crazy doctor immediately laughed when he heard this. Okay, my mission is accomplished. I'll go to the nearby town and wait. Send the crystals over as soon as you get them. After saying this, the crazy doctor turned around and walked away slowly. Yang Kazhan then clenched his fists tightly, crushing the black electric arc into pieces. Everyone get ready. We are almost there. At the same time, Ye Chen was waiting impatiently for Lao Lu on the side of the road. Jinshan stood outside the driver's seat of the Jeep and looked inside. At this moment, she was still working hard on the problem of the 3 pedals. Left foot for clutch, right foot for accelerator and brake. There's nothing wrong with that. Ye Chen squatted on the side of the road, smoking and urging impatiently. Old Six, you've done this 3 times in 10 minutes. Is it still possible? That thing looks like poop. Only you dare to eat it. Lao Lu has no time to pay attention to Ye Chen's nagging, because it was feeling very uncomfortable and was vomiting and having diarrhea. But what Ye Chen didn't know was that every time Lao Lu vomited and ejaculated, Lao Lu's physical fitness will be improved a little bit. After 3 times in 10 minutes, its physical strength now far exceeds that of mutant creatures of the same level. To put it simply, the leather of this idiot is tougher and thicker than before. It is no exaggeration to say that ordinary armor-piercing bullets may not be able to penetrate Lao Lu's dog skin. Lao Lu was vomiting when he suddenly coughed something out of his throat. The thing was about the size of a fingernail, golden in color and faintly fluorescent. After seeing this thing, Lao Lu's eyes lit up. Then it simply rubbed its butt on the ground, turned around with the thing in its mouth, and walked towards Ye Chen. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately stood up in disgust, then took out a pack of wet wipes and threw it to it. You have to learn to clean up your own mess. You can't always rely on others. The smell is so strong. I just can't stand it. Lao Lu's smiling face suddenly turned into one of resentment. It looked at Ye Chen with contempt with eyes full of wisdom. He spat out the contents of his mouth, then picked up the wet wipes and turned around to continue his work. Ye Chen was stunned when he saw the thing that fell at his feet. He then put on rubber gloves and picked it up. He knew what it was at a glance. Golden crystal core? Is this a fragment of the crystal at the bottom of the pit? This dog has some pretty good teeth, but the taste is still a bit strong. As he spoke, Ye Chen took out a glass jar with a stopper from the space warehouse. Then he carefully placed the golden crystal core in. Then he returned to the bottle and shouted to Lao Lu, I'll give you 2 chicken thighs when the meal starts. Lao Lu, who was squatting not far away, rolled his eyes when he heard this. It is so exhausted now that it has no energy to move its legs and eat. After about 10 minutes, Lao Lu finished his work, and the two of them and the dog got back on the road. But the car stopped again after less than 5 minutes of driving forward. Lao Lu jumped out of the car window with a wet wipe in his mouth very skillfully. Then it flashed and disappeared into the woods not far away. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly stopped the car and started looking for things in the space warehouse. No, this dog will become dehydrated if it continues to poop. Jinshan, who was sitting in the passenger seat, thought that Ye Chen was worried about Lao Lu and was going to get him some anti-diarrhea medicine or other veterinary medicine. But she never expected that this guy would actually produce 2 large buckets of pure water. When Ye Chen saw Jinshan's surprised look, he immediately asked weakly, "If you were dehydrated, shouldn't you drink more water?" Jinshan rolled his eyes upon seeing this. She thought that it was retribution for the dog to follow Ye Chen. Ye Chen was still arguing with Jinshan about how to help Lao Lu. Little did they know that 200 meters away, someone was watching them with a telescope. Has this been discovered? Why do they stop for a while after each step? What on earth was that dog doing in the woods? No, it is very necessary to send someone to investigate. Thinking of this, the man picked up the walkie-talkie and started reporting. Immediately, Yang Kajan, who was hiding at the ambush point, received the news. So he turned around and spoke coldly to Wu Jinfeng. "I'll give you a chance to make a contribution. Take 2 people and scout around." The lone wolf squad that Wu Jinfeng belonged to no longer exists. So at this moment, he was forced to live under someone else's roof. So he agreed and rode away with the 2 of them on his motorcycle. 3 hours later, Ye Chen's small jeep finally appeared in front of the ambush point. Yang Kajan immediately picked up the intercom and reminded softly, "Everyone, pay attention, a big fish is about to enter the net. Turn on all safety precautions and be ready to attack at any time." Chapter 119, Rapid Counterattack. After Yang Kajan's words rang out over the intercom, the people lying in ambush nearby instantly became excited. They pulled the bolts of their guns one by one and cursed collectively. "This grandson is so slow. I thought he wouldn't come. Fuck it. I almost fell asleep waiting for you. What a waste of time. Hey, listen up. Don't let anyone snatch it from me later. I'm going to be the first to shoot him." The man who was speaking now was holding an AMR 12.7mm anti-material sniper rifle in his hand. This sniper rifle uses 12.7 by 108mm bullets and has an effective range of 1,500 meters. It is hailed as the Oriental Barrett by military fans. At this time, the sniper's sight had locked onto Ye Chen's head. The goal is still 800 meters away. Everyone please wait patiently. The sniper used the sight to accurately report Ye Chen's distance and kindly reminded other companions to wait patiently for a while. After all, the shooting accuracy of these rifles cannot be compared with that of sniper rifles. But what these idiots don't know is, when Jinshan was bored on the road, he kept fiddling with the car radio. When they were about to enter the ambush circle, the radio and the walkie-talkie were disconnected. So Ye Chen immediately stepped on the accelerator and stopped the car. At this time, Lao Lu, who was lying in the back seat of the car, had already fainted. When the dog felt the car stop, it immediately stood up and crawled out reflexively. But it only remembered after it jumped out of the car and crawled 5 or 6 meters with difficulty. "I don't have a desire to poop at all." But Lao Lu looked back and thought, "Since I've already crawled out, I might as well try again." So, Lao Lu dragged his tired body and crawled into the grass by the roadside. Yang Kajan and others who were hiding in the distance collectively cursed dogs after seeing this scene. What on earth did this dog eat? It's been more than 3 hours, and you still haven't finished defecating? Helplessly, everyone had to wait patiently for the dog to go to the bathroom. At this time, Ye Chen and Jinshan looked at each other. Jinshan looked at Ye Chen seriously and said, "Men on the left, women on the right. I only need 5 minutes." Ye Chen immediately understood what she meant. Then he replied with a wicked smile, "I only need 3 minutes." Jinshan rolled his eyes when he heard that, then got out of the car and walked towards the woods on the side of the road. Ye Chen then pretended to have a stomachache and hurried to the woods on the left. Yang Kajan was very confused when he saw this scene through a telescope. Could it be that they also have stomach upsets? That's not right. Then the car would be empty, right? Thinking of this, Yang Kajan immediately picked up the walkie-talkie and shouted, "Where is the target person? Who has a line of sight there? Please report the coordinates as soon as possible." In fact, without Yang Kajan saying anything, the other members had already been busy. But with 10 people and 20 pairs of eyes, no one found the target. The man has not been seen since he entered the grove. The sniper holding the Oriental Barrett searched most seriously. He changed direction quickly and at a large angle while cursing under his breath. This guy is quite cunning. You're playing hide and seek with me, right? Okay, wait and see if I don't blow your head off. He had just finished speaking when the person next to him suddenly handed him a cigarette. Brother, you've worked hard, want one? Upon hearing this, the sniper reflexively put down his gun and reached for the cigarette. Then the man handed him a lighter and lit his cigarette. The sniper took a deep puff and then said cheerfully, "Oh, is it Huazi again? Brother, you are awesome." When he said this, the sniper looked up at the man. But when he saw this, he was completely stunned. "Brother, you look familiar to me," the man asked doubtfully while smoking slowly. "Yeah, where have we met before?" Upon hearing this, the sniper immediately began to search. Finally, he took out half a sheet of A4 paper from his jacket pocket. Printed on this piece of paper was a black and white photo of Ye Chen. "I was just saying that he looked familiar. You and this person are really—" The sniper suddenly stopped talking in the middle of his sentence. "Because the person in front of me looks exactly like the one in the photo." Before the sniper could even scream out in surprise, a voice suddenly came from the walkie-talkie. "Group 2 is under attack. Need help. Need help. We are under attack by someone unknown." The sound on the intercom stopped abruptly. Then Ye Chen flicked the half-smoked cigarette in his hand and said, "Okay, let's get started." The sniper finally reacted after hearing this. The person in front of him is the target of the sniper. Then, the sniper pointed the gun at Ye Chen and was about to pull the trigger. But Ye Chen's laser sword was 2 seconds faster than his. With a swish, the sniper rifle and the sniper were split into two at the same time. Then Ye Chen quickly disappeared from the spot. When he appeared again, another person had quietly lost his life. When Jinshan launched the surprise attack, there were constant screams from the ambush position. But when Ye Chen attacked, those people didn't even have the chance to shout. From the time Ye Chen got off the car to the time he quickly killed 5 enemies, it really only took 3 minutes. Of course, this includes the time he spent smoking half a cigarette. Not long after Ye Chen resolved the battle, Jinshan appeared beside him. When she saw the situation on the scene, she snorted in dissatisfaction. "Next time I'll take 3 minutes too." When Ye Chen heard this, he ignored her and stared straight ahead. His intuition told him that there was something dangerous over there. Sure enough, it appeared the next second. "I saw a black lightning as thick as a bucket coming quickly." Ye Chen pushed Jinshan hard, and then disappeared again. Seeing this, Jinshan immediately activated his skills and dodged quickly. Afterwards, a large pit with a diameter of over 10 meters was blown out where the 2 men had originally stood. What's even more terrifying is that those black arcs did not dissipate easily, but instead stuck to objects within a radius of 50 meters and continued to discharge. The trees, rocks, and corpses were continuously burned by the electric arcs, quickly losing moisture and becoming dry and cracked. If such a vicious supernatural power were to hit a living person, the consequences would be so horrific that it is unimaginable. After Ye Chen and Jinshan quickly dodged, the two began to fight in perfect coordination. First, Ye Chen started the armor mode and teleported forward, directly attacking Yang Kazhan, who was making a sneak attack. Jinshan quickly detoured from the right side and then used a bow and arrow to shoot from a distance of 100 meters. Yang Kazhan thought he could easily deal with Ye Chen, but unexpectedly, he encountered his first life crisis. Ye Chen's instant slash was hard to defend against. In just a few seconds, Yang Kazhan was hit by 4 swords. Fortunately, he was able to dodge at the critical moment every time, but the high temperature of the laser sword burned his skin. But he wasn't so lucky against the Spruce's rapid-fire offense. Every time he dodged Ye Chen's melee attack, Jinshan's arrow would hit him in time. He was lucky if he could dodge it once, and his reaction was acceptable if he could dodge it twice. But the 3rd and 4th times, he simply didn't have the energy to react in time. After 2 PU sounds, 2 sharp arrows pierced his calf and left shoulder. Yang Kazhan staggered unconsciously due to the pain. Then Ye Chen's laser sword came and chopped him on the head. Seeing this, Yang Kazhan's pupils contracted rapidly. Then, at the critical moment, he used a life-saving trick. The abyss roars. Chapter 1:20 Return to the Manor. Yang Kazhan was beaten by Ye Chen and Jinshan without any chance to fight back. The two sides fought for only 1 minute after the other was forced to use his life-saving trick, Roar of the Abyss. Suddenly, countless black arcs of electricity burst out from Yang Kazhan's body. Then, with his location as the origin, black arcs appeared throughout the area of 50 meters in diameter. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately used teleportation to escape the area covered by the electric arc. As soon as he dodged, Yang Kazhan's side exploded. I saw black lightning bolts 2 or 3 meters thick falling from the sky one after another. Then they began to bombard the 50-meter circular area. Thick black lightning struck the ground, and potholes half a meter deep appeared. Every time the terrifying black lightning appeared, it was accompanied by a sound like a dragon's roar, as if countless dragons were roaring in the abyss. Yang Kejian's special move looks very fierce, but its staying power is not very long. After about 16 or 17 seconds, the terrifying scene disappeared. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately prepared to rush in and fight again. But when he got closer, he found that Yang Kejian had disappeared at some point. It was only at this time that Ye Chen realized that he seemed to have seen that person in his previous life. After thinking seriously for a moment, he slapped his thigh and said, "That person just now was the Black Thunder Dragon Yang Kejian." According to Ye Chen's memory, Yang Kejian was a strong opponent competing with Shao Qing for the title of Thunder God. But in the 6th year of the last calendar, he died in a battle at the hands of the super XS level zombie lord, Mo Yin. It was only since that battle that humans began to clearly see the power and terror of the nightmare. When Ye Chen was recalling his previous life, Jinshan suddenly appeared beside him. Did the person run away? Upon hearing this, Ye Chen just nodded slowly. Then he took out a miniature off-road vehicle and said, "Okay, let's go back first." Jinshan nodded slightly upon hearing this, but her eyes kept glancing towards the driver's seat. I think, seeing this, Ye Chen quickly rushed to sit in front of the steering wheel. Then he said coldly while starting the car, "Don't even think about it, just get in the car and sit back." Jinshan rolled his eyes when he heard that, then opened the car door and sat down. Ye Chen quickly shifted gears and stepped on the gas, starting off very smoothly and moving forward quickly. As soon as the off-road vehicle drove away, Lao Lu dragged his tired body back onto the road. But when he got on the Jeep, he found something unusual. Hey, what happened just now? Why is there a bloody and burnt smell everywhere? Wait, why is the scent of the master getting farther and farther away? It took a moment for Lao Lu to react. Oh my god, could the dog have been abandoned? Thinking of this, Lao Lu immediately raised his head and cried loudly. At the same time, a few kilometers away on the road, Wu Jinfeng, who had stepped on dog poop, was walking out of the woods in a depressed mood. What am I here to investigate? Just to find out what Ye Chen's dog has eaten before? I have to say, this dog's shit stinks. The two people who came with him were knocked unconscious in the woods by the stench. Wu Jinfeng had no intention of rescuing him, because he felt he should go back to the manor first. An hour later, at the gate of Ji's manor, Ye Chen's car crashed into the obstacles and drove into the manor. A group of on-duty personnel were chasing after them with guns. But Ye Chen didn't care at all. He parked the car directly in front of Guzishing's villa. At this time, Wang Wenwen rushed over with a large group of people. She ordered everyone to protect the villa and stood in front of everyone. It turned out that she had received news from Wu Jinfeng a long time ago and also learned about what happened to the Lone Wolf Squad. But what she never expected was that Ye Chen actually dared to return to the manor. So, Wang Wenwen immediately took the initiative to treat the man and shouted loudly, "Ye Chen, how dare you, a traitor, come back? Well, then you better surrender quickly. I will give you a fair judgment." Ye Chen wanted to laugh after hearing what this woman said. How could she say such stupid things? How on earth did she become the companion of the water god with her level of skill? Is it possible that he is better in some other aspect? Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but start to look at her figure carefully. With such a big commotion outside the villa, Guzishing had already noticed something was wrong and walked out. Ye Chen didn't want to pay attention to Wang Wenwen. If he wanted to talk, he would talk to Guzishing. "Wenwen, what's going on?" "Ye Chen, when did you come back? Did you bring the supplies back successfully?" Ye Chen said nothing after hearing this, and quickly took out 10 tons of supplies. When everyone saw the supplies, they were all delighted. Even Guzishing had a smile on his face. Seeing this, Wang Wenwen hurried forward and shouted loudly, "Don't be fooled by his behavior. These things were earned by the Lone Wolf team at the cost of their lives." Ye Chen betrayed the Lone Wolf Squad and brutally killed Gu Shan and others. As soon as Wang Wenwen shouted this, everyone around her was shocked. Some of the more vigilant ones have even adopted a defensive posture. When Ye Chen heard the woman yelling, he didn't rush to explain. Instead, he took out a cigarette, lit it up calmly, and started smoking. When Guzishing saw this, he immediately knew that there must be something fishy. So he looked at Ye Chen with a cold face and said, "What on earth is going on? Where are the Gushin people? Where is the Lone Wolf team?" Ye Chen did not directly answer Guzishing's question. Instead, he looked at the other party with interest and asked coldly, "What on earth is going on with that crater?" When Guzishing heard this, he was stunned. He looked at Ye Chen again carefully. He understood a lot from Ye Chen's cold eyes. So he frowned tightly and spoke very seriously. "It's not convenient to talk here. If you want to know, just come in and tell me. 1-1, you stay and lead the team to transport the supplies. Others should do what they need to do." After saying this, Guzishing turned around and walked towards the villa. Wang Wenwen wanted to say something when she saw this, but the other party didn't give her any chance. At this time, Ye Chen turned his head and looked at Yunshan, who was sitting in the passenger seat. "Let's go in and listen to the story together." After hearing this, Yunshan slowly shook his head and said, "No thanks, I'm not interested in his story. If you're interested, go ahead. I'll wait for you in the car." When Ye Chen heard this, he didn't think much about it and immediately turned around and walked towards the villa. At this time, Wang Wenwen reached out and stopped him. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately asked angrily with a cold face, "You haven't finished yet, have you?" After hearing this, Wang Wenwen also looked unhappy. She just glared at Ye Chen fiercely and spoke coldly. "If I remember correctly, you should have handed over 30 tons of supplies. There are only 10 tons here at most. Where did the other 20 tons go? I deal with supplies every day, so I won't be wrong." Ye Chen was very unhappy when he saw her condescending and arrogant look. So he probably took 2 steps forward, and Wang Wenwen was so scared when she saw this that she took 2 steps back. Ye Chen couldn't help but smirk when he saw this. "Why are you scared? Don't you want to know? If you want to know, come here and I'll tell you." Chapter 121 Complete Fallout. The look in Ye Chen's eyes when he looked at Wang Wenwen was full of mockery, contempt, and provocation. He didn't take this Manor's chief security officer seriously at all. No, he was not targeting this woman, but the entire Manor. In his eyes, no one here can fight except Guzishing. At this moment, his supernatural power has reached the peak of level 5. So he has the capital to look down on everyone else. However, Ye Chen never bullies the weak. He only attacks those with malicious intentions. It is obvious that Wang Wenwen has been listed as his #1 target for elimination. Wang Wenwen saw a hint of murderous intent in Ye Chen's eyes, and suddenly, she became extremely nervous. She knows the gap between herself and the other party, but she also knows her own advantages. Someone who could almost destroy the entire lone wolf squad by himself. He must be very strong and must be able to crush me to death in a short period of time. But she was not particularly afraid now, because she was inside the manor and she possessed a group armed strike force that the other side did not have. This is the same principle as a powerful psychic who dares not fight a group of zombies alone. Even if there are too many ants, they can still kill an elephant. The other party must have the same concerns. And now he has Guzishing's support and protection behind him. He is now at the peak of level 5, which is absolutely not comparable to the kid in front of him. Thinking of this, Wang Wenwen finally took 2 steps forward. She stared at Ye Chen's eyes with determination, her eyes full of murderous intent and resentment. "Okay, then go ahead and talk. I'm listening." Ye Chen saw that this woman still had some courage. So he slowly put his head close to his ear and spoke in a cold voice. "I risked my life to get these supplies. Just give me as much as you want. If you don't want to give it, you won't get anything. This is the first time I've been so tough as a beggar. I've never seen such a thing before." After saying this, Ye Chen turned around and walked quickly towards the villa. What I just said about those 10 tons of supplies were things that can be said openly. He would never mention those things that cannot be said in private. Because from the moment he attacked the lone wolf squad, this manor became a potential threat to him. So he must make some preparations in advance to facilitate dealing with what will happen in the future. After hearing what Ye Chen said, Wang Wenwen was furious. She was so angry that her whole body was shaking, but she also understood that the other party was deliberately provoking her. Is he trying to force himself to spit out the meat in his mouth? How ridiculous! How much is your face worth these days? How can the face smell as good as the material things? Do you really think I'm a virgin? No matter how he deliberately provokes me, I will take his things. As for his life, I will decide that as well. Therefore, Wang Wenwen did not lose her temper on the spot, but waited until Ye Chen entered the villa before telling the people around her. "Do you notify all members of the Wang family army to return home immediately. We have a tough battle to fight." "Do you," who was standing next to him, frowned slightly when he heard this. Then she nodded slightly and turned and walked away quickly. On the other side in Guzishing's villa, at this moment Ye Chen was looking around bored. I have to say, this water god really knows how to enjoy life. It's the end of the world, but people still live in such a luxurious and elegant way. He was just thinking about these things when Guzisheng came over with double the cup of coffee. How about a cup of coffee to perk you up? I just finished cooking when I heard you outside. So, it's better to arrive at the right time than to arrive early. Guzisheng only talked about coffee and did not mention the conflict that had just occurred. In an instant, the tension between him and Ye Chen was eased a lot. Ye Chen took the coffee and smelled it, but he was not prepared to drink it. The water control ability of water-controlling masters has reached a terrifying level. Although he is not at his peak yet, Ye Chen still dares not be negligent in the slightest. So he just politely held the coffee, looked at the other person with expectation and said, "Mr. Gu, let's be more direct. I was the one who killed the lone wolf team, but they were the ones who started it first. I have the complete video footage here. You can take a look if you need it." As he spoke, Ye Chen took out a USB drive and gently placed it on the table. This USB flash drive contains the video data he copied from the Warframe AI. Upon hearing this, Guzisheng didn't even look at the USB drive, but sipped the coffee in his hand very seriously. "No, I believe everything you say. It doesn't make much sense to investigate how they died now. Let's talk about some practical issues. Did you get the things in the crater?" Ye Chen kept staring at Guzisheng's face. But this person is too cunning. He couldn't see any clues in his facial expression at all. At this moment, he was neither happy, nor proud, nor anxious, nor irritable, nor annoyed. It seems that what I just said was just a trivial matter. But Ye Chen knew in his heart that the origin of the golden crystal was definitely not simple. So he didn't continue the other party's topic, but calmly stated a fact. That was what Gushan got at that time. But then a giant worm showed up. That big bug sprays a poisonous white mist. I evacuated the giant pit immediately. I don't know whether Gushan escaped or not. While Guzisheng was listening, he looked up at Ye Chen. Then he lowered his head and continued drinking his coffee, as if what he was saying was not as important as this cup of coffee. But soon he slowly put the important coffee on the table. Then he crossed his legs and asked softly, "So, what are your plans? Do you want to continue to cooperate? Or are you going to start your own business?" When Ye Chen heard this, his brows slightly frowned. So he slowly put the coffee in his hand on the table. Still didn't talk along the other side's lines of thought. "I brought back all the supplies you asked me to bring. But what about what I want? There's no such thing as a free lunch. To be more precise, we are not collaborating, but employing each other. You hire me to help you find supplies, and I hire you to help me find people. Now it's time to test your sincerity." Ye Chen didn't seem to answer Guzisheng's question, but he gave the answer in a more forceful way. He just said it very clearly. The two of them have always been in a mutual employment relationship. This shows that he and Guzisheng are equal, and there is no question of setting up his own business. Guzisheng seemed a little surprised after hearing these words. He didn't expect that this young man was so thoughtful. It turned out that the other party had no intention of submitting to him from the beginning to the end. If that were the case, he would not do such a stupid thing as raising a tiger to cause trouble. Then, a hint of murderous intent slowly appeared in Guzisheng's eyes. Ye Chen has been staring at the other person's expression. So when the other party had the intention to kill, he also turned on the armor mode at the same time. They were both ruthless and didn't talk much, and killing was a matter of seconds. The next second, the two ruthless men moved at the same time. Chapter 122 Combat value exceeds the charts. Ye Chen started with a quick slash, and in an instant was behind the opponent. Guzisheng didn't know when a circle of crystal wall rose up. This crystal wall is actually a layer of water wall, but the water wall created by Guzisheng is extremely dense, and even the laser sword that can cut through iron like mud was blocked. The high temperature of the laser sword caused the water wall to boil in some areas. But Ye Chen's sword could hardly cut forward even a little bit. Guzisheng took the opportunity to conjure up a water knife with his right hand, then turned around and slashed towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen had heard about Guzisheng's two unique skills in his previous life. One of the moves is the water slash that he is using at the moment. The Shuizhan, also known as the Shuiquan Dao, is a technique in which Guzisheng pressurizes the water flow to over 200 MPa and then forms a high-speed water arrow under the constraint of a nozzle with a diameter of 0.2 millimeters. Its principle is actually the same as that of a high-pressure water jet and is a form of Guzisheng's proficient water control ability. Guzisheng put 10 water arrows side by side, combining them into a 2 centimeters water knife and holding it in his hand, forming a freely retractable water knife. Therefore, Guzishing's water slash is almost not limited by distance. Before he could reply, Guzishing took advantage of the gap when Ye Chen's attack missed and counterattacked. The water cut quickly and fiercely shattered the crystal wall and slashed towards Ye Chen. Ye Chen couldn't withstand the attack with his eyes, so he teleported away immediately. Guzishing's water slash continued to slash smoothly and at a high speed. With a swish, the villa in front of him was cut into two halves. The tall villa was split into two, and the upper part slowly slid and collapsed. When everyone outside saw this, they all opened their mouths in shock. But Guzishing didn't even look at it, and immediately used high-intensity water pressure to catapult himself out first. Outside the villa, Ye Chen just showed up and Guzishing immediately appeared in front of him. Then another attack came, and Ye Chen had no choice but to use his laser sword to resist. The sharpest light collides with the sharpest water. But what surprised Ye Chen was that the visible water knife actually cut off the invisible sword. The laser sword was cut off for the first time, and a cut was made on the alloy armor on Ye's left shoulder. Ye Chen was thrown 5 meters away by the huge impact force. Seeing this, Guzishing immediately increased the pressure and followed up. Then the third slash was swung towards Ye Chen's body again. But this time he was 1 second too slow, and Ye Chen disappeared the moment the other party appeared. Seeing this, Guzishing immediately unfolded the crystal wall without hesitation. But he was still a beat too slow. The crystal cup only blocked 9 of the 10 laser beams that Ye Chen shot from behind. Another laser beam brushed past Guzishing's right shoulder and sank into the ground. Suddenly, a burning pain came from his shoulder, and cold sweat broke out on Guzishing's forehead. Interesting. This kid is indeed interesting. Guzishing had just injured Ye Chen's right shoulder, and then he retaliated by hitting himself. It has been a while since the end of the world, and this is the first time that Guzishing has met an opponent of equal strength. So, Guzishing raised his left hand and slowly took off his gold-framed glasses. This means that he is going to start playing seriously. Guzishing threw his glasses aside, and then a Cho-Chuan knife appeared in his left hand. As a dual sword wielder, his combat power has doubled. With a loud bang, Guzishing flew up at a high speed under the push of the powerful water pressure, and in the blink of an eye he had arrived in front of Ye Chen. Ye Chen knew that close combat was disadvantageous to him, so he immediately used teleportation to fight with the opponent. Just like that, if Guzishing hit Ye Chen with a knife, Ye Chen would definitely shoot him back immediately. In just 10 seconds, the two had fought over 100 rounds in the manor. At this time, Wang Wenwen's security forces had already assembled. There are a total of 139 people here, all of whom are level 2 or above psychics. In addition, there are more than 300 guards with guns at attention. These are all Guzishing's backup helpers, who can intervene in the duel between the two at any time. But what about Ye Chen? There was only Jinshan, with a nervous look on his face, sitting alone in the Manshur car. At this moment, her face was full of confusion and confusion. Jinshan and Ye Chen had known each other for less than 24 hours. Logically speaking, there is no deep emotional bond between the two. Or to put it more coldly, the two of them aren't even familiar with each other. So, Jinshan is now struggling with whether to help or not. If she doesn't help, she can smoothly join this big group afterwards. This way she won't have to wander around anymore. But Jinshan feels much better about Ye Chen than the people in the manor. And she felt in her heart that Ye Chen was a friend worthy of trusting with life and death. She may meet many good groups in the future, but it is very likely that you will never meet again that friend who can depend on you through life and death. So, Jinshan finally got out of the car resolutely. The moment Jinshan's feet touched the ground, dozens of guns were aimed at her. But she still smiled confidently and looked at the figure in the distance. I hope I made the right choice. After saying this, Jinshan immediately activated the lightning speed skill. Then she shot her arrows fiercely at Wang Wenwen and others. Spruce is as fast as the flash. By the time Wang Wenwen and the others reacted, 5 people had already fallen in a pool of blood. Team 1, Team 2, come on. Others reinforced Mr. Ge. At Wang Wenwen's command, 40 psychics immediately rushed towards Jinshan. The others turned around and started firing at Ye Chen. Ye Chen and Jinshan relied on their speed advantage and managed to tie with the saviors in a short period of time. But their situation is still not optimistic. Because while the other side was suffering casualties, the two of them were also suffering varying degrees of damage. But at this moment, a dog with flames coming out of its butt suddenly flew in at high speed from outside the manor. The dog let out a loud fart as soon as it landed. The fart was as loud as thunder and as strong as a gale. The worst thing is that the fart was immediately ignited by the flame of the dogs, but after it was released. Then with a loud bang, a mushroom cloud over 300 square meters rose into the sky. Wang Wenwen and other members of the Salvation Army were immediately knocked over by the bullshit. Under such a huge explosion power, 21 people died on the spot. Lao Lu also became famous because of this fart and became one of the creatures that thousands of saviors wanted to cook. The explosion caused by Lao Lu distracted Guzishing. Ye Chen took the opportunity to attack with all his strength. Then he used the last moment to move in front of Jinshan, carried the seriously injured girl on his back, and flew into the air. Before leaving, Ye Chen did not forget to turn around and whistle to Lao Lu to say hello. But the silly Lao Lu thought when he first heard the whistle that Ye Chen wanted the dogs to cooperate in launching a general attack. But when it bared its teeth and was about to go up, it found that its owner had already run away with the beauty on his back. In an instant, Lao Lu burst into tears. Is the tacit understanding between our two masters so poor? Can you just tell me next time you leave? How would a dog know what you mean when you whistle? Although Lao Lu was crying, his boat was still moving. I saw this bastard's energy quickly sinking into his dantian. Then there was a puff sound, and then it ignited and took off. Shit, the rocket dog flew away again. Guzishing had just walked slowly out of the smoke. At this moment, his eyes were filled with cold, murderous intent. Chase him. Don't let him go back to the mountains. When Wang Wenwen heard this, she immediately replied loudly, yes. Then a large number of people with special abilities quickly ran towards the car. 7 or 8 people with flying abilities chased after them. Chapter 123 Robot Production Line. The first confrontation between Ye Chen and Guzishing ended in a draw. However, Jinshan was seriously injured under the siege of the Salvation Army. Fortunately, at the last moment, Lao Lu suddenly appeared and caused quite a bit of chaos. Only then did Ye Chen find an opportunity to get rid of Guzishing and rescue Jinshan. However, 7 or 8 people with supernatural powers who mastered flying were chasing them closely. Fortunately, not long after, Lao Lu also jetted into the air and arrived. Under the magical attack of the burning shit, those people were soon smoked to death. By the time they adjusted their bodies and were ready to chase, Ye Chen and Go Zi had long disappeared. In the city town, under the sky, a long-eyed pursuer is looking up at the sky. It seemed to have smelled the scent of the colorful crystal core, so it turned around and roared loudly. Then, in the darkness behind it, the figures of pursuers appeared one after another. On the other side, Ye Chen found a nearby factory to hide under the cover of Lao Lu. Lao Lu had already turned off the engine and returned to the ground, and soon found Ye Chen's location by using his sense of smell. At this time, Ye Chen was performing emergency rescue on Jinshan. Fortunately, he had previously obtained a lot of hospital supplies from Jinshan Hospital, so Jinshan's injuries were quickly brought under control. But she is still too weak and hasn't woken up yet. Ye Chen set up a medical emergency tent in the factory. The tent is equipped with all kinds of medical and living facilities, and the temperature is kept at the most comfortable 25 degrees. After arranging these, Ye Chen began to come out to check the environment in the factory. At this time, there were dozens of zombies wandering around in the factory, and their levels were probably around level 2 to 3. In order to ensure that Jinshan would not be disturbed while he was busy, Ye Chen personally cleared out all the zombies nearby and placed real-time monitoring and early warning equipment around the tent. After doing all this, Ye Chen took out the colorful crystal core and began to absorb it seriously. About 2 hours later, his level finally broke through to level 6. It was at this time that Ye Chen finally acquired the third space skill. It turns out that the level of this space-related ability has been constantly improving, but the skills have remained awkwardly at the first 2. It was not until Ye Chen's own level was raised to level 6 that his physical strength was sufficient to support the awakening of the third spatial skill. Ye Chen's third spatial skill is still an auxiliary skill, spatial replacement. When this skill is activated, it will first radiate a circle of invisible space energy in all directions. Within this radiation range, Ye Chen can exchange positions with any physical object. Ye Chen just conducted an on-site test and found that the spatial radiation range is about 1,000 square meters. Within this 1,000 square meters, if there is sufficient energy in your own space, he can perform spatial displacement an unlimited number of times, and even living creatures can become targets of displacement. To prove this point, Lao Lu was replaced by Ye Chen more than 100 times until he finally started vomiting, dizzy, and fell to the ground. Then, Ye Chen picked up the small notebook and wrote it down carefully. After a living object is replaced 53 times in a row, it will experience nausea and dizziness similar to motion sickness. The limit for a level 5 mutant is 141 times. Hey, what will happen after the 141st time? Thinking of this, Ye Chen couldn't help but turn his head and look at Lao Lu at his feet. Although Lao Lu felt dizzy at this time, he was not yet deaf and blind. So when it heard Ye Chen's words, it burst into tears of despair on the spot. Although I am not a person, you are a real dog. Master, please be a human being once in a while. It's so hard to be your dog. When Ye Chen saw Lao Lu's tears of grievance, he immediately gave up the idea of extreme challenge. Then, Ye Chen left a pile of delicious food and turned away. A few minutes later, he slowly walked into the production workshop in the factory. After entering the workshop, Ye Chen's face immediately showed excitement. It turns out that this is where the Rice Group produces intelligent robots. Although the products produced by this company before the end of the world were all low-intelligence robots for services and entertainment. But as long as Ye Chen makes a slight improvement to this production line, he can produce highly intelligent combat robots. The superpowers of the mutant beasts and survivors in the world have now been greatly improved to varying degrees. Therefore, the various thermal weapons in Ye Chen's space gradually lost their usability and cost-effectiveness. But this does not mean that thermal weapons have no offensive power. They just need to be used in a different way. For example, configure them on combat robots. Aren't you Salvation Army people just relying on your numbers to bully the few? My team is not around, but I can build my own legion. Thinking of this, Ye Chen began to carefully check the production equipment in the workshop. After inspection, it was found that these devices could all be used normally as long as the power problem was solved. Moreover, Ye Chen discovered that there were 2 diesel generator systems behind the workshop. This may be to protect the generator sets used in temporary power outages. However, these 2 sets of generators can only meet short-term emergency needs. If you want to continue working for a long time, you must increase the number of diesel generators. After Ye Chen gave it a quick thought, he immediately felt that this was not a big deal. Because the city's hospitals, transportation hubs, Daxing shopping mall, and other level 1 power supply load units are equipped with their own generator sets. As long as he gets the generators from these units, he can perfectly solve the problem of power shortage. Ye Chen did what he said. He disappeared from the spot in an instant and then quickly appeared in front of a nearby hospital. Ye Chen came here mainly to deal with the power generation equipment, so there was no need for him to fight with the zombies. Therefore, each operation was particularly easy to succeed. When he passed by 3 large shopping malls, he also wiped out all the survivors inside. After solving the power problem, Ye Chen began to think about solving the noise problem. As we all know, these diesel generators make a lot of noise when starting. This sound was not so noticeable in the previously noisy world and was unlikely to attract people's special attention. But now is the end of the world, and the whole world is so dead silent that it makes people feel uneasy. Therefore, once the generator here is started, it is equivalent to actively reporting the coordinates to the manor. Therefore, Ye Chen must first solve the problem of noise impact. Fortunately, Ye Chen made adequate preparations when facing the end of the world this time. His space warehouse stores various professional books and an electronic version of the Knowledge Base of Life encyclopedia. Then, Ye Chen took out a tablet from the space warehouse and started searching. Soon, all the theories on reducing industrial noise appeared before Ye Chen's eyes. It was only then that he realized that industrial noise could be comprehensively treated through sound insulation, noise reduction, sound absorption, and vibration reduction. After obtaining theoretical support, Ye Chen immediately went to search for construction materials. As for construction techniques and the like, there is no need to worry about that at all. Don't forget that his nanofusion, mimicry, and shaping are the most advanced and fastest means. So, after Ye Chen worked hard for 10 hours, a new intelligent robot production line was born. Ye Chen was slightly excited as he looked at the renovated production line. So much so that he admired it for a moment before pressing the power start switch. The next second, all electronic equipment started up and the entire production line was successfully put into trial operation. Then, Ye Chen quickly walked to the main computer and began to change the design program. On the other side, a dozen pursuers have been slaughtering humans indiscriminately near the manor. The entire manor fell into great panic, and all the guards took up their combat positions. Gu Zisheng, Su Changsheng, Wang Wenwen, and other backbone members of the Salvation Army all went to the front line to take command. Chapter 124 Goddess of Light. There were frequent incidents of survivors being killed near the Gu family estate. Soon after, the patrol spotted the pursuers and engaged them in a gunfight. Just 2 hours later, a dozen pursuers attacked the manor. Gu Zixing, Su Changsheng, Wang Wenwen, and other backbone members of the Salvation Army all rushed to the front line to take command. I have to say, Gu Zixing's combat value is really off the charts. Under the crazy slashing of the Yuchuan knife, even a strong pursuer could only flee in embarrassment. However, Qin Lingfan soon appeared surrounded by more than 200 pursuers and more than 300 believers. These believers are the survivors she has won over during this period. At this time, she has been worshipped as the goddess of light by her believers, because she is the only god who can make people see the light so far. After Qin Lingfan appeared, he did not launch an attack directly, but instead casually threw a basketball-sized ball of light into the air. Then the light ball expanded rapidly in the air and finally turned into a huge light ball with a diameter of more than 30 meters. The ball of light, suspended high in the sky, looked like the sun, bathing the area thousands of meters below in light again. At this moment, everyone in the manor was stunned. Even someone as powerful as the water god Gu Zixing couldn't help but show his worship for the light at this moment. But he knew very well in his heart that this was just the skill of the light-type mutant in front of him. She can give you gentle light or fatal destruction. Thinking of this, Gu Zixing quickly turned around and said to Wang Wenwen, "Wenwen, tell everyone to cheer up. The opponent this time is a light-type mutant. Her fighting ability should be no less than mine." After saying this, Gu Zixing turned around and prepared to go out to meet the other party. But at this time, his guard captain Lu Ning suddenly walked over quickly. Gu Zixing frowned slightly when he saw him, because he was assigned this person to protect Gu Miao Miao. Sure enough, Lu Ning whispered after he approached, "Miss Gu ran away. I have asked the Falcon Squad to look for her." Gu Zixing sighed heavily after hearing the news. She must have gone to find Ye Chen. Let the Shadow Fox Squad and the Silver Tiger Squad go out. If you see them, just deal with them right there. Remember to protect Miao Miao's safety. Gu Zixing has 5 very elite special operations teams under his command. The Lone Wolf Squad has the strongest overall ability, the Shadow Fox Squad has the strongest reconnaissance ability, and the Silver Tiger Squad has the most ferocious combat power. When Ye Chen was fighting with Gu Zixing in the manor, the Silver Tiger team was out on a mission and just returned to the manor 2 hours ago. If they were there at the time, Ye Chen would probably have had a hard time escaping unscathed. Upon hearing this, Lu Ning saluted with a standard military salute, then turned around and trotted away. Gu Zixing stomped his feet lightly, then stood on the huge column of water and flew away. Gu Zixing is extremely talented, and the water energy contained in his body is extremely pure. So the water column he summoned was more than 10 meters thick, and from a distance it looked like he was riding on a water dragon. Gu Zixing did this on purpose. He was showing his strength to his opponent. Sure enough, when Qin Lingfan saw Gu Zixing's cool appearance, he immediately frowned deeply. "How come I met another difficult guy again?" After she whispered this, she turned into a beam of white light and flew away. The most eye-catching and irresistible thing in the darkness is light. So when Qin Lingfan moved, he immediately attracted the attention of both sides. Finally, Qin Lingfan and Gu Zixing met on the top of a 7-story building in the middle of the 2 camps. Gu Zixing waved his hand to disperse the huge water column, turning it into countless raindrops falling to the ground. Qin Lingfan saw this and immediately smiled and said, "Your ability to control water is the strongest I have ever seen." When Gu Zixing saw that the other party was talking nonsense in the first sentence, his expression immediately became a little unhappy. "Beautiful lady, we are all very busy. There is no need to engage in hypocritical pleasantries. Be direct. What is your purpose here?" When Qin Lingfan heard this, he immediately clapped his hands. Then she took out a photo and handed it over. "Okay, then I won't talk nonsense anymore. Have you seen this man? I've been looking for him." Gu Zixing recognized it at a glance. The person in the photo is Ye Chen Benshin. This guy is really a nuisance, causing trouble wherever he goes. Although he didn't know how Ye Chen offended this woman. But the information on our side will not be given to the other party for free. What's more, she has the blood debt of her own people on her hands. Let's not talk about this matter for now. First, tell me why you want to kill my people." When Qin Lingfan heard this, he didn't say anything more. He just looked at Gu Zixing with a smile and spoke straightforwardly. "1 life and 1 ton of supplies. As long as you nod, We'll give it to you right away. 1 ton of supplies for 1 life. So at least dozens of tons of supplies would be needed. But is this woman really willing to give it? Thinking of this, Guzishing's face couldn't help but become stern. Don't be afraid of getting your tongue tangled when you brag. I don't believe you guys can carry dozens of tons of supplies around the world. Qin Lingfan burst into laughter after hearing this. Then she looked at Guzishing coldly and replied slowly. Yes, it is impossible for us to carry so many supplies on the road. But as long as you help me find this person, I can fulfill my promise on the spot. It turned out that Qin Lingfan was planning to use the materials in Ye Chen's space warehouse for trading. At that time, she will only be responsible for subduing Ye Chen. And she believed that there were definitely more than dozens of tons of supplies in Ye Chen's space warehouse. Guzishing has been paying attention to Qin Lingfan's eyes. He believes that human eyes are the least likely to lie. So after seeing the other person's confident eyes, Guzishing decided to consider Qin Lingfan's suggestion. But he still wanted to figure out why the other party insisted on capturing Ye Chen. So, Guzishing looked at Qin Lingfan seriously and asked, "Why are you looking for him?" "I need a reason." Qin Lingfan just smiled coldly when he heard this. She looked at Guzishing with great contempt and replied, "No, you don't need a reason. Now we can either go to war or cooperate. There is no room for negotiation on the rest." Qin Lingfan is very cold, even a little arrogant. She didn't take anyone seriously, except Ye Chen, whom she particularly wanted to kill. Guzishing is very strong, but not so strong that she is afraid of him. So, if the other party doesn't cooperate, she really didn't mind putting in some effort to eliminate one more survivor base. Anyway, she has eliminated and conquered many along the way. As a result, the atmosphere between Qin Lingfan and Guzishing suddenly became tense. There was a hint of murderous intent in the eyes of both of them. At this time, both sides began to actively prepare for war, and some vanguard teams even began to advance. The war is about to begin. Chapter 125 Robot Core. Qin Lingfan gave Guzishing an ultimatum in a very forceful manner. Guzishing felt very uncomfortable after hearing this. But there was no way he would fight with the other party for Ye Chen. So in the end, he chose to compromise. After all, it was more beneficial to cooperate with the other party. So, Guzishing gently raised his right hand to stop his own vanguard troops. Then, he looked at Qin Lingfan, stretched out his hand very gentlemanly, and said with a smile, "Who could resist working with a lady as pretty as you? I hope we can have a pleasant cooperation." When Qin Lingfan saw that Guzishing finally gave in, he immediately snapped his fingers to stop the troops behind him. The assault troops of both sides all stopped advancing, and the two bosses shook hands gently on the roof to formalize their cooperation. Afterwards, Qin Lingfan and Guzishing's men began to work together. It was only a matter of time before Ye Chen's hiding place was discovered. On the other side, Ye Chen's robot production line was running nonstop. On the first production line, robots were produced one after another. The robots are 160 centimeters tall and weigh 80 kilograms, and are roughly the size of an adult female. After the robot is formed and assembled, it enters the second production line to start weapon processing and chip implantation. All robots are equipped with 3 types of weapons, namely 2 automatic rifles and 1 special firearm. This special firearm may be a heavy machine gun, a sniper rifle, a shotgun, etc. In addition, Ye Chen also specially created a batch of heavy firepower robots with a height of over 200 centimeters and a weight of over 300 kilograms. These robots are equipped with rockets, heavy machine guns, and machine guns. Due to limited manufacturing conditions, only 50 of these heavy-duty robots were produced. After all robots are equipped with thermal power, computer chips will be implanted in their heads. These chips have all been modified by Ye Chen using nanotechnology. He erased the original entertainment program and adapted it into a professional military program. After the robot is implanted with the computer chip, it will enter the final process, energy embedding. This problem troubled Ye Chen for a long time. He couldn't possibly equip each robot with an electric wire, let alone use batteries for them. Otherwise, it would be so embarrassing if the batteries suddenly ran out in the middle of a battle. So, Ye Chen placed the robot's power source on the crystal core. Ye Chen now has a lot of crystal cores in his hands, and these crystal cores contain very powerful abilities. It is no exaggeration to say that 1 crystal core can easily provide energy for a robot for half to 1 year. However, the principle of this transformation is extremely complicated. If Ye Chen had not studied it in his previous life, it would have been impossible to accomplish it in such a short time. In addition to these, Ye Chen also set up a self-destruction program for each robot. When a robot loses 90% of its combat power or its crystal core or chip is taken out, the robot will automatically start the self-destruction program. The explosive power of each robot is equivalent to that of 5 grenades, which can be regarded as a last-ditch attack method with considerable lethality. Of course, Ye Chen would not waste the high-level crystal core like this. The crystal cores he used for the robots were all low-level 1 and 2. Ordinary robots use level 1 crystal cores, and robots use level 2. Of course, Ye Chen did not put all his hopes on robots. When the production line is busy all the time, he himself is also racing against time to create new armor and mechas. This time, Ye Chen produced 3 sets of intelligent armor, 10 sets of heavy armor, and a set of dog armor vest in one go. These intelligent armors and heavy mechas are all equipped with highly intelligent AI systems. Free switching between manned and unmanned control modes is realized. In addition, Ye Chen also temporarily modified a super infantry fighting vehicle. The vehicle's defense, firepower, power, and other aspects have all been greatly improved and changed. When the pursuers found Ye Chen's location, it was 2 days later. At this time, Ye Chen's mechanical army has basically taken shape, with 30 infantry fighting armored vehicles, 300 infantry fighting robots, and 50 heavy firepower robots arranged in a square formation standing in the factory. However, Ye Chen was not in the original production base at the moment. He deliberately moved to this place where he could be more easily discovered in order to buy more time for the production line. This way he can create more robot soldiers while fighting. The first 3 pursuers that arrived were directly blasted into pieces by the mechanical troops, but they had transmitted the coordinates back before they died. Half an hour later, Qin Lingfan and Gu Zixing's groups surrounded the place. Qin Lingfan stood on a vine that was more than 10 meters tall. This vine looked quite familiar to Ye Chen. It turned out to be the mutated carnivorous plant from Jinshan City, but at this time it became Qin Lingfan's newly tamed pet. Gu Zixing was still standing on the huge water column with his hands behind his back. Ye Chen didn't show any surprise when he saw the 2 of them coming together. Because he already knew the result, everything was under his control. It turned out that Ye Chen left 10 tons of supplies in the manor on purpose. These supplies contained miniature reconnaissance robots and another secret. As long as they dare to use these things, Ye Chen will make Gu Zixing regret it. At this moment, Ye Chen was wearing a camouflage uniform and sitting on the roof of the super infantry fighting vehicle with his legs crossed. He looked at Qin Lingfan to the left and at Gu Zixing to the right. Finally, he turned around and looked at Qin Lingfan and grinned evilly. "Dear, is everything going well? You really managed to lure Gu Zixing out?" "I am convinced. I am really convinced this time." Ye Chen started to sow discord as soon as he opened his mouth. Upon hearing this, Gu Zixing frowned immediately. He himself didn't say anything, but a suspicious look was already cast towards Qin Lingfan. Qin Lingfan's face immediately turned ugly when he heard this. She naturally understood what Ye Chen was thinking. So Qin Lingfan immediately sneered in response. "You little brat, your method of sowing discord is too low, isn't it? Do you really think Mr. Gu is a 3-year-old child? I'll give you a chance to surrender, so you don't have to say that your sister bullied you." Gu Zixing still said nothing, just observed the conversation between the 2 with cold eyes. Although he would rather believe Qin Lingfan, there are too many intrigues in the end times. As an old fox, he naturally wouldn't trust anyone easily. Therefore, the best option now is to remain unchanged in the face of ever-changing situations and to use stillness to overcome movement. When Ye Chen heard Qin Lingfan's words, his mind immediately became active. He had to find an opportunity to get close to this woman, because ever since he came out of Jinshan City, he had prepared a surprise for this beautiful woman. Today she happened to come to my house again, so I might as well take the opportunity to give it to her. So Ye Chen somersaulted off the roof of the car. Then he walked toward Qin Lingfan and said with a smile, "You're so naughty. How come you're addicted to acting?" Okay, if you say you want to surrender, then I'll surrender. Come and let your husband hug you. You didn't even get enough kissing last time." When Qin Lingfan heard this, his face immediately turned dark. Then she also recalled the humiliation she had experienced in the metal egg. Then, Qin Lingfan's pair of jade fists clenched into a creaking sound. "Asshole, you must die today." Following her roar, the carnivorous plant immediately shot out its roots and vines. The vines rushed straight towards Ye Chen, but the other party had no intention of hiding. Chapter 126, Everyone Wants Ye Chen. Ye Chen deliberately used words to provoke Qin Lingfan, causing the vines to entangle and attack. Seeing the situation, Instead of dodging, he didn't even activate his armor. This action made Qin Lingfan and Gu Zixing stunned. At the same time, Gu Zixing became increasingly suspicious of their relationship. Ye Chen just said that the two of them kissed? What is the relationship between these two people? After Gu Zixing became suspicious, he immediately secretly passed the message to Wang Wenwen and others. After receiving the news, Wang Wenwen immediately notified all personnel to be extra vigilant. At this time, Gu Miao, who had escaped secretly, had just found this place. She hid in the building next door and saw everything, and her heart suddenly skipped a beat. It's bad we're still a step too late. It's all your fault, Qi Xiaobai. You must have done it on purpose. Qi Xiaobai, standing next to Gu Miao, is her good friend. At the same time, Lu Ning also arranged guards to protect her closely. Upon hearing this, Qi Xiaobai looked at Gu Miao embarrassedly and said, "You can't blame me for this. You know there are so many zombies out there. Besides, it's so difficult to pay the people from Fox Shadow and Silver Tiger. It's good enough that we won't be caught by them." Qi Xiaobai had just finished speaking when a tall and beautiful woman suddenly walked in from outside the door. I saw that the woman was over 180 centimeters tall, which was definitely a perfect 9-head body. Her delicate face and short silver hair make her look stunning. She is Qiao Lanyang, the captain of the strongest fighting Silver Tiger squad under Gu Zixing. Qiao Lan is her French name, and Yang is her surname. She is a Chinese-French mixed-race girl, and also Gu Zixing's first apprentice. Qiao Lanyang is a peak level 4 Ice-type mutant. Even Gu Zixing was afraid of her ultimate killer move, Absolute Zero. When Gu Miao saw her come in, she couldn't help but shiver all over. "Qiao Lanyang, why are you here?" "Qi Xiaobai, didn't you say you had gotten rid of them?" When Qi Xiaobai heard this, he immediately stuck out his tongue. She deliberately took Gu Miao for a long walk. "I feel like I should be able to get rid of these people. But the reality is a bit embarrassing." But before Qi Xiaobai could open his mouth, a gentle male voice suddenly sounded outside the window. "Qiao Lanyang, I advise you to wait a little longer. Mr. Gu has just issued an order for everyone to stand by." Qi Xiaobai could tell that this was clearly the voice of Hu Fengyu, the captain of the Fox Shadow Squad. When did he run out of the window? Didn't I get rid of anyone? Although Qi Xiaobai didn't say anything, Hu Fengyu guessed what she was thinking. "Xiaobai, you don't think that we are noobs like you, do you? If he can't handle even this, then the captain of the elite team is really a fool, right?" Qiao Lanyang ignored Hu Fengyu's words. At this moment, the temperature of the entire room is still dropping rapidly. This was a prelude to her using ice-based abilities to attack. At this moment, her eyes were full of hatred. No one could stop her desire to kill Ye Chen. "Little fox, get out of here if you don't want to die. Otherwise, I'll freeze you into ice chips, and that will be embarrassing." Gu Miao was already shivering from the cold at this time, but she still stubbornly ran to the window and blocked the way. "You are not allowed to hurt Ye Chen. He is my friend." When Xiao Lanyang heard this, his expression instantly became even colder. "Taniyama is also my friend." It turns out that Xiao Lanyang has always had a crush on Gushan. However, for some reasons, Taniyama is temporarily unable to accept this relationship. But the two still get along very well, and their relationship always remains at a stage that is more than friends, but less than lovers. So when Xiao Lanyang learned that Gushan was killed by Ye Chen, he immediately regarded Ye Chen as his greatest enemy in life. At this time, Xiao Lanyang was blinded by hatred. She looked at Gu Miao coldly and shouted seriously, "Miss Gu, please move aside. Otherwise, I will be rude." Gu Miao felt nervous when she heard this, but she had no intention of backing down. Seeing this, Qi Xiaobai quickly stood in front of her to protect her. Hu Fengyu also squatted behind Gu Miao. "Xiaolan, I advise you to calm down. There is something I feel I need to tell you." In a building not far from the main battlefield, Silver Tiger and Shadow Fox had an internal conflict. Ye Chen was also caught by Qin Lingfan at this time. At this time, the two were less than 5 meters apart, and Qin Lingfan only needed one skill to kill him. But she is not ready to take action now, because she needs to get the colorful crystal core first. So, Qin Lingfan looked at Ye Chen coldly and said seriously, "If you want to live, be obedient. You know what my sister wants." Of course, Ye Chen knew what Qin Lingfan wanted. But Gu Zixing was watching everything not far away. If he doesn't mix the water a little more, he will suffer when a fight breaks out. So, Ye Chen immediately pretended to be obedient and said, "Of course, I know best what the young lady wants, but it's so embarrassing with so many people watching. Aren't you afraid that some people will get jealous after seeing this?" When Ye Chen said these words, he always deliberately glanced at Guzishing. When Guzishing saw this, a black line appeared on his forehead. Hey, what are you two scumbags talking about? Is it really okay for you guys to make such an ambiguous situation in such a serious battle? Are you afraid that I will be jealous? What kind of storms and waves haven't I seen? As for being jealous of the two of you, wait, is she trying to secretly take him away on purpose? Or are there some secrets between the two of them that I don't know about? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Guzishing's eyes. At this time, Qin Lingfan was also awakened by Ye Chen's words. This colorful crystal core is extremely rare, and the energy it contains is beyond imagination. If Ye Chen really took the things out directly, Guzishing and his gang may not be able to sit idly by and watch. So, she immediately signaled the carnivorous plant to take Ye Chen and move away first. But at this moment, 3 water walls suddenly appeared around the piranha plant. 3 water walls, 30 meters high and 20 meters wide, blocked Qin Lingfan and Ye Chen's way. Only the side facing Guzishing was left without any obstruction. Qin Lingfan looked at him coldly and said, "Mr. Gu, what does this mean?" Guzishing controlled the water column to slowly move closer before speaking. "Miss Qin, please don't misunderstand. I just want to get back what was agreed upon first. Otherwise, if you just leave like this, who am I going to ask for repayment in the future?" Although Guzishing talked about the promise of revenge, but in his heart he was thinking about how to get Ye Chen back. At this moment, he had already determined the truth in his heart. That is, Ye Chen must have resources that are more important than supplies. Otherwise, this woman wouldn't have chased me all the way from the capital to here. Qin Lingfan seemed to have seen through the other party's thoughts. Then her eyes began to become sinister. "Mr. Gu is really good at calculating. Okay, then let's settle the accounts first." Chapter 127 Ye Chen's Routine. After Ye Chen heard the conversation between Guzishing and Qin Lingfan, he immediately felt happy in his heart. Are the two of them going to settle the score so soon? If that's a good relationship, then you two can beat each other to death. This way, I can benefit from the conflict between the two parties. Ye Chen was daydreaming when suddenly Qin Lingfan whipped him. Ye Chen turned his head in pain and saw that she was holding a vine in her hand. Seeing this scene, Ye Chen didn't want to endure it anymore. "Why are you two hitting me when you're settling scores?" Qin Lingfan smiled coldly after hearing this. Then he slapped his butt again. After whipping him, Qin Lingfan looked at him with a wicked smile. "Of course we'll come to you to settle the score. Aren't all the things my sister promised him in your possession?" Ye Chen was stunned when he heard this. Then he rubbed his butt and pretended to be surprised. "What? So you mean to give him that thing?" Qin Lingfan frowned slightly when he heard this. She was somewhat certain what Ye Chen was talking about. When Guzishing heard this, he raised his eyebrows slightly. "That thing? There really is a little secret between you two." When Qin Lingfan heard this, his expression immediately turned ugly. She knew that Guzishing had already fallen into Ye Chen's trap, and it was useless for her to explain anything. So she simply stopped explaining and just looked at Guzishing coldly. "Whatever secrets there are between him and me, it's none of your business. Mr. Gu, please think it over carefully before making a decision, so as not to cause unnecessary casualties." Having said that, Qin Lingfan deliberately glanced to the side. Seeing this, Guzishing immediately followed her gaze and looked down. "I saw more than 200 pursuers forming a circle around me. It would be a waste of time to fight for something uncertain at this time, unless this thing is worth the risk." As soon as Guzishing thought of this, Ye Chen spoke according to his wishes. "Dear, didn't we agree that we would keep the golden crystal for ourselves? How can you trade it with others?" "Yes, I was wrong to sneak away with the things. But you can't team up with outsiders to plot against your own man, right?" After Ye Chen said this, not only Guzishing was shocked, but even Qin Lingfan next to him was stunned. Qin Lingfan looked at Ye Chen angrily. The anger in his eyes almost materialized. "This bastard is really good at lying. What the hell is this golden crystal? I don't even have one." "Wait, gold crystals? Could there be other meteorite energy crystals?" Thinking of this, Qin Lingfan's eyes suddenly became hot when he looked at Ye Chen. "You are really good at giving your sister surprises. Where is the thing? Hand it over now." As soon as she finished speaking, the vines wrapped around Ye Chen were instantly cut off. Then Ye Chen was trapped in a water prison and pulled towards Guzishing. It turned out that Guzishing had taken advantage of her unpreparedness, cut the vines with a Qiuquan knife, and snatched the person away. Qin Lingfan was shocked when she saw this, and then she ordered the vines to take it back. But a huge wall of water suddenly appeared, instantly separating her from Guzisheng and Ye Chen. Guzisheng controlled the water prison and quickly pulled Ye Chen to his side. After getting close to Guzisheng, Ye Chen confessed without waiting for him to speak. The stuff was found in that giant pit. I lied to you. I actually got the stuff. The things are right here. I'll give them to you if you want them. Guzisheng didn't expect Ye Chen to be so proactive. Although he felt very strange in his heart, he was now in control of the initiative. So he didn't believe that Ye Chen could come up with any other tricks. So Guzisheng looked at Ye Chen coldly and said, "Why don't you take the things out?" Upon hearing this, Ye Chen glanced at his hands. It turned out that his hands were locked with water chains at this time, and he couldn't move at all. Seeing this, Guzisheng frowned slightly, and then the water chains slowly loosened, revealing his right hand. Seeing this, Ye Chen quickly took out a metal egg from the space warehouse. The metal egg was the size of a watermelon, and you could tell it was not light just by looking at it. "Ouch, it's too heavy." As he spoke, the metal egg fell rapidly downwards. Seeing this, Guzisheng quickly controlled the water column to retract and caught it with his own hands. After seeing this scene, Ye Chen immediately revealed a cunning smile. He didn't expect that the surprise he prepared for Qin Lingfan would actually be used on Guzisheng. But it doesn't matter who gets hit anyway. The next second, Ye Chen controlled the metal egg remotely and opened it quickly. Guzisheng only heard a clicking sound, and then a gray gas floated out of the metal egg. The gray gas evaporated very quickly and spread around him in an instant. Guzisheng thought it was poison gas and quickly covered his mouth and nose. But after waiting for a few seconds, I didn't feel anything. Then he plucked up the courage to gently lift the metal egg to check. But when I opened it, I found that there was a watermelon fruit plate inside. There's actually a fruit plate inside. At the same time, Ye Chen suddenly laughed and shouted, "Surprise! Are you surprised? Are you surprised?" At this time, Guzisheng's face turned dark. This brat actually dared to play tricks on me in public. Kill him now. Guzisheng raised his head and prepared to kill Ye Chen. But when he looked up, he found that there was no Ye Chen in front of him. No, not only is Ye Chen not here, but Qin Lingfan and everything are gone. In front of him was a room filled with thick smoke and a locked security door right in front of him. At this time, the room was filled with flames and thick smoke. Guzisheng was too familiar with all this. This is a moment he will never be able to let go of in his life. Bang, bang, bang. Someone on the other side of the security door kept banging on it. Two childish voices were crying, and a weak woman was shouting, "Zisheng, come and save us." "Zisheng, quickly find a way to open the door." The woman's voice became weaker and weaker, and the child's crying became louder and louder. "Dad, save me. Dad, save me. Dad, I'm scared. I want Dad." Guzisheng collapsed when he heard these voices. He knelt heavily on the ground, his eyes filled with tears and despair. No. I can save them. I should be able to save them. Why? Why didn't I have superpowers then? Can someone help me? Can someone open that damn door? Guzisheng was yelling angrily when suddenly another person appeared beside her. She was a middle-aged woman with a wicked smile on her face. Guzisheng recognized this woman. She was his family's nanny. The nanny said as she looked at Guzisheng, who was crying bitterly, "Mr. Gu, stop crying wolf here. Didn't you arrange for me to do all this? With the huge insurance compensation, can't you make a comeback? You promised to marry me. You said I was the one you truly loved." After hearing this, Guzisheng suddenly became extremely fierce. So he rushed forward, grabbed the nanny's neck, and yelled, "Shut up! Shut up! Shut up! Why didn't you die? Why didn't you die?" When Guzisheng was entangled with the woman, his body suddenly began to fall rapidly. In reality, Guzisheng also suddenly fell from a high altitude. The water prison that bound Ye Chen and the water wall that blocked Qin Lingfan disappeared at the same time. The next second, Qin Lingfan rushed over quickly with vines. Ye Chen caught a glimpse of it and said with a sly smile, "Now." Chapter 128, the melee begins. Guzisheng fell into Ye Chen's trap and accidentally inhaled the gray mist of Jinshan. The mist contained a mutated mental virus, so it instantly made him see the most frightening hallucination. Disturbed by the hallucination, Guzisheng fell from midair. At the same time, all his abilities temporarily lost their effects. At the same time, Qin Lingfan broke through the water wall and rushed over quickly. Ye Chen chose the right time and teleported immediately, kicking Guzisheng into the big mouth of the piranha plant in midair. I have to say, this trick of his is really mean. Wang Wenwen, who was standing below and watching, became anxious when she saw this. Go and save Mr. Ge. Following her order, hundreds of saviors rushed forward immediately. In an instant, the sounds of machine guns, sniper rifles, and howitzers rang out rapidly. Although Qin Lingfan knew that he had fallen into Ye Chen's trap, but at this time, it was impossible for her to passively take the beating. So Qin Lingfan quickly ordered the team to fight back, and the 200 pursuers rushed forward immediately. In a building not far from the battlefield, Qiao Lanyang had just finished listening to Hu Fengyu's explanation. It turned out that Gu Shan was not dead, but was seriously injured. He had just returned to the manor half an hour ago. After hearing this, Qiao Lanyang finally felt relieved, and tears immediately fell down uncontrollably. But she still hated Ye Chen very much because it was he who caused Gu Shan to be seriously injured. At this moment, there were sudden sounds of gunfire and artillery fire outside the window, and it was obvious that the two sides had started fighting. Upon seeing this, Hu Fengyu immediately turned around and watched, while picking up the walkie-talkie to ask the team members about the specific situation. After listening to the report, Hu Fengyu immediately turned around and spoke seriously. Xiao Bai, quickly protect Miss Gu and go back. Xiao Lan, Mr. Gu needs our help now. Let's work together to rescue the gentleman first. Upon hearing this, Qiao Lanyang nodded vigorously and picked up the walkie-talkie to give a quick order. On the other side, Ye Chen had teleported back to the roof of the infantry fighting vehicle. His robot army was now escorting him quietly out of the battlefield. Qin Lingfan looked down at this scene and was so angry that his teeth were itching. This bastard actually wanted to leave after provoking a conflict? You wish! Qin Lingfan roared and ordered all the pursuers to turn around and rush towards Ye Chen. The believers behind her quickly stepped forward to fight the savior army. But at this moment, two figures suddenly appeared behind her. These two men moved very quickly, and their attacks were extremely fierce. Even someone as strong as Qin Lingfan could only defend passively at this moment, without any chance of counterattack. These two people were none other than Xiao Lanyang and Hu Fengyu, who had been hiding behind. Qin Lingfan originally wanted to capture Ye Chen personally, but now he was trapped by this accident and couldn't escape. But her bad luck didn't end there, as the big head of the carnivorous plant suddenly exploded. Countless water jets shot in all directions, and a huge water ball protected Gu Zixing as he slowly landed on the ground. The water ball burst and scattered as soon as it hit the ground, and Wang Wenwen led his men to rush over immediately. Zixing, are you okay? What happened just now? With your strength, you shouldn't. Gu Zixing's face looked very unhappy, so he quickly interrupted Wang Wenwen. Let's not talk about this for now. Tell everyone not to fight anymore. This could be a trap set by that little bastard. Let everyone retreat first and organize to establish a new line of defense. After saying this, Gu Zixing stepped on a column of water and quickly rose into the air. Then a water column with a diameter of over 10 meters rushed out. Qin Lingfan, who was being attacked from both sides, was forced to retreat 20 or 30 meters. Upon seeing this, Qiao Lanyang and Hu Fengyu immediately turned around to look. I saw Gu Zixing standing on the water column and looking at the two of them. Mr. Gu, are you okay? Upon hearing this, Gu Zixing nodded quickly, then frowned and looked at the two of them. Leave this to me. You two lead the team to catch them. You must bring that bastard back to me. Remember, you have to be alive. Xiao Lanyang and Hu Fengyu naturally knew who he was talking about. So the two of them immediately nodded and withdrew from the fight, and then Gu Zixing stepped forward and entangled Qin Lingfan. On the other side, Ye Chen led the robot army and fought and retreated quickly. The pursuer has no sense of fear or pain. But Ye Chen's robot also has no sense of fear or pain. So when these two groups of fighters fought, it was brutal, cruel, and incomplete. Under the attack of the robot's powerful thermal weapons, the pursuers at the front were almost all beaten to pieces. But there are always a few lucky ones. They will break through the fire blockade, rush into the pile of robots, and then start indiscriminate attacks and destruction. Soon, the robots disintegrated and exploded. The robot's self-destruction will also deal a blow to the pursuer. Therefore, the casualty rate of the pursuers also became very high. It is no exaggeration to say that this is the battle with the highest casualty rate since the advent of the Manhunter. Ye Chen had a trap, but his trap was not all here. At this moment, he was leading the enemy step by step into another trap. The Silver Tiger Squad and the Shadow Fox Squad were also very powerful, and their movement speed was even faster than that of their pursuers. So they quickly caught up with the pursuers and found the robot army led by Ye Chen. When Hu Fengyu saw this scene, he was so shocked that he was half a beat slow to react. Oh my god! Iron Man's mechanical army? Isn't this a science fiction movie? Qiao Lanyang responded bitterly as he sped up his running. Whatever movie he's making, I'm going to make it into a horror movie. Silver Tiger attack. Following her roar, the 5 silver figures suddenly accelerated forward again. These are the elite members of Qiao Lanyang's team. These people's special abilities include ice, water, and thunder, and when they activate their skills, they will appear silver-white in visual effect. And each of them is as fierce as a tiger. That's why Qiao Lanyang's team is called the Silver Tigers. Silver Tiger attacks, never returns without victory. But they had no idea that the Silver Tiger team would soon suffer its first defeat at the hands of Ye Chen. Ye Chen, who was originally concentrating on shooting the pursuers, suddenly received a prompt from the armor AI. There are 10 psychics approaching quickly 830 meters ahead. A strong energy reaction has been detected. The suspected enemy is about level 3 to 4. After hearing this hint, Ye Chen's mouth corners curled up. Then he asked quickly using the communication channel. Jinshan, are you and Laolu ready? 5 kilometers away, in an empty industrial park. Jinshan, wearing a handsome and tight black armor, stood on the roof and replied, "It's already ready, just waiting for you to bring the guests." Laolu, who was wearing a high-tech vest, also had a proud look on his face at this time. It seemed to have become a little impatient of waiting and kept spinning and growling in the same place. Wang Wang Wang. Ye Chen laughed immediately after hearing Lao Lu's voice on the communicator. Then he turned the muzzle of the machine gun and said with a smile, "Don't worry, Lao Lu. Dad will bring someone over to cheer you up right away. Since you want to join in the fun, be prepared to die." After saying this, Ye Chen pressed the shooting button hard. Chapter 129. Guests arrive and feast begins. Ye Chen aimed at the 2 elite teams and pressed the shoot button. Then the machine gun bullets drew a string of shooting stars in the dark night. Seeing this, Qiao Lanyang, Hu Fengyu and others had no choice but to start running in a Z shape. This way they can avoid artillery fire as much as possible, but it will affect their progress speed. In addition, other infantry fighting vehicles controlled by robots also began to blockade their firepower. So the elite team chased for 5 kilometers but failed to get close to Ye Chen's robot army. However, due to the relentless pursuit of their pursuers, they were forced into an industrial park in the suburbs. This industrial park is very large, but it is surrounded by high walls. This can greatly limit the mobility of infantry fighting vehicles. Upon seeing this, Qiao Lanyang immediately laughed, called on the team members, and quickly followed in. When Hu Fengyu saw this situation, he immediately stopped his team. Then he quickly called Qiao Lanyang using the intercom. "Qiao Lan, don't be impulsive. There may be an ambush here. Qiao Lan, get out now." Hu Fengyu sensed the possible danger. But no matter how he called Qiao Lanyang, there was no response. At this time, the more than 100 pursuers rushed in like crazy. Only Hu Fengyu and his 4 team members remained outside the industrial park. So, a member of the Shadow Fox team asked hurriedly, "Captain, are we going in?" Upon hearing this, the others all looked at Hu Fengyu. Hu Fengyu's eyes were already looking left and right quickly. At this moment, he was still very nervous, always feeling that there was a trap here. After a moment, Hu Fengyu made the final decision. "If you don't go in, immediately start scouting around. Find a breakthrough point to connect with Silver Tiger." The team members were stunned when they heard this, but they still quickly acted as required. Hu Fengyu quickly contacted the main force. Headquarters, I'm Shadow Fox. We need support here. The coordinates are..." Hu Fengyu was calling for support. Qiao Lanyang had already led the Silver Tiger squad and rushed to the front. More than 100 pursuers were left behind at this moment. At this time, Jinshan, who was hiding on the rooftop, saw everything. So she used the communicator to quickly contact Ye Chen. "Boss Yi, the guests are all seated. Do you want to start eating?" At this time, Ye Chen had already run to the center of the park with his robot army. After hearing Jinshan's notice, he immediately drifted the car around and stopped it, then opened the small door on the top and jumped onto the roof of the car. Upon seeing this, Qiao Lanyang and others slammed on the brakes together, and the 2 sides were 20 meters apart and facing each other from a distance. At this time, all the pursuers had entered the park. Seeing this, Ye Chen immediately shouted loudly with a wicked smile, "Let's start the feast!" As he shouted, Jinshan shot out 4 sharp arrows simultaneously and quickly. Then Xiao Lanyang and others heard music coming from all around. The boundless horizon is my love, and the flowers are blooming at the foot of the endless green hills. What kind of rhythm is the most rocking? What kind of singing is the most cheerful? When Xiao Lanyang and the others heard this familiar melody, they were stunned. The chase was getting tense. Why did the enemy suddenly start square dancing? And isn't the noise a bit too loud? Xiao Lanyang was still wondering what Ye Chen was going to do when he fell down. Suddenly, a group of robots appeared in front of me and started dancing to the rhythm. The movements were really uniform, and Ye Chen himself was even standing on the roof of the car and clapping his hands to the beat. Come on, liven up the atmosphere. 1, 2, 3, 4. 2, 2, 3, 4. Dance to the music. It was only at this time that Xiao Lanyang discovered that these robots were equipped with a speaker on their backs. The dynamic DJ music all came from these speakers. You are the most beautiful cloud in my sky. Let me keep you here with my heart. Stay. When the 3 words stay were sung, the music suddenly became much louder. At that time, Xiao Lanyang and others were shocked. Looking at the pursuers at this time, they were rolling on the ground with their heads covered. At this moment, Xiao Lanyang seemed to suddenly think of something. Is it a sonic attack? These monsters may have very advanced hearing. That's why the bastard attacked them with noise. Oh, you're really cunning. Thinking of this, Xiao Lanyang suddenly condensed an ice sword in his right hand. Then he stared at Ye Chen fiercely and shouted angrily. But these don't work on us. Silver Tiger Squad attack. Following Xiao Lanyang's shout, the Silver Tiger Squad immediately rushed forward. But they only ran a few steps forward before stopping collectively. Because thousands of zombies suddenly jumped out from behind Ye Chen. These zombies were running forward and roaring madly, as crazy as they could be. Upon seeing this, Xiao Lanyang immediately broke out in a cold sweat. But only then did she realize that there were not just zombies ahead. There were densely packed zombies on their left, right, and behind them. They have been completely surrounded by a huge group of zombies. This is Ye Chen's real trap. What he meant by opening the banquet was not opening the banquet for the guests, but opening the banquet for the zombies who were going to eat the guests. When Ye Chen and other zombies rushed to his back, he suddenly raised his right hand high and snapped his fingers. Then the frenetic and dynamic music disappeared instantly. The robots that were originally dancing also stopped and stood still at the same time. At this moment, the only sound in the industrial park was the roar of tens of thousands of zombies. Ye Chen activated the armor mode and slowly sat on the roof of the car. Countless zombies rushed past Ye Chen and the robot. But no zombie paid any attention to him, as if they all couldn't see him. Xiao Lanyang and his companions, as well as those warm-blooded pursuers, automatically became the main dishes in this feast of the living dead. After Xiao Lanyang figured this out, he immediately yelled in anger. Retreat quickly! Keep the formation! Retreat! Although the target was right in front of her, she no longer had the desire to fight. The attack of tens of thousands of zombies is simply not something a small team can withstand. Xiao Lanyang hated Ye Chen even more, but she did not have the leisure to settle accounts with him. The only thing she has to do now is to lead her team to survive. Ye Chen sat on the roof of the car indifferently, looking at everything in front of him calmly. This is what the end of the world really looks like. The weak are not qualified to sit at the negotiating table. Although the pursuers have regained their ability to move, they're still faced with a situation where they are being overwhelmed by a swarm of ants trying to swallow an elephant. They were forced to make a tactical retreat, but there were too many zombies around them, and the more than 200 pursuers could neither run nor jump. However, this situation only lasted for an hour and a half before it was broken. Because the enemy reinforcements rushed over, the zombie group was quickly attracted outside the park. Seeing this, Ye Chen slowly stood up and then asked using the communicator, "Are you ready? The real master has arrived." Jinshan on the roof heard this and immediately responded with a smile. "We've been preparing for a long time, just waiting for them to come." Lao Lu was reliable for once at this time and showed no intention of running away. Wong! All I heard was Lao Lu yelling angrily outside the park. Then a flame several meters long spurted out of his butt and soared into the air. This time it was a dog that took the lead in sending out the counterattack signal.